This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Vinosh Ground here in Prague. It is day 4 of the European Cricket Series, the Premier Division. You know what that means too? It's finals day. It's also the last day of the crew here on the 15-day tour of Czechia. What a tour it's been, but hey, finals day takes precedence. Let's get into it right now. I'm Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Network. I can't wait for today to get started. Good morning, everybody. Once again, welcome to the Vinosh Cricket Ground. Phil G here on station for you to take you through the introduction to today, which is day 15 of the European Cricket Network's tour of Czechia. And of course, it is finals day here in the Premier Division, and how exciting things are going to be today. It's a big day of cricket coming up, a lot warmer today than the previous few days. So it's going to be warm out in the field. It's going to be warm all over the place. It's going to be warm in the commentary box. It's going to be a massive day of cricket. I'm looking forward to this one. Hope you are as well. What have we got lined up this morning? Well, it's the Eliminator first up, and it's the Bohemians taking on the team from Brno. And what a match this is. I'll tell you why, because you've got the defending champions from last year's ECS, the Bohemians, taking on ECL representatives, Brno Cricket Club, who played only just at the start of this year at Kartama. And this is going to be a real big clash for the Eliminator. Whoever doesn't win this, they're out. Tournament's done and dusted. We started with 6 teams. We're down to 4 teams. We've already lost United and the Prague Barbarians. We're going to lose another one in the next match. Oh, this is a very tasty game coming your way. Let's get over to Charles Croucher with the 2 captains for that coin toss. This is an important one. Let's see how it goes.
Good morning and welcome to the toss for the Eliminator final with Bohemians versus Brno. It will be Brno to call. Tails is the call, and it's a head. Bohemians won the toss and they'll be bowling.
So there you have it. Thank you for that, Charles. Yes, indeed. Bohemians win the toss. Going to have a bowl first. Happy to chase here early in the morning. It's cool conditions here right now. Probably about 17, 18 degrees. A nice little breeze coming across the ground. This is probably going to be, in terms of player comfort, probably the best game of the day, because it's just going to get warmer and warmer as the day goes on. So the team batting first, I think these are great conditions for a team batting first, and I think the Brno Cricket Club, they're going to put on a massive score. I just feel that they're going to get after the bowling quickly, and if they can do what they've done the last couple of days, building big scores, it's going to be a really, really competitive eliminator. But just keep in mind, day number 1, Brno Cricket Club, they put 166 on the board, and we thought, oh, that's a score, that's a winning score. It got overhauled. So anything goes here in Prague. The Vinosh Cricket Ground's looking an absolute treat. It's a glass-like surface. It's value for money for shots along the ground. I'm looking forward to this one. Tell you who else is. It's my good friend, co-commentator Rico Fool, who is currently in the commentary box. He's standing by to bring you into this game. So Rico, the news from the toss. Bohemians win the toss. Going to have a bowl. Going to have to chase later on today, this morning. I can't wait to get stuck in this eliminator game. Let's go.
Dobry den to Phil G, and dobry den to all of you out there. Welcome, world. Welcome to finals day here in Czechia, in Prague. And yeah, you heard it there from Phil. It is going to be an absolutely sensational finals day. Runs galore is what I'm thinking. And who knows, maybe another century, maybe another hat-trick, maybe the golden ball. Haven't had one this time around. And who knows what might happen. Let's take a quick look back at what happened yesterday. The Barbarians, who, well, basically had to win this match to stay alive and have hope to come here today. Well, they weren't able to do it. United were in good form. They needed to win this as well, and their next game to see if they could make it through. Sharma was in sensational form. Player of the match performance for his 67 of 33. United winning by 9 wickets, and they did it with 8 balls to go as well, so a comprehensive win against the Barbarians. That basically eliminated the Barbarians. The next match, Prague CC returned after losing 2 matches on the spin for the first time in their history on a European Cricket Series, but they weren't in the mood to be losing any matches on this day. They beat Brno in a very good performance from them. Sabah with the VT in good form, 40 of 16, but it was Suresh Vikramasinghe who was the player of the match. He scored a fine 36 and also bowled very well, taking 1 for 19. Brno finishing some 23 runs behind. It was their captain, Nur Kandai, who kept them in the hunt, but once he was gone, that was the end of that match for them. So Prague CC got the win that they were after. Bohemians then would take on United CC. Bohemians 121 for 8. Sahil Grover, a fine half century for him, and he got good support there from Babu. But the other batting didn't really click. We saw 3 from 3 from Amandeep Singh. In fact, we saw an over where 5 wickets would fall. It was quite crazy, actually. And there were 3 wickets and 2 run-outs on that over from Niraj Tyagi. The weird stuff was happening there. Bohemians winning by 11 runs. And that would basically put United out of contention here today. Then the next match is really Barbarians. It was all about just trying to get a win under their belt to give them something to be cheerful about. It wasn't to happen. They're up against Prague CC. And Prague CC winning that match quite comfortably after restricting the Barbarians to 94. Devinder Singh scored 43, but nobody else was able to get going. And Aditya Kadawala was in great form, 50 of 15, and Sabah scored a fine 37 of 21. Though Sabah a bit injury concern about his finger. We'll wait and see how that is later on today. And then we finished off with Brno taking on the Prague Tigers. Prague Tigers remain the only undefeated side. They knocked off the 128 they needed in style. They won with 13 balls to go. And it was SM Akhtaruzzman who was the player of the match with 3 for 26 to restrict Brno there to that 127. But they're hitting from Sagar Hossain, who scored a fine half century, and also from Fahad Shakir, 35 of 11. Well, 35 of 14 from Usman Butt was pretty good as well. They whack the runs off in style. This is the way the teams finish, and that's why you'll see that the day's play looked the way it is. So the 2 teams highlighted there in blue, Bohemians and Brno, they will be playing in this eliminator, the first match. 1 team stays, 1 team goes. Who will it be? Let's wait and see. And then afterwards we'll have qualifier number 1, where, well, the 2 teams from Prague will go head-to-head. The Prague Tigers taking on Prague CC. Surinder Prasad comes into the side for Bohemians. Bohemians, they'll be hoping that Babu finds his form. Sahil Grover did score a half century yesterday. And maybe someone like Zahid Mahmood can also get into the runs. And for Brno, Mohammad Ratul comes back into the side. That's a big move for them. A good batter and a very good wicketkeeper as well. And Sandeep Tiwari in there as well. Welcome to a lot of people in the chat early this morning on this Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. Final Sunday. Rob Thompson was there. John Heesham, good morning to you, gentlemen. And hope we're going to have a fantastic finals day, is what you're saying. And then, well, come to David Bruce as well from Scotland. What's it like in Scotland at the moment? A lovely part of Scotland. I used to travel there a fair bit when I was in England and go up to the north of Scotland to the likes of Fort William and Inverness. I bet you that's looking pretty at this time of the year. Great to have you with us. And he was asking what the format is. It is T10. T10 is the format that we play. Maybe we can have a graphic up for you, David, which tells you what the format is all about. We'll try and find that one for you, because we get some new people on board sometimes. Hello to Scotty from Melbourne in Australia. A lot of people in the chat. I expected to see a great final. Here's the first ball. And it's played out. Gets through the fielder, actually. This is going to be 4 runs. Little mistake first thing in the morning. Well, somebody got out the wrong side of the bed, didn't they? That's going to be 4 runs. And Ratul opens his account with a boundary, courtesy of that error from the fielder, Cuatro Carreras. I feel it's going to be a high-scoring game. Do we have that graphic, the one that explains T10, maybe? Okay. Here comes Tyagi again. That's going to be 2 wide. That's all left. somebody else who's very excited, and we saw that from the introduction today, and well done on that as well, giving everybody the info about a big day ahead here. Phil G is in the house. Phil, dobry den.
Hey, Rico. Dobry den to you too, and dobry rano, dobry den to everyone around the world. Thank you for joining us. Big, massive day this.
It's played away, once a single, same fielder this time, does get the ball, and you can see the way he just passes it on. So, yeah, I got it this time. I feel better about that. Going to get Dylan Stain on strike now. Not at his best the last couple of days, but we know when he is, he's sensational. In fact, when we were both on and he was batting the last time, he scored that fantastic 94. But we'll talk about that match in a moment. But he's a good player and he needs to be big here on finals day.
Yeah, they're going to look to Dylan to really capitalise here, especially in this first match. Take it one game at a time. If they can win here, but they've got to go the hard way and win 3 in a row to get the trophy.
Shot played well. No is the call because it goes straight to the fielder. No mistakes this time around. And that's nicely done there by Zahid Mahmood. I wonder if he'll have a big day. Back to his mark goes the bowler. Comes in again. Just going to go down the leg side. It's a good take there from Nawshad Babu. Now you touched on this before. These two teams, they have met. They did play in the group stages. Oh, what a match. That was 166, Bruno. We thought, and that was when Dylan Stain was at his best, scored 94. We thought, well, that's enough to win you a match. It wasn't to be. Bohemians knocked them off, and they knocked them off with 10 balls to go. I think that's a wide. Yeah, the umpire has a good think about it. Liking that from umpire Farouk. Good morning to the umpires as well. Dobry then to Farouk and Venki, who are out there. Wahid is the third umpire. And, of course, Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, has done an outstanding job. And he had a nice day out yesterday as well. He was telling me about it. Ventured to a few places. He was what he said to me, he was sort of following a composer. So,
a composer?
A composer, yeah.
Okay.
He went to, apparently, a town. He said it was about a 2-hour drive from here, which is all to do with a famous composer who, he was saying to me, if you go to the main train station, I think, will they get overthrows here? No, they won't. He was saying that all the music that you hear is all to do with this guy, and where he went, it sort of follows him around, and his life story, etc. And, yeah, he said it was a very pleasant day.
Oh, okay. Charles Croucher, our tournament referee, getting a bit of culture.
Yeah.
Good to see.
I can see Charles actually late at night with a glass of port and listening to a bit of classical music. And the sheriff, that's how the sheriff unwinds.
He is often spotted late at night just in his smoking jacket in the good room, especially during winter with a roaring fire and maybe a glass of cognac that he's swirling around and just entertaining guests with his poetry.
With his poetry,
That's our Charles.
Okay, up in the air. I think he's going to clear the fielder. It does. Will it clear the boundary? It does that as well. So just gets his more or less right. It does Ratul. Gets his another boundary, this time over the top of the offside. And a few people in the chat, I want to say hello to Muhammad Ali Hussain, who's saying that Ratul is a danger man. Yeah, we feel that he is. And I know that when you saw him in the lineup, you were like, yeah, this guy could be dangerous. These stats, have a look at this. We're going to go past 4,000 runs here today. No doubt about that. A total number of fours, 300, pretty healthy, going at around 11 and over. We expected that on this very fast outfield. The maximum rate is more or less there at the average mark now, I think. We normally say that about 8 to 9. And I think by the time today finishes, it probably will be 9 point something. The wicket rate, usually we see that about 5. This is the way the teams in terms of hitting Maximo's team up. The team at the top hitting the most sixes, Prague Tigers. Second, Prague CC. They were the second in hitting the sixes. Bohemia. It follows the way, more or less, the standings are. It always does. So the moral of that graphic and the story is hit Maximos and you'll do well in this format.
It's funny when you look at that. It's the first thing I thought. I thought, hang on, is that the standings I'm looking at?
Yeah.
That looked absolutely identical to the standings there. And yeah, it's a very good graphic to bring up. And the Prague Tigers, who would have thought? going into this tournament, I don't think a lot of people were giving a lot of love to the Prague Tigers. Let's have a look at the stats here, the run rate by series. So this Premier Series is right up there amongst it. There's been some terrific, amazing series here. But, yep, there's... Premier League can hold their head up high, and so can the batter for that smack from Mohamed Ratul through the covers. That is a lovely strike all the way along the ground. I said in my intro, Rico, that the ground here is absolutely flat, well cut. It's like glass.
That's a great example of it. Beautiful shot there from Ratul. Plays it delightfully in the gap. 4 runs. And, once you get past the fielder, it's going to keep on going. And... like to have the 2 left-handers to open up. We've talked about this before. They haven't gone on to put a big partnership together, actually, Ratulans and Dylan Stain. So I wonder if they do here today. That's nicely played with soft hands. And watch this go. Watch it race along to the boundary. Andre, Iva. It's smooth and swift, like the Microlino, a mobility partner. If it goes for 4 runs, you can't catch it when it gets past you. The fielder tries to put a foot on it, but once it's gone, it's gone. Kiss it goodbye.
Have a look at that shot. Just opens the face of the bat and lets all the pace from Farhad just to run away there down through the vortex area where it's the fastest part of the ground. Slightly downhill there as well. Beautiful shot from Ratul. Showed restraint not to try to belt the cover off the ball.
Yeah, well... David Bruce saying it's nice to see a lefty opening up. Well, not just one lefty, David. 2 lefties. Good shot, good dive. Can't stop it. 4 more. Ratul is looking classy this morning. And he's playing shots to all parts of the ground. This is a beautiful cut shot. Rocks back, gets it in the gap. The fielder cautious. The Changi Kitty, Pachoka Lagia. 4 more. Lovely timing. He times that sweetly through the gap. Gets another 4.
I was just noticing as just for that the shot prior, and obviously for this one as well, the field setup that they've got from Mohamed Ratul on that offside. They've got a backward point, and a short third. They want to get him there. That's what they're aiming for.
Oh, that's beautifully timed. The fielder hasn't got a chance. Hasn't got a prayer. That was timed and hit so well by Ratul, who's showing the ability that he has. He's showing just why he's so highly rated here in Czechia. This is a glorious shot. Ah, superb. Look at the control. Look at the way he gets the wrist involved there. Gets the bat right on top of the ball. Races along to the boundary.
Yeah, the point fielder was just in front of point, and he needed to be right next to the umpire there. That's a great shot. Such good placement from Mohamed Ratul early on in this eliminator.
And comes Farhad again. Slow ball. That's a well bowled. Very good running from Dylan Stain. He's there before that ball even gets to the fielder. It's a pretty decent over. 18 coming off that one. And remember, there was 13 off the first. The score moves to 31 at the end of the 2 overs. We'll probably get a chance again to have a look at how the teams finished in the tables. We saw this a little bit earlier, but I think, as we said, that graphic that shows you the sixes, the teams that hits the most sixes, it basically matches the table. And it's not the first time that I've seen that. I know myself and Vinny talk a lot about it. You got to be brave. You got to play your shots. You got to hit the sixes, hit the maximos, and you do well in the tournament. And just for David Bruce, who was asking about the format, here it is. Here's some of the key points: 50-meter boundaries, 10 overs per innings. It's a 3-over power play, and there is time constraint of 36 minutes to bowl the 9 overs in. Otherwise, there'll be penalty points if a batter doesn't get there within 60 seconds. Again, penalty runs, or if it's 90 seconds, they can be out on an appeal. And video umpire available in limited circumstances, like run-outs, for example, and just checking the boundaries. And if matches are tied, some people were asking us this yesterday, is there a super over? No, we go to a golden ball. Just one ball decides how things finish. So that's for some people are new. And thank you very much, David Bruce, for asking the question. And that's hit hard in the gap. 4 more runs. These two looking good. Ratul doing all of the early running at the moment. Gets himself back on strike and just continues to keep lashing out and getting these boundaries. Christopher Ward coming into the chat as well. Good morning to you. And also Emmanuel Robbins is in there.
Yeah, good morning to everyone in the chat from me as well. Lovely to see you all there again. I'm sure you're all geared up for a big finals day here. It's the last day of the European Cricket Network's tour of Prague as well, as we wrap up pretty much the 5th tournament that we've put on here today.
Oh, a red dot ball to Ratul. That's the first time I think we see the batter just lose his shape. It's probably not the right shot to play here. I think he gets set to play a cut, then changes, but he's off balance. This time it's a case of wait there. It goes to the fielder, no run. Good start there from Prasad.
A good comeback from Prasad. He got hit for a 4 on the first ball he bowled. Just a little bit too straight, that one. He got taken over mid-wicket. But since then, he's gotten a lot better, looking very solid here.
Ah, lovely. Oh,
Until
lovely.
that.
Oh, lovely. What a shot. What a shot. Well, this is the 1x bet shot of the morning so far. And it comes from the bat of Ratul. Who else at the moment? What a shot this is. Have a look at this. Oh, you beauty. He's nailed that out of the middle. Look at that. That is glorious. 6 runs.
Mohammad Ratul, he gets bogged down with a couple of dots and then he says, enough of this. Let me break free. Just like the song by Queen. I want to break free, and he does indeed in style. That's a cracking good shot.
You should have been here yesterday when it was World Music Day.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure you did listen to a fair bit of music last night.
Oh, I did. Had a nice leisurely day yesterday. Didn't get up to too much. Just spent a bit of quality time with Mrs. G. She was happy.
It's a good comeback. They've got plenty of bodies out there in the offside, haven't they? I mean, they know that Ratul likes to go there. But they haven't got, the weird thing is they don't have a sweeper. With Ratul hitting so well outside the off, they've got a long on and mid-wicket in place, but nobody in the offside. Here he goes again. This one is going to be just wide off the fielder, who's there in that short third position. And once it gets past him, you know where it's going. It's going to the boundaries to 4 more runs. It's the better over, though, I think, this from the Bohemians. Surinder Prasad does create a couple of false shots, but still, Brunel, they get to the power play, or the end of the power play, with a healthy score on the board, 45, and they've got all their wickets intact.
Yeah, most importantly, I think that, Rico, is they got all wickets still in the shed, waiting to come out there and do some more damage here, but going at 15 and over so far in the power play. This has been a really good start for Burno. They need to get a massive total on the board. I'm sure living rent-free in their head is exactly what you described from day number 1 when they belted 166, and we all sat back in our lounge chairs and on our banana lounges, sipping our daiquiris, and we said, that's a winning score. And then Bohemians came out and said, no, we're going to chase this down with 10 balls to spare as well. It was quite incredible.
Yeah, they had other ideas. It was an incredible run chase, actually, in a day where the runs per over really did go sky high. It was interesting when we have a look at that, the run rates, actually, that it's a swing and a miss, says Dylan Stain. Only faced 3 balls before that one, so you can see why he's a little bit rusty. Umpire Venke seems to be on the walkie-talkie about something here. Not sure what this is about. They might have just checked something, which looks like the third umpire, Wahid, is happy with. So we continue. This is Kaliara who's bowling. It's going to be worked away. And I think at the moment here, Dylan Stain is probably just saying, right, I've got to just play the sporting role. I'm not hurting my side. I'm not chewing up too many deliveries. As Surab Kakari with the ball now. Let's see if he can keep the power of Ratul quiet at the moment. Ratul has just been magnificent this morning. Oh, well.
Tell you what, that wasn't far away, Rico.
Shouts of catch it. The fielder does go down to try and take it. It's got past him and through him. Whether he's got anything on it, we'll see here. I mean, it is in the air. Just drops before him.
Yeah, just in front. That was so close. So you can just see in the replay there, just in front to the side, the 50 up with that shot as well. Not the most confident shot we've seen this morning, and Mohammad Atul has looked very confident so far. So maybe just slightly missed on the placement there. Good delivery, though, from Sarup. Good over so far.
Played out into that area 4 more. I just think here Bohemians have got this field all wrong, Phil.
Yeah, I agree.
They've gone with what you would think is a standard field with having long on and mid-wicket on the boundary. Mid-wicket on the boundary, hasn't touched the ball yet.
Yep.
You've got to be thinking about bringing him in and pushing another one back on that offside boundary, especially to Ratul.
Yeah. I just saw Neeraj Tyagi, he's fielding in front of us here at Long On. He's actually even gesturing exactly to the other side of the ground, and he's saying, there's the gap. He literally see him yelling at to his captain, there's the gap. It's on the other side of the ground. That's where we need to plug it. You're right. They have not quite got this right, especially if this bowling attack continues like this. Oh, that's a bit of a filthy leg side wide.
Yeah, big wide. It is a Sunday, and it brings me to a question. So what's your normal Sunday routine if you weren't getting up at 6 in the morning to make your way here?
Oh, well.
And to those of you in the chat as well.
Yeah, normal Sunday routine. I don't usually work to a routine, but I tell you what, there wouldn't be much going on in the Gowers household before midday on a Sunday. Alex in my ear telling me I'm an all-day churchgoer. Yeah. Oh, those days are long.
What about you? Come on, Alex. Now you got involved. What about you? We'll tell you what Alex said. I always say, we need to, because our producers are fantastic. We need to be able to hear them when we should be able to interact with them.
Yeah.
Well, we can, but I think our audience should be able to hear them as well. Anyway, Alex, we will tell the chat.
He said his voice is not for commentary. Oh, fair enough.
And
sharp.
Oh, that's good fielding. They want to take on a second, and they'll get there. That's excellent running. It really is. I know Danny was telling me yesterday that Dylan Stain, he does have a bit of a habit getting himself run out. That was pretty close, but I think he does make it. And then these two, look at Dylan Stain says, I'll make it back, no problem. And he does. Excellent running.
Yeah, very good there indeed. 2 chances for a run at there, both missed. But Dylan, he just puts the head down and just goes.
Wants to go again. Oh, this is risky, but if he goes, these two just showing, it's a very good example of if the two batters decide they're going straight away, that even to one that is almost going straight back to the bowler, you can't make it.
I tell you why Dylan wanted the 2 on the previous ball, because it brought up Rattle's half century as well. That's why he wanted to go 2. He thought, I'm going to do that, because Dylan really is a team man, isn't he? We saw that a couple of days ago when he got the 94 not out. He didn't try to farm the strike in that final over. He played it literally as though he was on only a handful of runs. And it was team first. Put the team first. And I thought that just shows his quality. Yeah,
it does. And talking about quality, let's talk a little bit about Ratul. Didn't play yesterday. Danny said straight away that they're going to miss him, and he was right. And here is Ratul, 51 of 19, well batted. A great half century from him. And he cracked just the 1-6, but 10 fours. And that's why the number of fours will be starting today with 300 fours in boundaries. The 4 rate has been pretty impressive, around about 11 fours per innings. So you can see that we're probably going to go way beyond that in this innings.
Amazing, isn't it? 4 overs in and 10 boundaries on the card already.
Well, sort of chases for this one, Ratul. I don't know if he gets done by a little bit of change of pace here from Tyagi. Tyagi, of course, was in very good form yesterday. Picked up a lot of wickets. Yeah, just a slower delivery. It's well bowled and takes himself away from it, which is why he was a bit reaching and doesn't get the power in it. Interesting how Dylan Stain goes here, whether he continues to play the role he's playing or whether he tries to hit out. Well, tries to hit out. It's a good one. Over the top. One bounce. They might stop the boundary. And, well, let's have a look. I mean, from here, it's hard to tell how close to the rope he is here, but I think he deals with this pretty well. Let's see here. The ball stops. Yeah, he's got plenty of distance between him and the rope and does pretty well.
Yeah, tries to hit out there, doesn't he? It just doesn't quite connect.
Did they take just a single there? I think Ratul probably turns around and says, yeah, just one. They could have come back for 2.
Yeah, it was just the one after all that.
1 is the shout. The fielder makes no mistake. So this time, the first one, really, I think that's gone to that deep mid-wicket.
I was going to say, deep mid-wicket finally gets his hands on the ball. Probably the first time today. I would not be surprised. It's Cranthey out there.
What happened to Sunday mornings when I used to have breakfast in bed? Those were the Sunday mornings. And that used to be around 11 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, goes for it and he gets it. Balle, Kinnasona, Shaka Lagya. As Dylan Stain plays a beautifully controlled slog sweep for 6.
Yeah, that's a cracking good shot. Well, there's someone who's just broken the shackles with that shot as well. He was sort of getting a little bit bogged down here, and he's gesturing a little bit to the bench as well. I think they just sort of try to G him up and say, "Come on, Dylan, get amongst it." And there you go. Well, message received and understood is what he's saying back to them. That's back-to-back Maximos now.
Beautiful hitting from a lovely stroke player. He's not going to be too bothered. He hasn't had much of the strike. I think he's played the perfect role, and now he's thinking, you know what? I think it's time for me to go as well. Plays it away. Fielder's got work to do. Is he going to get there? The little bit of foot fielding works in his favour. Doesn't often, and chases that well. That's Crunthy again, isn't it? Gets a foot on this, saves the boundary, and it's the end of the over. And time for us to welcome you into our commentary position. Rico Ford here with Phil G. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Finals Day.
It's wonderful to have you all here, keeping us company throughout today as well. Going to be a warm day, as I said during my introduction. So you guys keep us company, and we'll keep doing what we do here in the commentary box. It's going to be a massive day, and this game already is shaping up to be a cracker. Runs on the board. What have they got already? They've got 70 runs on the board in the first 5 overs. Oh, this is shaping up to be an absolute beauty.
It's shaping up to be like the first time they played each other when it was that incredible run chase of 167. And, of course, it was Bruno that were batting first and ended up on the losing side. They're looking to put that right this time. And let's see how they go.
It should be good, this game. 75 exactly on the board. So there you go. It was in the 70s and then some. So, yeah, it is shaping up very nicely. Still got all wickets intact, but these two are getting after Bohemians. Now, Bohemians need to be careful here. They're ringing the changes in the bowl and trying to get that breakthrough. As he pushed down the ground. Kakaria is bowling his second. I thought they might save him for a bit later. He when he bowled on day number 2, I think it was, he picked up wickets. He had breakthroughs. He bowled really well. So looking to Kakaria, who bowled pretty well in his first over, Rick Halen went for 13.
That's a good shot. Oh, that's a good shot. A shot of a man who is bringing up 1,300 runs on the network. He's a serious player. Hasn't played as much as some of the other players. And, of course, he's got Ratul there with him. So this is probably the first time that the two lefties have really not just combined well together, but put a big score on the board. And at the moment, they haven't shown any signs of this partnership coming to an end.
Yeah, there was just that one shot from Ratul where he played it to backward point, which bounced in front of the fielder. That seems to be the only opportunity given so far.
It's good delivery, much fuller. It's good length. We haven't seen too much of that length, actually, to the left-handers, so that's nicely played. And, full length delivery, the Yorker length.
Yeah, the dugout for the Bruno Cricket Club is right next to us, and they seem quite happy. They're also sort of pacing a bit. They're a bit pensive. I think that's probably because they're still thinking about the score, still thinking about what happened on day number 1 against this team, the Bohemians. So they want a massive score here from these two.
Now that could be close. That could be close. The umpire has a good look. He was definitely thinking about this, umpire Venki, but it is going down leg side.
Going down, yep.
You can see, actually, fair play to Venki, shaking his head pretty quickly there. I've mentioned about Dylan Stain going 1,300 runs. Well, his partner out there has gone 1,200 on the network, and was his highest score before, actually, was posted. Well, that's smashed. That's a great hit. It's going to go a long, long way. Beautiful hit. There's going to be 6 more from Dylan, and he's going well. This partnership just keeps on going. The warning signs here at the moment for Bohemians. The slow deliveries, the slow rank full toss, which gets blasted away. Mohamed Ratul, highest score on the network? 94. The same as what Dylan Stain made the other day.
Didn't know that.
That was back in 2023. It's another boundary. Runs all around the ground at the moment. And Dylan Stain, he's played the supporting role, and now he's decided it's time for him to play some big shots as well.
Yeah, he's getting into it now, isn't he? You're right. He's sort of just played second fiddle. I mean, Mohamed Rattle was already up to his 50 before Dylan got into double digits. But now Dylan's faced most of the last couple of overs, and he's unleashing with both barrels. And he's raced up now to 35 from 13. Great innings from him. Great innings from both from 94 on the board. That over itself, they're just going for 19 runs. And there's some big overs going on here. We don't think we've had a magical over yet, but we've had high teens overs.
Yeah.
And only 4 wides bowled so far, so some pretty accurate bowling there from Bohemians. They've been very disciplined, but some of these deliveries are getting absolutely spanked.
Yeah, you're right, no magical. The last two, 17 and 19, have been the best. It's the width involved, but they have got a fielder out there now who does very well. That's good fielding. It's worth mentioning that Ratul, he had to run around the 2, didn't they, to get the 50. There's some discussion here about something. I think the batter is saying he feels there were too many out here.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah, he feels there's too many out. The umpires had a little talk about this and probably said, no, we're okay with it. But I think he was suggesting that he thought the cover was out the circle. Well, this is out of the ground. There's no doubt about this. That is a lovely shot. Dylan Steyn is picking this length beautifully. He's picking it and he is putting it away into the bushes. That's going to be a big 6 from Steyn, who is now making his way to his half century. Talking about half centuries, let's talk about a century. These two have put a century partnership together with that big 6. 101 they put on, and there's no sign of this partnership coming to an end. That is another brutal hit from Dylan Steyn.
101 off 38 deliveries, this partnership doing exceptionally well. Abul Farhad coming under fire here, the captain, 25 off his 1 over and 2 deliveries. And now, what's happening here? They haven't talked about the bat, or just having a chat with umpire Farouk. Now, what's going on here?
Yeah, it looks like a bat. Looks like, because you can see that the 12 is running on with the bat, and that's Yug Warrior, the warrior.
It is indeed.
He's bringing. He says, all right, let me have a look at that one as well. Nah. He says, I'll have this. The old Grey Nichols. Good choice. And the Grey Nichols was, got to be said, and I've said this before, was certainly one of my favourite bats in the time.
Funny enough, I when I played, and I played for many, many years, I never got to play with the Grey Nichols.
No?
At no time throughout my entire career. Weird.
Edge.
Oh, there you go. It's a good bat, then, because he's got a lovely edge on that one. Raced away for 4.
Well, he probably wanted a bat which had a good sounding middle, but he's picked one that's got a good edge. But that's just as well, because, well, you need a little bit of luck from your edge sometimes. I always say that you pay for every bit of that bat. And, well, when I got my bats, one of the first part I was knocking in was the edges, because, well, they came in pretty handy. And that one comes in handy as well. Another boundary as this over from Farhad. Also looks like it's going to be a biggie. 11 from it at the halfway point. Shorter delivery. That's played out for a single. A little bit slow to get going because he was on the back foot. He wants another. And Ratul says, now calm down. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Yeah, what I was going to say, Ratul, he ran 2 to get his half century. But since then, he slowed down. And Steyn's taken over. They've changed roles. He's only scored since then, because he moved to 51 running the 2. He's only scored 4 runs since then.
That's incredible. I wonder how many deliveries he's faced since he got the century. I feel he's faced only about 6 or 7 deliveries, though. But you're right, it has changed.
It's going to be a wide, and they're going to turn it into 2. Once again, Dylan was there before the umpire even called it. Excellent running. There's the call. Let's have a look at this. It's a good call as well. Good call from the umpire. Farouk gets that right.
He does get it right. And you're right. It's a very good, quick early call from Dylan. He's doing the right thing. He's looking to pile on the runs here. We're in 2 to come in the 7th. 108 for no loss. Nevada Cricket Club looking to pile it on here.
Shot, and that's probably going to go all the way. It does. Manos arriba arbitro. It's 6 carreras, and now is Dylan Steyn's turn to bring up his 50. I tell you something. He was struggling. He was about 5, I think, or 3 balls.
Yeah.
And his acceleration to get from that to this 50 has been exceptional. I think he's scored that 40-odd, 47 or so runs in about 13 deliveries. You know, it's quite an exceptional strike rate. Slow ball. And, well, cleverly bowled. The fielder loses. Well, they could have had to, but I think on this occasion, just getting tight. There seems to be a signal here now from Ratul about something. He's basically signaling something to the bench. I don't know what it was, but he was kind of putting two hands up in the air, signaling something. Anyway, let's have a look at what the schedule today looks like. Currently, you're seeing the eliminator being played out between the Bohemians, who finished third, and fourth place Brno. And one will stay, one will go. The loser, like I say, we say goodbye to. But the winner of this match will play the loser of the qualifier. Prague Tigers, unbeaten, finishing top and looking unbeatable at the moment, will take on Prague CC, who came back well yesterday after losing 2 matches on the spin. So the loser of the qualifier will play the winner of this eliminator in qualifier number 2. The winner of qualifier 1 goes straight through to the final later today.
It's another mouth-watering final coming up after this one, Rico. I can't wait for that one as well. Tigers. Who would have thought it? Tigers in the qualifier against PCC to see who goes into this afternoon's final in this Premier Division. And just by the way, Farhad, that over previously went magical.
Gone. Stumps down. It's a good delivery. Well, there is a little bit of celebration there from the bowler, Ali Wakar. Ali Wakar, by the way. Remember when he bowled when me and you were together a couple of days ago? Every time he came on, he got absolutely thumped.
He did, didn't he?
He seems a different player. Yesterday, he did the same thing. I'm pretty sure the first ball he bowled yesterday, he took a wicket. So Ali Wakar comes on, and the last couple of days, he has returned back to his good form. Takes a wicket, breaks his partnership. That was worth 115. Dylan Staines the first to go. But you can see the majority of his runs were played on that leg side. He was going for that shot again. And he played the sweep and the slog sweep very well. But Wakar's got through him. And he departs. Great innings, great partnership.
It really was. I mean, they put together 115 off 7 overs, which is pretty good striking. They're going along at just about 16 and over. But that's a big breakthrough. So now it's Bhagat comes out and he needs to sort of restart. But he needs to start quickly. And maybe get Ahmed Ratul on strike and let him take over again. But he needs to go right from the very start here.
Well, he gets a bit of a full toss to whip away first up. It's going to be just a single from Pankaj. And he's a good guy to come out at this point. Well, keep an eye on that. Remember, before that wicket was lost, the expected score was 160. So let's see where they end up with, because you know what happens. Sometimes you lose a wicket, the momentum goes a little bit. Yeah. We know that Ratul has lost his momentum a bit, quite amazingly. He got to his 50 about, I reckon it was about 3 overs ago, and since then, he's only managed to score another 4 runs. It's going to be 4, I think. Oh, well, actually, the fielder. The reason I said it's going to be 4, I could see the fielder was going to use his foot to stop this. That's Clay Mukhtar. And I didn't give him a hope. But, well, Mukhtar, he's been practicing his footballing skills, and somehow he has managed to block this.
You know what? Someone someday is going to make a new cricket boot with a reinforced instep. Yes. Just for those sorts of things. I don't want to encourage foot fielding, but just one day someone's going to manufacture a boot like that.
It's going to be 6 runs. It's a lovely hit. So Ratul, he's back. He needed that boundary, you know. He was just getting a little bit bogged down. He'd just seen his partner Stain go, and Stain was doing all the hitting in the last 3 overs or so. So Ratul needs to return, and he does. Well, maybe he's had a bit of a rest, and now he's thinking, right, I'm back. And who knows? If he gets going the way he started, he could finish with a very high score. And you know what? He could even get to you know what. That's what I'm saying, you know what?
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there at all, folks.
Played well, will take a single. Good delivery, good length. Yorker length is always hard to get away. Paul Kempin, hello to you. He was saying hello to us earlier. A lot of things happening here. We were talking about Sunday morning. Yes, Sunday mornings, breakfast in bed. The full works, the sausages, the bacon, the hash browns, the beans, the mushrooms, the toast.
Scrambled egg.
Scrambled egg? No,
that's
sunny fried egg for me. Sunny fried egg.
Sunny fried? You put it out in the sun?
Not in the UK, my friend. There's not too much sun. It would normally be a day where it's raining. I know exactly what it would be. I'd have all these chores lined up, and normally cutting the lawn would be one of them. And I'd get up in the morning, a quick look out the window, dark clouds, raining, think, that's that out the window. I can lie in. And breakfast in bed, yeah, eggs sunny side up.
Nice.
That would be breakfast, and a bit of the TV would be on. I'm trying to think what I would be watching early morning Sunday. I think it probably the replay of the football matches that I probably missed the day before. But yeah, that's what it would be. A nice leisurely day on a Sunday. Go for a nice walk where I used to live. There used to be some nice walks around there. Take the dogs out and whatnot. But yeah, certainly wasn't getting up at 6 o'clock in those days in the morning.
Not at all.
That's the way it works. We don't stop here on the European Cricket Network. 126 for 1 after 8 overs.
I like to put the cartoons on Sunday morning. Just watch the cartoons and just get into the day leisurely. Swing and a miss there.
Cartoons, so come on. Favourite cartoon. Here we go, people.
Favourite cartoon. Oh,
Favourite cartoon. Get
it's
involved,
tough.
why don't you?
It's tough because my taste in cartoons has developed over time, you know. So you got the old favourites from when, I was a youngster and I'd camp in front of the TV every day from the moment I get up to the moment I went to bed.
Yeah.
And then nowadays, obviously, things are a bit different. Favourite cartoons growing up, it's a tough one. I always loved Battle of the Planets. And I know it's not a regular one, but...
Well, stop.
They're going for a second here, and they get it pretty simply in the end too. That's really good running.
It is good running.
Excellent running.
This is good because they saw it was a good stop, but you saw the fielder doesn't have it in control, and then one batter sort of held the crease for a moment. You see this, and then they say, "Yeah, come on, I'm going to make it," and he knows he's running to the danger end and gets it quite comfortably. Does Ratul. Ratul is quick between the wickets, and credit to him, he's been out there right from the start, and he's still running like a ferret. Pankaj once again hits out to that leg side. This is gone over. I think has he got some hands on this, the fielder? What's happened here? Because he's checking his fielder fingers afterwards, and he doesn't look a happy bunny, does Sahil Grover.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I think he's got a little something on that, and he turned away. Remember, he broke his finger last year in this ECS.
All right, that's going to be to the fielder. Watches the bounce quite well. Good bit of fielding on this occasion by Zahid.
Yeah, just finished that cartoon talk. I grew up watching Scooby-Doo and Top Cat. Top Cat was the cartoon cat. He lived in a trash can. I used to tell my parents how cool it would be to live in a trash can. My parents obviously would just look at me and just think, "What have we got here?"
What was his catchphrase? It was it something to do with one of the other cats?
Oh, I can't remember.
He used to have this phrase he always used to use. I remember Top Cat.
Oh yeah, remember? Yeah. I love the song.
Remember the song?
Yep.
It's in the air, but it's over the fielder.
Oh.
I just get the feeling here that if he timed his jump to perfection and landed back straight down, he would have had a chance to catch this, but he's leaning backwards. He doesn't get off the ear. Let's see if we get a good look at this. I don't think he gets off the ear. And yeah, you see the feet, they hardly go up. And he's saying, look, I tried, but that's 6 runs. Ratul into the 70s. He wants to push on here. It's a good clean pickup. This could be a chance. And that would be out, I feel. It will be. It's a good bit of fielding on the boundary. Good throw. You can see that Pankaj had to sacrifice his wicket to get Ratul back on strike. It's good cricket. It's team cricket, this.
Yeah,
team cricket.
Absolutely fair enough. You could see the throw coming in here. And Pankaj was on a hiding to nothing to get in time. Never going to make his ground. And yep, that's pretty good work. It takes a bit of a turn as he comes in there, just a little bit of a contact with the bowler. Nothing in that though. But Pankaj has to sacrifice himself to get Mohammad Ratul back on strike, which is the key thing here for Burno.
Yeah, you're coming up to the end of the innings. That I think was that last ball of the over. I think it was. So you say, look, we've got to go. We've got to go. It doesn't matter. I'm the guy who's got to stay in. And Ratul, he does stay in. The only thing about that particular time was that it means he's not on strike.
Yeah, I think
so. That's the only thing about it. Everything seems right, but if he would have been back on strike, you would have thought, yeah, great shout, great call. But being that he's not on strike, And doesn't quite hit the right note. But anyway, new batter has gone out there to join Ratulus on 71. 140 so far. We go into the last over.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think that's the catch, isn't it? The fact that it was the last ball there. Maybe they didn't realise that the last ball the over. But anyway, it is what it is. It's going to be the skipper, Norkande. He needs to get things going right away, facing his first delivery, Ali Waka, with the duties of the 10th.
Yeah, Kanda batted well yesterday, didn't he? So he's a good guy to come in at this point, and that cements what I'm talking about. It's a really good, solid strike. Kanda gets 4 straight away. The captain and very powerful right-hander. He scored good runs yesterday, and I'd expect him. 32 of 16 in the one match, and then he scored 51 in the first match.
That's right.
When they went down to Prague. So he's in good form as the captain.
He is in good touch. He needs to sort of keep going here. That's a great start to the final over to belt that one down the ground, having lost a couple of wickets in the previous over.
They have the appeal. Umpire shakes their head. I thought they were so busy appealing. They might have even taken another one.
If the appeal had gone any longer, you could have turned for 2 here. Look at this. Still appealing. Still no one picking up the ball. Finally, better get the ball. And almost a bit of a fake fielding throw at the stumps there as well from Eliwaka. Interesting. He picked up the ball in one hand and he went to throw it down with the other hand. Keep an eye on that one. Eliwaka 1 for 15. 4 balls to come. And it's going to be Mohamed Rattle to try to look to finish things off now in this next 4 deliveries.
A lot of ants around here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
What did the Pink Panther say when he stepped on an ant?
Dead-ant.
Well, that one goes out to who was had to pick SkyQuest, who was saying Pink Panther about cartoons. We'll continue cartoon talk afterwards. Captain Planet, Emmanuel Robbins, Roadrunner, John Heacham. Beep, beep. Yeah, I like the Roadrunner.
Roadrunner's good.
Flintstones. Yeah, the Flintstones. Yabba dabba do. We should have that when somebody hits the 6. Hit a 6.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yabba dabba do. 6 runs. And it's being caught by the next batter, who's ready to come in. It's a nice catch there taken by Hamidullah. Well, Hamidullah should take his batting gloves when he's fielding out there. No, I can't say that about him. Yesterday he did take 3 catches, actually. One of them was a real humdinger. Well taken. Yabba dabba do. Right on call. And this one isn't going to be a yabba dabba do. It's going to be a yabba yabba. And he's gone. So that's going to be the end of Ratul. A very good innings. 77 of 31 deliveries. What a knock it's been. Absolutely sensational. And in the course of that knock, 4 sixes and 10 fours.
Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? He's got his team off to an absolute flyer with that opening partnership with Dylan Stain. Dylan departed a couple of overs ago, but Mohammed tried to kick on there, and just in this final over, he's come undone there by skying one, and nicely taken there in the outfield. Sahil Grover, safe pair of hands, takes the catch, gets a bit of a cheer, does Mohamed Rattle, as he comes off, gets a bit of a clap from us as well.
Yeah, batted well.
He has batted very well.
It's been a great knock. And a little bit of luck is what you need as well along the way. And Hamidullah, well, after taking a catch on the boundary, the ball before Ratul was out, gets out there and he somehow managed to edge this to the boundary. Now you see it, now you don't. It's another one that goes all the way. Yeah, we will continue cartoon talk a bit later. It seems to a lot of people in the chat involved with that. But yeah, the Flintstones, yeah, that is a good one. Everybody liked the Flintstones. Of course, for me, the old favourites, Bugs Bunny. You like a bit of Bugs Bunny.
Oh yeah.
And of course Tom and Jerry. You can't go wrong with Tom and Jerry as well.
I was a big fan of Marvin the Martian from the Warner Brothers. He's actually my avatar for my when I'm on the chat and things like that. That's my avatar, Marvin the Martian.
Last ball of the innings. It's been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Ball. And guess what? They're going to finish with a score in the 160s. 166, though, wasn't enough when these teams played each other in the group stages in match number 3 for Brunei. But will it be enough in this one? Runs on the board in an eliminator. I think Brunei are going to be pretty happy with that effort. as they finish with 162 for 3.
Yeah, they should be very, very happy with that one. They've really thrown the gauntlet down. Can I just give you a quick little bit of trivia before we run the highlights? And that is the highest successful run chase in a final in ECS Czechia history was only chasing 121. And it was PCC chasing Brno Cricket Club, who made 121. PCC chased that. They made 123 in 9.3 overs. So to chase this in a final, this will be the record for ECS Czechia.
Yeah, so obviously we're talking about finals day eliminator.
Yes.
But yeah, still, yeah, you're right. You know, that's the one thing I feel that on a day like today, you know, when you're winning the toss, I think you're going to be thinking about batting, because the amount of pressure now that Bohemians are going to be on to win this match, they're going to go at 16 and over. Yep, that's going something.
And consistently going at 16 and over as well. That is not easy at all. This highlight package, the first probably 2/3 of this package is going to be Mohammad Ratul, and then it's going to switch over to be Dylan Steyn, just carving it up. The offside attack from Mohammad Ratul was incredible. The placement, perfect.
You know, yesterday we were talking music and we were talking about things like cassettes. What are they? Some people would say. Some people will remember. And records. Watching this innings was like, you know, when you used to buy that record where you had side A was the main event and thought, yeah, this is good. And then you turned over and thought, side B is really good as well.
Yeah.
Side A was Ratul. Ratul was just creaming it all over the place.
Yeah.
And then you thought, I wonder what side B is like. So while you put side A to one side, you put side B on, and it was all about Dylan Steyn. It was classy. What I liked about this innings, there wasn't slogging there. It was pure stroke play. The shots that Ratul played out the offside was sensational. I think the field could have been set for him a little bit better. When they got the field right, they did slow him down.
Yeah.
They bogged him down a little bit because they cut off some of the lines that he was hitting. But before they did that, he was just delightful. And then Steyn then went big. He then turned it on, and it was his time to get going. There was the wicket, Ali Waka, I should say, came on. He picked up 2 wickets in the end. So he started to become one of their wicket takers. Took a wicket on the very first ball, and when he removed Steyn, good delivery it was as well. When Pankaj came out, you saw there, he did the right thing, sacrificed his wicket to keep Ratul going. When Ratul came back, when we put side A of the record back on, and Ratul got going, and then Captain Noor came out. He hit a few nice shots as well. Then Hamidullah and finished with a 4 and a 6 as well. He faces 2 balls, hit both to the boundary, and helps Brno finish with a score of 162 for 3. So Bohemians, remember, they are the defending champions. They were really put to the test yesterday by United and managed to win that thriller when they only put 121 on the board themselves, but they held on to win by 11. If they lost that match, they would have been out. We wouldn't have seen them here in finals day, but now they're up against it again. Are we going to see them go down in the eliminator? Brno have got the runs on the board. A great knock there from Ratul first, 77 of 31. Dylan Steyn, 53 of 19. Here's the bowling figures, the number of bowlers used. One thing I will say, it wasn't complete carnage all the way through. We only saw actually the 7th over came magical, but the problem was the 7th over went magical. Before that, the 6th went for 19, the 5th went for 17, and the last over there from Ali Waka, though there was a wicket in there, also goes for 22, though Waka is the only bowler to have taken wickets. He takes 2. Well, folks, Sundays, it's supposed to be easy like Sunday morning. Nothing easy about this morning. It's been exciting, and there's been plenty to talk about. And there's been a few bombs going off as well here in Czechia, as the batters have gone wild and been crunching the ball to all parts of the ground. Brno, 162 on the board. Is it going to be enough this time round? Are they going to book their place in qualifier number 2? Or is it them that are going to lose out, and Bohemians going to put in another very good run chase? Rico full here, and the Phil G on this Sunday morning, final Sunday here in Czechia in Prague. Join us back for the conclusion of this match, the eliminator, in around 10 minutes time.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to finals day here in Czechia, and we're halfway through the eliminator where Brno have put a healthy score on the board, 162, thanks to a great opening partnership between the Ratul and Stein. That was worth 115. Both brought up their half centuries as well, and I think their captain is going to be very happy, Nur Kandar, with where his team is, but he won't take that for granted. Remember, when these teams met earlier in the series, 166 was not enough for Brno. Bohemians knocked it off, and they did it with 10 balls to go as well. So let's see how this goes. Festival of cricket here on this Sunday in Czechia. Talking about festivals, Glastonbury Festival, which takes place from the 22nd to the 26th of June, is up and running. It's one of the biggest and most prestigious performing arts festival in the world, held every year at the Worthy Farm in Poulton, Somerset in the UK. And it's several performances there from leading music bands, and there's dance, there's comedy, there's theatre and visual arts. So festival starts there in Glastonbury, and I hope everybody has a safe and wonderful time there. Hope the weather's kind as well. It's not always the best of weather for Glastonbury, and I've seen a lot of pictures of people partying in the mud there, but no such issues here in Czechia. Glorious sunny day. In fact, I feel it's going to be the hottest day of the year so far. Very little breeze as we get ready to go. Niraj Mishra with the ball. And he gets the first one, too wide outside the off, says the umpire. Bowling to Naushad Babu. Now, Babu is a sensational player. The only thing is, and he won't mind me saying this because I know we talked and he said himself that one, he needs support from his other players. So Sahil Grover will be key, I think, here. Firmly hit, 4 runs. That is hit as hard as you can hit a cricket ball, folks. That is blasted, and the fielder who's close to this has probably got a couple of meters to move to try and get there. But look, this ball is passing him. There it is, before they can even move. But yeah, the only thing about Babu is his strike rate speed a little bit off. The other day we saw him score a 50 against the Barbarians, and then he followed up with a century against the Tigers. It was, but that century came in 39 deliveries, which I suppose is all right. But because the other batters are not clicking, they only scored 122, and that's for the man scoring a ton. So one thing that they've got to do, he's got to go bigger, he's got to go quicker. Let's see if he does. But he has got Grover with him. Grover was in good form yesterday, did score a half century against United in that very important win. Plays it out to the fielder, ricochets off him, and reluctantly Grover gets to the other end, whereas Babu, he was off straight away. Welcome back to everybody. And Rika Full here. Phil G will be joining me back shortly. We ended the first innings with talk about all kinds of things. So what you normally do on a Sunday morning, I was saying that I'd normally like to have a bit of a line and a bit of breakfast in bed. It's always quite nice. And, Phil G then said, well, he doesn't mind on a Sunday morning watching a few cartoons. And then we started cartoon talk. And I said that the old classic for me are the good ones, Bugs Bunny, or a bit of Tom and Jerry, to start you off in a good mood on a Sunday. And, well, we can continue down that line and let us know what you like to do normally on these Sundays. If you're not here watching cricket with us or playing cricket, as that is a glorious stroke. Babu gets one that's onto his pads, and just look how quickly he gets into position and plays that away. That's 13 with the ball to go in this over so far from Mishra. The Mishra is a wicket taker, and you just feel that if he doesn't get a breakthrough here, then, well, who knows who's going to get the wickets for them. He bowled well yesterday, 1 for 18, when they went down to Prague CC. And, don't forget that Bruno also went down to the Prague Tigers yesterday. So they come into this match with 2 defeats behind them, but this is the one that counts. What can Mishra do to finish the over? Here he comes again to Babu. Hit that hard, and once again, it's too hard for the fielder. Fielder this time does get there, but this ball still, it sort of goes, it almost like watching temping bowling. It's almost like it knocks the fielder over. Well, maybe there's a bit of cartoon about this. Down he goes. It's 4 more runs. It's a good start. The 17, that'll do nicely. 17 and over will win them the match. And we have gone to 89 matches now since a golden ball. As Phil G has joined me back in our commentary bunker.
Thank you very much for that introduction there, Rico. Yes, indeed. It's been 2 many matches since the golden ball. We've only got a few more opportunities to try to arrest that situation, Rico. So we're going to work our behinds off to try to make that happen. As is going to see the first bowling change with the second over. Solanke comes on to bowl. Good change this, I think.
And worked away behind square. As Sahil Grover gets his first boundary. This is Shailendra Solanke that comes on the bowl when he drifts this one too much onto the pads of Grover. And Grover up and running. When you get your first boundary, the confidence starts to flow.
Yeah, not a good start there for the bowler, but for the batter, we're going to like that one. Interesting to note, maybe the Burno Cricket Club have done their research on Naushad Babu, and they should note, just after this ball, I'll complete that.
That's a hit down the ground again. 4 more. Sahil Grover is getting into his groove. And 2 good shots. One on clipped off the pads. And this one goes into that long on area. Another good shot. Hello to Navin Kumar. And he's saying if 3 over score is 55, then surely they can chase. Yeah, a good power play is very important. Thank you for that. A little input there from Navin.
Yeah, I do definitely agree with that. Oh, Tigger, get the skates on there. It was a good throw. Could have had him in trouble. Yeah, I was saying before that if the Burno Cricket Club looking at Naushad Babu and thinking he's the wicket they want, they got him in match number 3 when they brought on Naveed Ahmed. So they slowed it down and they took off the pace bowlers and they got him. They got him caught. I think we've got him caught around, around mid-off actually, and not on the boundary line, but sort of a bit short in the infield. Arun Vesadevan took a good catch. So maybe they'll be thinking about that.
That's the thing about him here is, I mean, there's another boundary from him. He just hit the ball so hard. I mean, all right, it's not just hitting, it's timing. But he's a lovely, sweet timer of the ball. But when the ball comes on that bat, I mean, just like this one, I mean, this is just pinged. Look at it go. It is quick. It is fast. Gets it through. They've got a sweeper out there, but a sweeper doesn't have a chance in hell.
Yeah, true. A few people in the chat talking about this chase. Just a reminder, Bohemians chased 166 from this same team in that match number 3 that I was just talking about. 166, they chased it down with several balls to spare. So it can be done. It has been done. History could repeat itself.
It could indeed. Hello to Ronnie. And, hey, what about the magic roundabout? I'm going back a bit now.
Oh, wow.
The magic roundabout. I suppose that classifies as a cartoon, doesn't it? I used to like the magic roundabout. And 6 runs. Well, a little bit of magic here in Prague as well as Babu goes down the ground. That's a lovely shot. And, well, that was a shot of our commentary bunker with nobody there. We're not here, really. We're not here. We've been caught out, Phil.
No.
We've been caught out.
We have to get back from the pub.
Dear.
Oh, no. Quick. Call the Uber.
We are here.
Get us back to the ground.
Everybody's going to believe we're not here now. As that one is played to the fielder. No run this time. Yeah, dot balls is something that you've got to eliminate. We are here. What was Alex doing? Alex did that on purpose, you know. Alex, what was that? Was that to do with a... Was that to do with it? Oh, I see. Alex panicked. Apparently the Grizzly smacked them in their container, and it made him press the wrong button. All right, Alex, we'll let you off. That's allowed, I suppose. A little bit of panic.
The Grizzly smacked him in the wires and cables. That's not good. Hope you guys are okay next door. I did see that just go a bit to the right of our little commentary hut here. I'm sure you guys are okay there. But thanks for showing the back wall and revealing that we're not here.
We should prove to everybody we are here. Alex, come on, show everybody we are really here. We are here. Look, we're here. It's just that I was over here and you were over there and you saw the wall. But we're here. We are. So you have to be by the window. I have to be by the window. Oh, no, you have to be by the window. I have to be by the door.
Yeah, the door's on that side. Window's on this side. So there we go.
And this is a missed opportunity. There's a bit of an appeal here from the bowler, but that's one that Grover should have worked away on the leg side. So a couple of dot balls do sneak in. And the over score, by the way, that last over was 19. So, right, in the air. Has he got enough of this? Fielder is chasing it, but not going to get anywhere near it. We'll go for 4 runs. So it's another boundary.
Not quite got the focus there. And there it is. There's the cards. There it is. Thank you for that.
I think this is the weather was playing havoc with the cameras yesterday morning as well, I think, because it's so warm and gets a bit warm and muggy that the cameras start to, let's just start to go a bit out of focus there. Well, we will get that sorted out. This is Khan, by the way, Matub Khan with the ball, and this time it will get a little bit something. Not enough to take it to the boundary, though. They think about the second, but he was a little bit slow going first time. He didn't really honour the call straight away. You wanted to play safe and see where the ball was. You see, he catches him here. Rather than just going straight away, he wants to watch where the ball is, rather than just put his head down and go. So Grover just slightly struggling a little bit. He has played a couple of nice shots, but he's 10 or 5. Whereas Babu is going at a strike rate of 300. This one is just going to be a single as the man with the bucket hat. There's Hamid Ullah does the fielding. He was back to his best the other day when he was catching the ball pretty well. Let's have a quick look at that one. It's a bit of an appeal on there. The umpire says it's not pretty close. I wonder if the umpire feels it gets a bit of the bat. Well, tell you what, this has got a lot of the bat. That's a delightful shot. It's straight as you're going to hit it from Babu. Lovely, beautiful stroke. Babu looks on here, you know. He looks on and he looks dangerous. That is the shot of a man who's in good form. Oh, yeah, you beauty.
Yeah, Babu. Just for those who haven't quite caught the stats yet, he's the #1 record scorer currently in this Premier Division 2. Before this game, 231 runs from 5 innings. And a couple of not outs. He's batting exceptionally well.
It's going to get over the top as well. Wow, that is quite incredible. That's the hand speed that he has and the power combined together. Gets this going for 6. The 50 comes up, and who was it in the chat was saying if they get to 55 in the power play, then Chase is on? Well, there it is.
Yeah, who said
There's
that?
The 55. And, yeah, we'll find who it is. I think it was Naveen Kumar.
Yeah, put your hand in the air if you said that, because you've nailed it. 17, 19 and 19, 55 for no loss. That's a great power play in comparison to the 45 for no loss that Burno Cricket Club had in the power play. Yeah, who was that who said it? You think it was...
I think it was Naveen.
Naveen?
Yeah, I think it was Naveen Kumar who was saying that if they get to the 55...
Well done, Naveen. If that was you who said that, congratulations. You said if you think they can get to that, that could be game over. And at the moment, you'd probably have to say they're going along exactly where they need to go in terms of run rates. And, well, the run rate is now under 15.5 and over. And now it's Naveed Ahmed who comes on to bowl the 4th. I think this is a good change-up as well. He's got an uncanny knack of coming in and just disrupting the flow of runs. And, oh, boy, Burno Cricket Club need his magic now.
They need a wicket and they need a breakthrough. Rizwan also was saying they need about 50. And, well, they've got it. Hello to Terry Richmond, who's in the chat, saying hi to us. And Ghulam Mustafa is in there as well now. Everybody's coming in. Yeah, they're the people who have the line, you see. They got the right idea. It's a Sunday. Have a line. They've had a nice, healthy breakfast. And now they're ready to be with us. And, hit hard and gone. 4 runs. Wow. Now, Sahil Grover's got to play his part here.
Yep.
They can't, as good as Babu is, they can't have the same scenario where Babu's scoring all the runs, but nothing's happening at the other end, because if that happens, you lose the match. So Sahil Grover and all the other batters, if they get out there, have to play their part. Good hit from Grover as Naveed Ahmed gets hit for a boundary of his first. And goes again in the same area. That's going to be 4 more. Too short. Hit me deliveries. And Sahil Grover says, thank you very much.
Yeah, needs to do something different here, does Naveed. That's just a carbon copy. This time, though, he goes just to the other side of that deep mid-wicket. The other one was a bit straighter, but it's still the same result. It's getting slapped, absolutely spanked through the leg side. It's going so quick. 2 fielders just staring at each other, saying, you know what, we're not that far apart, but no one's getting to that. And Naveed Ahmed needs to just have a readjustment here. That length he's bowling is not right. He needs to try and get a little bit fuller. It's just, he's going to be hit all day, every day if that happens.
Well, he does go a little bit fuller, but this has been called a wide ball now by, I think you heard the call there from umpire Venki.
Indeed.
Wide ball. At least he tries to make that adjustment, but that little bit of away swing that he gets takes that past that wide line. And, that was thumped. It's an opportunity for caught and bowled. It goes down as a chance. Grover dropped a 19. Have a look at this again. He hits it hard and it's almost sticks.
So close. He just sort of snaps at it as well. This one is elevated down the ground. This one, a bit of fancy foot fielding. Well, lucky for the fielder there, steps back into the field of play and then picks up the ball. And might even want to just have a second look at that to make sure that was done correctly. I think it was.
Hang on.
The foot's on the rope.
Foot's on the rope. Let's see. Can we just, just slow this down here. When it hits him, I reckon that's 4. Yeah, it's 4 runs.
There it comes.
The foot, 4 runs. The foot was on the rope there of, that's Pankaj who gets that wrong.
Yeah, he's just messed that one up. Unfortunately, slapped it back while the foot was on the rope. He then jumped back into play and picked up the ball, but unfortunately the damage is already done. Naveed Ahmed getting expensive this over now.
It's going to be another boundary, another 4. Grover is saying, yep, I'll play my part. Don't you worry about that. As this is turning out to be another fine over. That's 17 off it. It ain't done yet. There's still a ball to go. And they have taken the rate down now to under 15. Taking it down to under 15. So they're chipping away at it all the time. Bohemians, the reigning champions, in the hunt for a spot in the qualifier number 2. As it's another Gandhi delivery. Gets played away before the over will go magical. 21 off the over. And bit by bit, Bohemians, they're knocking and chipping away at the rate. And I think they're putting themselves as favourites here. Look at that. 64% to 36% to go on and win this match now.
Yeah, that over from Naveed Ahmed was not good at all. There was just the wrong length in the first couple of deliveries, getting spanked for 4. But even that last ball there, he drifts it onto middle and leg, and there is nobody fielding leg side from third man all the way across the deep mid-wicket. There was no one backward a square when that ball was bowled. And the person who had to field it was deep mid-wicket. He had to run about 100 metres to go and find that. Not good.
Not good at all. Okay, here we go. Next over to start, and looks like they go with Arun. Now, Arun's a handy little bowler. What I liked about Arun the other day, now it's going to be interesting to see how he does today. This is Arun Vasudevan, beg your pardon. Gets the ball to swing.
Yeah.
And swing a lot. Conditions, you would say today, not ideal for swing bowling. So, be interesting to see if he does get that ball still to boomerang around. Because, I mean, he was moving it big in the air.
Yeah. He can do that. He's a good exponent of the swing. Let's see how he goes.
Oh, okay. There is some movement there. That's a good sign for him. That's nicely played also. But I think these two batters are probably wise and smart enough to say, right, if that's what he's going to bowl, we have to change our guard. Maybe you bat a little bit further up. It might mean that the wicketkeeper then takes the lead and stands up. But that's probably what the plan will be here.
Just see that save there from Mohamed Ratul. The throw came in really low. It was awkward. It was a wild throw. He had to run and put his hand down. As soon as he did, he gestured towards fine leg and he said, there's no one down there backing up the throw. Don't do that again to the fielder.
Let's play that to the fielder. Watches it well. No mistakes. Yeah, fielding's going to have to be really key here. Trying to get that rate back up again.
Yeah, good over so far. 4 from it. This is a good over. Nice and tight so far. If they can finish this one strong with, singles or dots, then, that's just going to give them a bit of confidence, Burno Cricket Club.
It's launched. That is launched. It was a little bit too pitched up. It's in the spot. Grover goes big again. This is so similar, isn't it, to the innings of Brunel, where one batter started off hitting, the other was slow. That batter now goes on pause. And the next batter takes over. That's exactly what Grover's done. Grover was on around 10 or 5, whereas Babu was smashing it. Or Babu at that point was on 30 off 10. And they've just changed roles. 85 without loss. Good delivery. Ooh, bit of a chance there for the keeper. Took time to find it. Took the glove off, quickly gets the throw in. And there's that swing. And nice take. Good early throw, but wasn't able to hit the target. It's a dot ball though. Vasudevan only 9 off this over, and whatever comes of this ball, which will be a boundary. 6 runs. It goes for 16, so they win the over again. Needed to go at 15s. They get 16. Big hit right at the end there from Grover. Now Grover moves on to the same. He gets into the 40s as well. And he's 44. Babu is 44. Grover's taken 16. Babu's taken 14. Score 91 at the 5 over mark. And if you want to know where the opponents were at this point, they were on 75.
Yeah, that's a pretty big gap. 16 runs difference at the same time in the Burno Cricket Club innings. Have a look at upcoming events. Don't forget, tomorrow is Finland ECS and ECSW action towards the end of the week there, towards the weekend. And then the week after, we have Bulgaria European Cricket Series kicking off there with some T20 eyes also in that tour. Then we turn around into the second half of the year and we're going to go to Belgium for the first Monday of the month, the 7th of July, starting in Belgium with ECS and ECSW action. And you see there Germany, Krefeld, and Sweden, Stockholm, taking you through July. The summer of cricket is well and truly started.
Well, David just saying Bohemians could win this with an over to go. And John Heasham saying, David, anything can happen. Well, the European Cricket Network, yeah, it can. Cricketainment is what we bring the world in the finest form of cricket on the planet. And it's no surprise that so many people are tuning in. And we get so many new people tuning in every day. That will be a wide as it gets fired down the leg side. They're trying something new. Sandeep Tiwari comes into the attack.
Yeah, you got to wonder where they're going to find this wicket from. So they're going for a 6th bowler here. And this is, Sandeep, not usually, he's bowled a few times, but unsuccessful in this series so far. So really just throwing the ball to someone to try to get a breakthrough.
And that's going to get a little bit of pad or something on the way of this. Well, no, there's a bit of bat. It's 4 runs. But again, I think that, the length is good. The direction is not good. It's down the leg side. And, that's what we call a little nurdle. And it goes past the desperate dive there off the keeper. And Ratul not able to stop it. It's going to be another 4. They just cannot stop these runs at the moment.
Now Shad, he's on 48 from 15. He's striking at 320 and he's putting on another blistering display. As I said before, he's the highest run scorer in this Premier Division so far and he's kicking on beautifully here.
Okay, now this one is going to be a teaser. Oh, just over the fielder. Couldn't quite get anything on that. That was Naveed Ahmed, who usually is their top fielder. He was, player of the match the other day just because of his fielding. Couldn't get there. Oh, what a teaser that is. So close yet so far. They just desperately need a breakthrough. It needs to come sooner than later. There's still 67 runs required, you know.
Yeah, there's still a long way to go in this game. I mean, it was 28 balls to go. But the 50 up also for Babu. Note that despite the fact that Ahmed couldn't quite get back and take the catch, they take 2. That's a blistering 50 off 16 deliveries, 4 6s and 5 4s in that. And that shows why he's the top run getter in this division.
Yeah, I think Babu now probably needs a new bat. I could hear him asking Venki, showing him his blade. Nothing wrong with that one, though, from Grover. Grover now goes big, says, all right, it's my turn to do it as well. So a ball later than Babu. Sahil Grover also brings up his 50. Here was the shot here. It's a beautifully played. Nice shot, good hit. In fact, that's not Grover. I'm getting too excited. It's Babu who's still there. Grover has to wait.
I believe Grover's definitely keen to get up the other end and have a go at it. He wants his 50 as well.
Yeah.
He's starving for that half century.
And I'm not going to get a single here. They have to wait. That's it. Every time there's a dot ball, that is a result. Well, yeah, I thought for a moment that that was Babu who took the single. In fact, it was Grover. So it wasn't the single that got the 50 up there for Babu.
Yeah, they needed a couple to get Babu's half century. Exactly right. And then he bowled the next one straight down the ground. The 100 up as well for Burno Cricket Club. So 104 in the 6th over. And things are looking a little bit troubling, to say the least, for Burno Cricket Club. They need a couple of breakthroughs.
So just a little push here. Interesting. I think that's probably smart there from Babu. He's probably thinking, well, if I'm swinging and missing, I'm not really helping the team. If I'm getting something from it, that makes more sense. They've taken that rate down to under 14. Right, here is Grover. Well, I've already called his 50. He's on 44. Hits it hard. That one will bounce once and go for 4. Not quite his 50, but he moves to 48 of 17. Gets the boundary. It's the end of the over. And well, it looks like somebody was celebrating something. I think Babu.
I think so.
They just applauded Babu's 50. And Babu just turns around and says, oh, all right then, thanks guys. But hey, what a eliminator this is. What a start to finals day. We've seen 200-run partnerships from both the openers. Remember, Ratul and Stein for Bruno put 115 on together. And these two, they have put 109 unbeaten. It's been a quality start to finals day here in Czechia.
Yeah, it's turning into a classic situation of, hey, whatever you can do, I can do better. However, another 6 runs and that would have equaled that Burno Cricket Club opening partnership between Stein and Mohamed Ratul, and see if they can do that. They're looking so comfortable. In that last over, though, just a couple of slight mishits coming from Babu. Naveen Ahmed, unlucky for him, he put down a catch off his own bowling, and that one went just over his head in the previous over. Not by a long way. So trying to draw the rash stroke, trying to sort of, get that wicket and maybe draw a false shot. It's a run rate required of 13.5, 54 from 24. There's still some work to do, but if they maintain this, they are going to get this run chase done with a whole over, maybe an over and a bit to spare. And now it's Niraj Mishra, who hasn't had a particularly great tournament with the ball. He's a gun bowler. He's a great bowler. He's in the national team because he's got some really good swing bowling. He needs to try to pull something out of the hat here in his second over.
This is a good move for me. I know his first over didn't go well, but he's your wicket taker. He's the guy you got to bring back. But back he comes, and there's the boundary. And Babu, this is the way Babu dealt with him earlier on when he went for 17 in the first over. Babu just tends to like this pace coming onto him. Look, a little step into it, and then crash, bang, boom. It's going to be another 4 runs. He just hits the ball so well. Moves into the 60s here now, 113. Can Niraj Mishra, the reliable bowler for Brunel, get the wicket that they're after here? It's played away, and it's going to be 4 more. Even though this one doesn't sound like it's come off the middle, it's still for Babu. And this is, what an exceptional player Babu is. I remember when Naushad spoke to me before he even played, he was so excited telling me about how things are changing there in Poland where he resides.
That's right.
Of course, Poland's still not part of the ICC, so it just means that when it comes to us, as in the European Cricket Network, doing events, we can't go to Poland just yet. But he would say, look, things are changing. Things could be changing here as well, And that is a tremendous catch. It is a great catch. Well, the shades have gone. The shades might be broke, but I tell you who else is gone. Babu has gone. And that is a huge wicket. Now Shad Babu goes with them still needing 46 for victory. And it is Mishra that gets a breakthrough. Doesn't quite get this right. Doesn't get it quite where he was looking for it to go. But what an outstanding catch that is. And then Shailendra Solanki holds on to the catch, though he does lose his shades in the process.
Massive pressure on the fielder there to hang on to that one. He's held on to a skyer, and we were just talking before about how hard this man hits. He doesn't get all of that, goes right up in the air. It's caught on the boundary, staring into the sun. There was everything going against the fielder. He was moving it the whole time, but Babu's innings has come out 65 from 22, and it takes a terrific catch from Solanki to get him undone. But what an innings from that man right there. And the first wicket falls on 117. And interesting to note that Burno, their first wicket fell on 115. So Bohemians got their noses in front any way you cut it.
Yeah, all right. They've got Surendra Prasad, who is now coming at number 3. Let's see just how much that changes things here. Great catch there taken by Solanki. And good knot, though, there from Babu. He's put his team in the prime spot. That's well hit firmly. Good stop, good fielding. Ula does really well. Now this is where they're going to have to be at their best in the field. Mishra just saying keep it easy, keep it simple. But all I would say, talking again about Babu, if that's the sort of players that they've got in Poland, I can't wait for them to get that status. And you were seeing some more of their cricket coming from Poland. I'm being told they've got some lovely grounds there. Of course, we also got Nalim Lala, who plays out there playing. Another chance, but this time he puts it down. Oh, this time he puts it down, and it's Grover. That would have been the one to take. Both the openers would have been gone, but Grover survives, moves to 49. It's the same fielder again, Solanki. This time he's diving forward, but you can see he just couldn't get that ball from the fingers into the palms of the hand. And that's a big drop.
Yeah, coming forward like that, it's always tough, but that would have been huge. So hang on to that one. Second big wicket could have fallen in the over, and as it goes down as a drop, that's expensive.
Oh, wow, now, I wonder if there's any bats on this. Let's see what the umpire signals. Yeah, this bat, that's a drop catch.
Yep.
That's a drop catch. Just Prasad gets dropped, and the ball from the gloves of Ratul goes all the way to the boundary. Things just not happening here for Bruno. Watch this again. It's an inside edge, I think. So the ball, you can see Ratul having to change. And in fact, we're being a little unkind to him. It doesn't carry. It just bounces before. And a bit more mal suerte for Bruno as the ball then ricochets off the keeper and goes all the way down to the boundary. 123 for 1 after 7. This is the lineups for qualifier number 1.
Yeah, qualifier 1 follows this game. We've still got an exciting game in front of you, but here is the teams for the Prague Tigers and the Prague CC clash of the teams that finished top of the standings. And have a look at that. A couple of ins and outs. Mars Munirudin comes in for his first game. So does another alarm. It's this time Seymour alarm. So we've got 3 alarms. It's a 3-alarm Prague Tigers
That's
team
what
there.
I have every morning, 3 alarms.
3 alarms.
That's what it takes to get Rico full out of bed, especially on a Sunday. But some changes there for Prague CC as well.
So Usama Salim comes in. Raj and I sit down the ground there. Yeah, so Raj comes back into the side, and it was Samira in for his first game. You see they didn't have any fantasy points, so they're bringing him in when it counts, and he is a good strike bowler, and that is pretty good. So PCC looking to bring in a really tough full-strength team is that qualifier 1. They would love to get 1 foot into the final with that qualifier 1. And Prague Tigers, how much would they love it?
Big swing. It's just seeing the momentum starting to change just a little. That last over for Mishra going for 14. Picked up 1 wicket quite easily. Could have had 3. There was a drop from Solanki, who held on to take Babu, but dropped Grover. And then another, well, I suppose we'll say it's probably quite not a chance on the keeper, but a bit of bad luck. But that's not luck. It's a good shot from Prasad, who sees this one going down the leg side, gets into position really early. That's the key to this shot. Watch how quickly he gets into position. He gets the position, gets the legs out of the way, and whips that into the vacant boundary on the 45. That's going to be another boundary. Mind you, in the meantime, Sohail Grover, the same way Babu did, has moved to his 50. So well done to him, 50 of 19. at the non-strikers end at the moment. He knows he's still got a job to do. He's got to be the batter that stays there and gets them the win. Prasad goes big. Shaba, kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Gandhi ball, Siggy. Well, Arun, who we know swings the ball from left to right, gets it into the right-hander. If he doesn't pitch it in the right area, it's going to go down the leg side, and the batters will just do that. Help it along to the boundary. So Prasad, well, I know that Babu went, but Prasad's strike rate is just as good at the moment.
Yeah, these next two deliveries from Vassal Devan are so vital to the Burno Cricket Club. They need ones or dots here.
Oh, dear. Well, there's a long chase. It's going towards the boundary. The keeper has done superbly well to get there. It's a great chase. Now they're going to go for 3. Oh, well, they're going to make it. Yeah, they are. Oh, look at that. It's a complete wipe out the other end.
Oh, have a look at that. That is incredible. Grover goes down trying to make his ground. He thought he was in trouble.
And there's always a little bit of music to go to these 3. Let's go. Let's do it fast. There they go. And it's good, clever running. And just look at the way the batter ends up at the striker's hand. 3 runs run there. That's naughty, really. In the air, there is a fielder there. Catch taken. There is the wicket, and it's been beautifully taken. Catch goes. That's the end now of Grover. I said Grover had to stay there and see them home. He's not going to. And Pankaj Bhagat has held on to the catch. Grover's hit as well, but he hasn't got the power in it. And there's the safe hands of Pankaj. So another wicket goes. There's going to be a twist here, 8 overs completed. 137 for 2. A new batter will come out to join Prasad.
Oh, I tell you what a time for Sahil Grover to lose his wicket. 50 from 20 from him. He has to depart. And look at that. Most of his runs scored in that deep mid-wicket area. 29 runs. 60% of his runs in deep mid-wicket. He walks off. His skipper walks across and gives him a pat on the back and said, well done. You've got us almost there. There's still a job to do for these next 2 batters. They still need 26 from 2 overs. Oh, this is going to be a nice little finish coming up, Rico. I'm not going to go there. I know you're looking at me with those eyes. I'm not going to go there, but this is looking tight. Look at those lines on the run rate graph. They're almost intertwining.
Oh my! All right, swing and a miss. Now that's important. That's what you can't afford to do. Prasad, all right, we're giving that one. Surinder Prasad has been pretty good so far. 18 now off 7, but he's got a good batter that's joined him out there, Zahid. Mahmood has come in at number 4. It's a heat chance to be the hero. Dot ball to start, though, here from Shailendra Solanki, who took the great catch to remove Babu. 6. Simple as that. Boom. Shaka Lagya out of the meat off the bat is gone into the bunker almost. Look, that's the bunker there. It almost goes into the bunker. Well, we would have needed a sand wedge to retrieve the Grizzly. But he gets the width, but also he gets the treatment. Bang, what a hit that is. That is a massive 6. Kiwaike Henialke Grande.
Not a good delivery. At this time, when you've only got a handful of deliveries left, you're trying to defend a score with only 20-odd. That was not a good delivery. It was wide and it was short and it got spanked. It got the treatment.
Solanki back again. Short, high, in the air. Good luck. Who wants it? Ula has taken a great catch. And Hamid Ullah, who had plenty of catching practice yesterday with 3 good catches, has got himself under this one and held on to a ball that's probably coming down with a little bit of ice on it. What a good catch this is. It goes a long way up, and Hamid Ullah holds his cool, holds his nerve, holds on to the catch. And Dangerous Prasad will go for 24 of 9, still needing 20 runs in 9 balls.
Oh, this is really going to come down to the wire. I think it will go to the 10th. And once you get a game like this in the 10th, hey, anything goes. We've said it a couple of times already in this game. This is a terrific run chase. Take nothing away from Bohemians or the Burno Cricket Club. This is an eliminator that people will remember for a while. Just also remember something I said at the top. The best run chase, the highest scoring run chase in a final ever in ECS Czechia history was only 121 reeled in by the Prague Cricket Club over Brno. And that was huge. That was the 2023.
Kranti, when Kachawami comes out, plays this one away, gets a single, does the right thing, bat on ball. That's the other thing here. It's very important to get bat on ball. I mean, just getting bat on ball and taking the singles is not going to win you the match, but sometimes just rotating the strike could be key. Zahid Mahmood hasn't faced the ball yet, gets ready to face his first. There's still 2 to go in this over. They're needing 19 of 8 deliveries. Oh, we're going into that last over here, Phil G.
Oh, it's getting good, isn't it?
Played away, got to run, got to take it on. Will be just a single. They're not going to take on the hand and the arm of Naveed Ahmed. We know how crucial he could be. So, single taken, Solanki. What a good over this has been. Just the 8 from it so far.
This ball is massive. This is absolutely massive, this one. They're all going to be huge, but this one especially. Where does this one go?
Hits it well to the fielder. Makes no mistakes. Takes a single. Good fielding. Doesn't throw it away unnecessarily. He knows it's only a single. Holds on to it. Well, folks, hold your horses. Here we go. We're in the Goldilocks zone as far as the wind predictor is saying. Bohemians now have fallen behind. It's Brno who are the favourites, 57% to 43. 17 needed off the last over. A place in qualifier 2 up for grabs. The loser will be eliminated.
That's right. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. 17 runs or better, and the Bohemians step up and get into qualified 2, which gets played later on this afternoon. They will face the team who doesn't win qualifier 1. That's the game after this one. And you're right, Rico, for the loser, it's a sit down, have a think about it, get yourself rehydrated, jump in the car and spend the rest of your Sunday. Well, they might spend the rest of the Sunday here as a spectator, won't they? Watching right the way through to the trophy ceremony, I'd like to think. So we'll see 146 for 3. And I tell you what, there's a lot of nervous people out there. The dugout from the Bohemians, there's a lot of people standing. They can't sit down. It's like they've got ants in their pants, possibly. If so, they're all the ants from in here, Rico. They've all gone out to the Bohemian dugout. There's a lot of time being taken for Mahtab Khan to get his field placings absolutely spot on. Here we go. 10th starts.
Oh, he starts with a big pitched up delivery, which has been missed out on. Oh, it was kind of over pitched. And Kranthi has missed it.
Oh, boy. The nerves are jingling. Can't believe his hand got bat on ball. Rico, you said it. You got to get bat on ball.
Bat on ball. Here's the next. He goes for it, but it's this catchable. Fielder comes in and holds on to the catch. It's another dot ball. That is going to be the end of Kranthi. Kranthi will go for 2. It means that this over's gone dot, dot. The second dot of wicket. New batter will come out. 17 required now of 4 deliveries.
Oh, that's made it really tough now for Bohemians. Really good catch there held by the skipper. Norkande stands strong, holds it above his eyes, throws the ball away in celebration, puts the hands up and says, guys, save your celebration till after this game is done. Doesn't want his team losing it here in those last few balls. Or this is going to be a tight finish.
Oh, it's going to be very, very tight. All right, this you just feel with the new batter that's come out here, you just feel that he's got to try and crunch this to the boundary. It's Suklain Mukhtar that has come in at number 6.
Watch Zahid Mahmood. See if the non-striker tries to get on strike immediately, no matter what.
Hit in the air, but it's another catching opportunity. And this one will be held. Pankaj holds to the catch. And not only is it another wicket, it just means that in this final over that Mahtab Khan is on a hat-trick.
That's terrific. Pankaj there holds his nerve, holds his second catch, and this catch was just as important as the early one he took. This one was a bit easy. It was skied. He takes it. He throws the ball back. He knows the job's not yet done. It's not done until the umpire says game. There's a duck somewhere in the commentary box here as Suklain Mukhtar walks off. Can't believe he's gone for a first baller.
Oh, it's a small margin. Just gets the toe end part of the bat, not the middle. If it came on the middle, it would go all the way. We've seen one hat-trick in Czechia already. It was in the Challenger Division from Mr. MVP of the Challenger Division. Always, here we go, hat-trick ball. Khan bowls it. Batter tries to get it away. He can't put it with this ball not going to the boundary. It basically seals the fate, you would believe, for Bohemians. The reigning champions look like they're going out here. Bruno, this time round, are going to hold on. They were up against it for most of this innings. Most people were expecting the chasing side to do it. But as we said, things can change around here pretty quickly. Khan has bowled a great over. Zahid Mahmood hits this hard, gets it over the fielder. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. But it's too little, too late. He was at the wrong end. They needed to get him on strike. And, well, unless it's a no-ball 7 up, this match is done and dusted.
Indeed correct. Zahid Mahmood, I thought he was going to try to get on strike in that previous ball, but unfortunately, in that previous one where the wicket fell, Sakle Mukhtar just came undone in that delivery. Well, okay, belt to 4 shows he should have been there on strike.
And that is it.
It's good.
It is done. Bruno will keep on going. Their hopes are alive to make it all the way to the final and maybe get their hands on the trophy. They're going to still have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to win 3 matches in the day, but they have booked their spot in qualifier number 2. And sadly, we have to say goodbye to the reigning champions, Bohemians. They fall at the elimination stages.
How about that? What a great game this was. A terrific attempted run chase here. History was against the Bohemians here. I mentioned it before. The highest run chase was around about 121 in a final here in ECS Czechia. So history sort of was going against them. But wow, they really made a good account for themselves. A 151 for 5 after 10. At one point, Rico, I thought they were going to absolutely walk this total. They looked hot.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying in the chat, weren't they? Looks like they're going to do it with an over to spare. But there's an old saying, Phil, in cricket, and it's one that's so true. Catches win you matches. Now, in these highlights, you're going to see 2 very good catches. One, that removes Babu from Solanki. It was a key catch. And then the other one, that one from Hamidullah. That ball went so high up the air, pressure on it. We know that Pramod was smashing the ball all over the place. Those 2 wickets, those 2 catches win them that match.
I totally agree. Absolutely agree. That was a real pressure moment for that catch to be taken on the boundary line. Yeah, Pankaj Bhagat takes a good catch. But Solanki's catch off Niraj Mishra, massive to get rid of Babu.
Yeah.
Have a look here now. You can see it's confirmed. Qualified 2. Burno have booked themselves into qualified 2. They are the current ECL representatives of Czechia, and they have got themselves in there. They're going to be absolutely stoked, and qualify 1's coming your way. Well, a bit later on, very shortly though.
Very shortly. Let's have a look at the highlights. And, well, it was a scintillating start. For the second time in the day, we saw the openers put 100 on the board. Babu started just in awesome form. He was smacking it big, smacking it hard, and they had no answer to him really. Wherever they bowled, he found a way to club the ball to the boundary, and club it he did. 5 6s and 7 4s on his way to that 65. They needed the breakthrough to come, and eventually it was a shot similar to that would see him get out. And this was just masterclass batting. That was an opportunity there for Grover. He was on 19 at the time when he offered that caught on bowl chance, but they weren't to take it, and Grover kept on going. Then they sort of changed over a little halfway through as Babu took a rest and Grover got going. Both of them were on course to bring up their half centuries around that 16 ball mark. Just more epic timing really, and we've seen a glorious array of shots, but this was the catch. That was a changing moment for me. A great catch from Solanki. Solanki had the chance to remove Pramod. I think it was it was Grover. That was it there. Grover dropped on 48, but Grover got to his 50, and when he got to his 50, I said then, it's got to be the batter that sees them home. He's a set batter. He gets himself out. I mean, that was an interesting one there, wasn't it?
Oh, this is the 3, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the dive there from Grover to make sure he gets home. And that catch, that was huge. That was Sahil Grover getting undone, trying to go for the big hit down the ground of Vasil Devan, and Bhagat hangs onto a bit of a missile.
Yeah. Then Pramod. Now, he came out there and he smashed the ball all over the place. And it's Prasad, 24 of 9. And then that was the catch to remove him. So that catch there and the first one from Solanki makes all the difference. The other batters came out. They were trying to get the boundaries. They had to get the boundaries. but the captain finding the safe hands of the fielders. Pankaj takes another one out there, and we saw the captain Noor take a catch, and then this one just gets left. But by that time, the match is already done. They needed 17 off the last. They don't get there. It's a win by 11 runs for Bruno. What a good match that was. What a start to finals day, Phil.
It was an incredible start. It really was. A lot of sweaty hands and sweaty palms out there. Around about sort of over number 7. And a couple of the BCC guys walking past looking very happy indeed. Unfortunately, the Bohemians also walking past our dugout, not looking impressed with that. Have a look at the batting card. How impressive. The top 3 batters getting into the runs and making them really quick too. Naushad Babu, 65 from 22, the top run scorer in this tournament. Done very well with another half century. Sahil Grover helped themselves to a second half century as well, and good support there from Prasad. Interesting to note, the last 2 overs went for just 14 runs. It was such a turnaround from those previous big overs. You know, we had a magical over from Navid Ahmed, 21 runs there, but the overs like 17, 19 runs, 19 runs, 15, 18, 14, and then suddenly the last 2 only go for 14. Yeah. Well done to the bowlers here. 2 for 22 from Mahtab Khan, bowled really well, and Arun Vesadevan gets a very important wicket, 1 for 29 from him. There it is. Eliminator is done and dusted. 162 for 3 is the score put on the board from Burno Cricket Club. Mohammad Ratul with a 77 and Dylan Stain with a 53. Amazing batting from them, wasn't it?
Amazing match. Yeah, something I just thinking about. I mean, thinking about that first innings, 162, Phil. Remember the last over?
Yeah.
The last over goes for 22. Wow. How big was that? And that was when Hamidullah faced 2 balls and scored 10. 1-4, 1-6. Hamidullah then also takes that Skyer. So, 2 big moments from the same player, hitting 2 balls to the boundary. They win by 11. If he doesn't do that, hey, we're talking golden ball.
Exactly.
We're talking golden ball. And then he holds on to a great catch. So it just goes to show that sometimes those little small moments in matches like this, high-scoring matches, can make all the difference. But what a thriller it was. Well done to Bruno. We're going to see them a little bit later on. They're going to have time to just have a little bit of a rest here now. But then, of course, we've got to sadly say goodbye to Bohemians. Last year's champions, they played some really good cricket. I mean, that run chase that they pulled off when these 2 teams met early was quite exceptional. But not to be this time round.
It is indeed not to be, and that's they're going to be disappointed about that, being the reigning champions. They don't get a chance to defend their title in the final, and they're going to have to go off and, I guess, lick their wounds and have a bit of a think about it. But they have entertained us, and we thank them so much for the competition they've brought to this tournament. Exceptional stuff. Fantasy dashboard on the screen there for you. The Prague Tigers take on Prague CC in qualifier number 1. That's kicking off here in approximately 14 and a half minutes time, and a couple of ins and outs. Have a look at Prague Cricket Club. So Usama Salim comes back in. Raj and Samira also come back in. Samira there with going to help out with the bowling. He is a gun bowler, been in and out of the national squad, but part of the national team for a few years now. And it's good to see Raj back in. Raj, who does so much work here at the ground as well. Good mate of mine. And for the Prague Tigers, there's a couple of ins there, including 1 more alarm. We've got 3 alarms into the Prague Tigers. It could be alarm time for the Prague Cricket Club if they don't get off to a good start. You can see there, it's coming your way very shortly. The clock says 13 minutes away. Qualify 1. Join me, Phil G, alongside Rico Full for that, as we just catch our breath after that eliminator. And we'll see you back here at the ground in about 8 minutes' time for the start of the Qualify 1 here in this ECS Czechia Premier Division Finals Day.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Hello everybody, welcome back. It is now going to be qualifier 1 here on finals day in ECS Czechia Premier Division. This is the second match of today. Qualifier 1 features the two teams who finished in first and second place in the standings. That of course is going to be Prague Tigers and the Prague Cricket Club. Well, Prague Tigers, let's just give them a bit of a wrap up right now because nobody would have expected Prague Tigers to finish undefeated after the group stage before we started this tournament. Not that people didn't give them a chance. They've had a pretty good season so far. They had a great year last year. Just in the last 24 months, I've been so impressed with the Prague Tigers, and this shows their tenacity, and it shows just how much they've grown as a club, and now they're playing for a spot in the final in ECS Czechia Premier Division. This is going to be a huge game for them. For PCC, they've been here before. They know what to expect. These guys are the exponents at playing finals here on this ground in Vinoj. They've been here every single finals campaign. They only lost the final, the last game of the series, the first time last year to the Bohemians. So for them, they're going to get through this one. They're going to be really focused. They want to get 1 foot into the final. Big game coming up. Let's get across to Charles Croucher, our tournament referee, who's done a stellar job throughout this entire tournament. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss. Take it away, Charles.
Thanks, Phil, and good morning. Welcome to the toss for Qualifier 1. Prague Tigers with PCC to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We would like to ball first.
PCC won the toss, and they'll bowl.
There you have it. Thanks so much for that, Charles. Prague Cricket Club win the toss, and Riddick Tomar, the captain, says pretty quickly, want to have a bowl first. They've obviously got a game plan against the Prague Tigers, and they're looking to execute that plan, and this is a big one. I'm telling you that for nothing. Prague Tigers, let's see how they go batting first. I've seen them chasing some pretty big scores. They look so confident chasing when they know what they've got to get. This is going to be a real test for them to see them put a big score on the board, and then the Prague Cricket Club batters, all the big names we know, to come out and chase that one down later on in their innings. So it's warmed up here. The breeze has dropped as well. It's getting quite warm. It's probably about 24, 25 degrees right now. It's still good for cricket. This is qualifier 1. The winner goes straight into this afternoon's final. The one who doesn't win, don't use the word loser, we'll just say the one who doesn't win, they will play the winner of the eliminator, and we're going to look forward to that game coming up later on. But this game itself, it's mouth-watering, it's finals day, this is action, ECS are plenty, I'm loving this, I hope you are as well. Let's get over to Rico Full in the commentary box. Rico, the news on the toss, Prague Cricket Club won the toss, going to have a bowl first, let's get into it.
Let's get into it indeed, and how can you not love it, especially after that first match. What an entertaining start to finals day here in Czechia. That's the Scott Page ground. You can see just on the other side of it is the Banks ground as well. 2 beautiful grounds, great facilities, and the views around here are sensational. We will take the time to show you some of the views from the tower. You can see the tower there at the other end where the cameramans are. Let's take a quick look at this. Now, one thing that you'll notice from the Prague Tigers, there's no Sababundovici in the side. Now, remember, he did catch another ball on his finger yesterday. We're told that finger is broken, not playing in this match, and that's why you got Mars Murudin in the side. And Samuel Alarm coming in. There's no Beast either. Beast a little bit poorly this morning. So the Prague Tigers are going to have to try and get through this qualifier without those 2. And I'm pretty sure that the way things go here, that if whatever happens, whether it's playing in the qualifier number 2 or in the final, that maybe certainly the Beast might recover by then. And who knows whether their Saba will play with a sort of wrapped up finger. Because even though his finger was causing him trouble yesterday, he did bat still well enough to go out there and score healthy runs for his side. But we'll have to wait and see. This is what the win predictor is saying. The Prague Tigers, nobody would have expected that. 55% to 45 favourites. With those 2 players out, that probably strengthens their chances slightly as well. But I mean, what Phil said about the Tigers out there is more or less what myself and Phil were saying, myself and Danny were saying yesterday. And Phil and I talked about this a bit today as well. They've just been outstanding. They've been pleasant to watch, a joy to watch. They perform well. One thing that we were saying, though, is how will they perform when they get a little bit of pressure put on them? We know that 3 of the opening batters are quite powerful, but we haven't seen the depth from them once those 3 go. So this is going to be a good test for them. Osama Salim is going to open up the bowling, and looks like here's the first one. He gets a bit of out of way, and that's the way these guys play. They are just dangerous. They like to go big straight away. So that's Hossein who gets off the mark. Hossein out there with Fahad Shakil. These 2 have been good. Shakil, I've liked him. I've liked him for the first time I saw him. We hadn't seen him play here in Czechia before, and he just looks like a good player. And he scored runs yesterday where he got to a fine 35 of 11. Sagar Hussain scored a half-century. Usman Butt smashed 35 of 14 as well. But with Shaquille, I don't feel he's got to the big score that he's destined for just yet. And a bit of a swing and a miss on this occasion as Usama Salim gets this one to go by at a fair amount of pace. That's good delivery. Walks back to his mark. The umpires for this match, by the way, is umpire Wahid and Shubit. And Venki, after spending his time in the middle, is the third umpire. And of course, we saw the sheriff at the coin toss doing, once again, another good job out there in the middle. Hussain plays that down the ground. It's going to get over the infield, and it's not going to slow down for the fielders. And that's going to be 4 more. Hussain takes the aerial route. They bat well in the power play, do the Prague Tigers. In fact, I think in every match that they've played, looks like there's an issue here for the batter. It's Hussain that gets the, just showing the bat to the umpire. It's quite an interesting one because it's actually not. This is weird. I'll tell you why in a moment. It's actually not Hussain. That was Fahad Shakil, who hasn't faced a ball yet. So it looks like, has he gone out there with a busted bat? I mean, come on. The umpire surely will say, hang on, you ain't faced a ball yet. That's your problem. You shouldn't have come out with it. And it looks like there might be, well, Venki's running on here now as well. Venki's running on. There might be there. He's looking at it there saying, oh no, I've taken the wrong bat out with me. This one's got a bit missing. Well, Venki's run out there with something for, I think Venki's now having a look, or, well, I don't know what's happened there. Venki's run out and took something out and maybe put a little plaster on it or something. I don't know. As Phil G joins me back in the commentary booth. Phil, I don't know what's happening there with the bat there of Shaquille. Well, he's had some treatment to it already, but he ain't faced a ball.
Yeah, Venky's just put a Band-Aid on it, I think. Just maybe just a bit of injury there to the bat. I'm not sure what that was about. Another wide there. So a couple of wides here, trying to keep it away from the blade of Sagar Hussain, who's impressed us. He's batted very well throughout this tournament. And, yeah, really, really impressed with him. And, yeah, it's a good start here as well for the Tigers. Trying to rattle the cages of PCC, who, as you say, Rico, they're short a couple of their big guns, their regular big guns, with Saba, unfortunately, suffering a broken finger in that catch he took yesterday. He'd always had a bit of a niggle there on the hand from the Central Europe Cup as well, so that's unfortunate for him. Well taken. How about that? Well, the breakthrough, Arun is under. He doesn't drop very many at all. He just takes a couple of steps in, and this is a big celebration, massive wicket. Sagar Hussain goes, and PCC, who feature in every finals campaign here in ECS Czechia, they feature in every final game, and I'm talking about the final in ECS Czechia. They have got a breakthrough early in the first.
Yeah, they get a breakthrough. This Arun takes a straightforward catch. Wasn't quite there for that shot. That's what Hussain will know that. He tries to go over the top of the infield, but on this occasion it does happen. Looks like he's got a bit of an issue with his wrist there. He's got the glove off, and you can see he's going for the motions of moving that wrist around, but just doesn't get the elevation to beat the field on the offside. That's disappointing for the Tigers. They do lose a wicket early. And Fahad Shakil will now be joined by a new batter. And this is a guy I don't think we've seen too much of. So this is Mars Muniruddin that comes into the side. I mean, he certainly didn't play while I've been watching him, unless he played the couple of that day that I was off on Friday. And he's going to get lucky. He almost hoiks out to mid-wicket first ball.
Now, this is our first look at Mars Muniruddin. We haven't seen him before. And yeah, he's almost hit one right up in the air. And Salim, he's looking for a second. He's just asked the umpire, we've got one more to go. Yep, umpire says, yes, you do. You've got one more to go. So get through this one. Our first look at Muniruddin, and Shakil at the non-strikers end, thinking, I'd like to get on a strike because I want to get some runs here, because he's the biggest run getter for the Prague Tigers in this tournament. Bowler in again. Hits that one nicely, straight down the ground. Well, Shakil, the man I just mentioned, he has to take some evasive action here as the ball goes right between his legs. And that over finishes with another boundary. Watch this from the reverse angle. How close was this? Oi, wake up, wake up. If you're not wake up now, you certainly will be. And good bit of getting out of the way. And there you go. Let's have a look at the schedule coming up. This is Qualifier 1. Prague Tigers taking on Prague Cricket Club. The two teams finishing top of the standings. And the winner of this game goes straight into the final, which is starting later on today, 5 o'clock local time, or 3 o'clock GMT, 8:30 Indian Indian Standard Time. But this two teams going head-to-head here. This is a really good mouth-watering qualifier, and congratulations for both of them for finishing first and second in the standings.
Yeah. The one that doesn't win will have to play Brno. Now, that is a fixture I think you want to avoid, especially after that performance from them in that last match. So you got to and want to get the win and book your place in that final. And that also means that you have most of the afternoon to just chill out and relax.
Yep, totally agree there. Yeah, the fact that you've got to play one extra game to try to get your hand on the trophy can always cause issues here. It's going to be Naveen Padmaraju who's going to come into bowl the second. This is good. A big fan of this man with the ball. He's been in the national team lineup for a few years. Not in at the moment, but he's been a bit of a mainstay. He actually resides in Slovakia, and he always happy to drive up for the weekend matches. Been part of PCC for many years now as well, and he's good. One of the good guys. Always got a smile on his face. Always happy to come over and have a chat when he sees one of the crew, or he sees me around. So that's always good. Nice and positive he is. Shaquille, he's looking to try to get off the mark. Elevates. And, well, that's one way to get off the mark, as that lands on the other side of the rope. Big Maximo to open his account.
Yeah, well, Padmaraju just a little bit over-pitched here, and he's onto it like a flash. Is Fahad Shakil. Nice shot. Beautifully played. We get 6 runs there, nicely out of the middle of the bat. So Dave is in the chat. Hello, Dave. Well, Dave definitely is having it easy like a Sunday morning. It's Dave, I suppose you've woken up, had a few egg in the holes, and are now ready to be with us. And it's good to have you with us. We've had a good gang. We do have a good gang on the chat today. It's been very bright and breezy. A lot of chat.
Whoa.
It's a good take, isn't it?
It's a good take, but I tell you what, that is almost... How close is this to the stumps? He's almost has bowled him around his legs. Look at this. This is actually a lot closer. That cuts in. It just straightened a bit, but it was actually originally on the angle to take out leg stump. Not a bad idea. Interesting line of attack to Shaquille to try doing this. Going around the wicket. Well, that was slow, and that was Gundy. Yeah. That was not clever at all. It goes for 4. Lucky didn't get hit to the car park.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery. I think if you try it once, then the batter knows that's what your approach is going to be. But then to try it with a slower delivery again, which is short as well, well, a batter like Fahad Shakil is not going to miss the opportunity. And he bangs that one away as well. And 2 boundaries for him. He's off and going.
Interesting comment in the chat from Arnie Raghuwanshi. I'll just clarify that for just after this delivery. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Fielder coming a long way in. Oh, it bounces just in front. And it's Riddick Tomar, the captain. He's saying, look, I was all the way back there. I had to come all the way in here. That's why I couldn't take the catch. There you go. It's put down to the ground. Well, it's not even put down. He's a good 2 metres shy there. Arnie Raghuwanshi mentions that Prague Tigers using other country players to win this league. That's not exactly correct, and I'll tell you why. Because the stipulation from the Federation was that every team could bring in maximum of 2 players from a non-ICC affiliated country, and most of the clubs have done that. Yeah. So I think it's a bit harsh to just highlight Prague Tigers on that account. Don't think you've quite got that right, Arnie. It's a bit, a little bit unfair on the Tigers. Bowler in again. Oh, that's a wide ball. Just pushes that one a little bit too far beyond the tram line. Umpire Shabit Butcher there confirming that is indeed wide.
Yeah, it's just missing the line. I think that's a good call from the umpires. And Naveen Padmaraju just struggling to get into the rhythm of things here early on.
It looks like we've got Vinny Sandu. We've managed to scare him out of bed and into the chat, Rico. Hello there, Vinny. Tuning in from Finland. Good to see you.
Well, I think Vinny probably had to get out of bed earlier than us because he took an early flight to Finland. But the thing is, Vinny, you've got the rest of the day now to lurk. I hope you checked in. I hope the hotel is nice as well. But time for you just to chill out. Knowing Vinny, he'll have his music on. He'll have the cricket on one of his screens, and yeah, he'll be taking it nice and easy. I'm sure he's ordered himself a spot of lunch as well.
Really? You think he might have maybe lunch in bed, maybe get himself nice and settled there with the tray on the table and all that sort of business?
Yeah.
Anyway, Vinny, thanks for dropping in saying hello. Good
You
to
know,
hear you.
we're talking about Vinny Sandhu. I'm sure he gets 5-star luxury service wherever he goes, and I'm sure they can't wait in Finland to get that series started.
Oh,
How's
yeah.
the weather there? Because I know that
Yeah.
it was looking a little bit dicey on some of those days with a bit of forecast of rain. So hopefully it's okay. End of that over, by the way. 2 overs completed. 28 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, tell you where there's no chance of rain, and that's here in Prague. Vinoj is looking a picture at the moment. It is heating up, though. I can tell you now the temperature's definitely pushing towards the mid-20s, maybe even climbing a bit higher. We're not even into midday. It's not even 11 o'clock in the morning here. I guarantee it's around about 25, 26 degrees out there in the centre. It's going to get warmer and warmer as day goes on. The afternoon matches are going to be played under temperatures of about 31 to 32 degrees. Barely a cloud in the sky. Out in the centre, it's going to feel a lot warmer. Yeah, whichever team has got to play the 3 games to get the trophy, they're gonna. Oh, it's going to test their fitness. Nicely played. Takes a bit of a funny old bounce. Actually, the weird bounce that ball took actually worked in favour. It was Davison Romani there fielding in close. Actually helped him. Managed to take the ball around about chest height, and it's Davison Romani bowling there, but just takes it chest height and a nice dot ball there.
A good stop. Raghuvanshi is saying thank you for the information to yourself. Okay, thank you, Raghuvanshi. It's sometimes it's always nice to have all the facts.
Yeah.
And thank you for Phil to just not just for you, but for all of us, just letting us know how that works. And I think that's fair enough. I think that's a good chat because look, it's great to see people, you know, the likes of Babu, the likes of Lala, that have come across, and 1 or 2 others as well, and they don't get the opportunity to play otherwise. So I think that's a good chat.
But also, Arnie, I'll say this to you as well. We've enjoyed your interaction between with the chat and both with us and Rico and also with Danny as well. So I can tell you now the commentary team has enjoyed your contributions along the way, Arnie, and keep them coming. We like to engage. We'd like to make sure that all good information is out there for everybody. Romani continues. Short, it's hit uppishly. I tell you what, it wasn't cleanly hit, but it's gone over the head of the fielder. That's Smit Patel patrolling the mid-on area. Goes over his head for 4 runs. Needed that one. Things just getting a little bit slow there for the Tigers. We've only had, we had 2 boundaries in the previous over from Naveen. That's the first one off this over.
Yeah, they're going at 14s, which isn't bad. I'm liking the bowling here of Davidson Romani. I've liked him. I think he's sharp, he's quick, and I think if he gets the ball in the right areas, he'll certainly pick up some wickets. I like that from Vinny Sandhu. He comes back and says he'll probably head into lunch, into Helsinki for lunch, and his butler, Rhino, will surely know a few places. Yeah, of course, he is doing that tournament with Andrew Ryan. This is going to be a good bit of foot fielding, and it's almost like the ball is going into the back of the net and the defender comes along and gets a foot on it. Here it is, yes, there.
And good teamwork because he had a teammate chasing the whole way. They knew they were going to do that. That's very, very clever from PCC. They're a well-drilled team, and that's why they're a team that features in the final here in ECS Czechia every single year. There's something about PCC, folks. They just never say die.
Oh, that's a Gundy ball. It's a very good take from the keeper. Good hands there from Aditya Katiwala. Now, he's somebody who's been in good form at the moment. I'm hearing he's having a very good domestic season as well, Katiwala.
He's having a great domestic season. Highest run scorer in the Division 1 of the T20 league here. He just finds a way of getting runs every single time. Speaking to a couple of the other captains over this Premier Division, and they're all saying, watch for Katiwala. He'll probably end up getting like player of the season in Division 1. He is looking red hot at the moment. So Romani in again. Oh, how about that? That's a danger to the cars. Oh, car park watch. Oh boy, that just for a second, I was looking at the car that's probably closest in the corner there, the dark SUV.
Yeah.
I thought that could be in trouble. What a shot from Shaquille.
He's so quick onto it. He's got quick hands, as Shaquille, and there's no messing about with him. He is, he's a good player and good. He knows it as well, but he's still yet to get that big score for me. Maybe he's gonna perform in this qualifier. A really nice shot from him, put away. Romani just losing his line a little bit again. 12 off the over with the ball to go. Well, that's the second boundary in the over. They've sort of been averaging around about 2 boundaries. That's going to be the third. And that's a beautiful pickup. What a pickup this is. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba from the árbitro. 6 carreras. Qué guay. Qué genial. Qué grande.
Yeah, what a lovely strike that is. Have a look at this. Just helps it on its way. Doesn't again try to overhit it, but he's placed it perfectly. Uses the pace of Romani to help that across the line. Just remember too that Farhad Shakil, he is the highest run scorer for the Prague Tigers in this competition for them. 171 before this game. And have a look at that power play. 46 for 1 off the power play. That last over goes for 18. So Davis Romani, Danny and I felt he's got about a yard faster since last year. I think he's just bulked up. He's just got a lot more fitter over the winter into this year. And he does have a little bit more pace about him. And he's bowling well, but in that over, just a little bit wayward and maybe just not getting the right length on a few of those deliveries. 18 off the over.
Yeah, and as we know, sometimes pace is not everything. And Dave's saying he was just waking up. He had a long night of music. Yesterday, you were allowed because yesterday it was World Music Day. And I'm sure you enjoyed yourself. I hope it was a great evening. Ball camping saying that was crap. That was a massive hit, a massive shot.
Ravi Solanki now to change things up a bit. Hit up in the air and over the top. And you can see that Samira, that's hit production.
They're going to go back to the screener. There he is.
There he is. There's Alex.
Show that again.
What's going on, he says.
Alex comes out and says, who's knocking on my door? Well, the last time this happened, Alex jumped out of his skin. And he pressed the wrong button and put the comms cam on.
Let's get ready in case he does get a fright. We're ready, Alex.
We're ready this time, Alex.
Alex, are you ready? No, okay, he's all right. He's all right.
Oh, show us that again. Well, we're going to have to ask Alex to show us that again. 4 runs, by the way. 4 more. Romani dives at this. Can't stop it. Solanki is going to be hit for 4. 6 and 4. I tell you what, now is Mars Muruddin, who's hungry for more.
That is a cracking good shot there. Romani just does got. Here we go. Here's the replay. Look at this. Knocks on the wall. And who sticks his head out of the cabin and says, what's that about you? What are you kids doing out there with this ball and this cricket? Who are you? What's this? Who owns that is what he's saying. You young kids and your sport. Nice one. That's cut nicely, or it's not too far away from the fielder, a backward point, but is going to go for another boundary. And this is Muniruddin. He's getting amongst the runs. He's carving up a good innings here.
Yeah, well, things got started there by Shakir going for 18. Taking 18 off Romani's over. Now, Muniruddin is deciding to getting stuck into some pudding. Pudding bowling maybe here from Ravi Solanki. 3 balls, 3 boundaries.
Yeah, Ravi Solanki won't be happy with that. He's been around for a few years now. He's even played with the Prague Cricket Club at Kartma for ECL. Not this year, but last year.
I'm just gonna leave you for a second. Something's just blown out in front of us. We're talking about blowing. There's another one that's been blown to the boundary. Oh. Well, I'm going to pop outside because I've just found something that I think we can make use of.
Okay, go get it. All right, I'll keep the chat and the crowd entertained here as we see that lovely strike there through the vacant point region. There he is. There's Rico getting a little bit of something from the. Can we get the camera on that? Can we get the scaffolding camera on the front of our cabin, please? And maybe show the crowd, show the chat what we've picked up. Just taking a moment. There we go. Yep, there he is. Go, buddy. There's Rico coming back into the commentary box there with a bit of a sign. Yeah, we're going to keep that for maybe for Comcams, I reckon. We should put it behind us. What a great idea. Nice hit down the ground. Oh, a bit of work there for Smith Patel to do. But when Smith is on the job, oh, now bowler's taken a really rough bounce here. I think he's just warned that one on the bounce. Just into the forehead. I think he's okay. He's just maybe just giving him a slight little brush. Let's hope he's all right. That was a really rough one. No shame, no problem on the fielder throwing it in. It's hit something and ricocheted up. Hope he's all right. Arun Ashokan and you see there's Shobit just there. He's there just checking on him, making sure he's all right. I think he's okay. I think it was more just the shock of that ball just hitting something and getting up in the air. Watch this. It just hits the edge of the pitch and flies up. I think he's okay, though.
It's nasty. Nasty one there for Solanki, but he's, well, what's also nasty is that he might go for 20, 19 of it so far.
Bowls to Shaquille now. Shaquille has to try to get a bit of a sweep, and it goes pretty square. Good work there in the outfield to stop that one. That's Aravind Sridhar, who's out there. Just knocks it down, keeps in front of him. So it is going to be 20 off the over. It does go magical. Solanke, he does come back with a couple of good balls there towards the end, but he went 6, then 3 4s in a row, and he got carted around pretty badly. 66 for 1 after 4. Tigers looking good, going at 16, half and over.
Yeah, they've got, after going off 14s for the first 2 overs, you can see that steady incline, 18 and 20 off the next 2. So they're doing what we know the Tigers can do. But Prague CC will know, I mean, another wicket or 2. All right, they have brought Muniruddin into the side. Is going well. They've also got Usman Butt can really absolutely smash it. And still got the likes of the captain, Amin Hussain, to come in. So they've got batters still. But I think Prague CC will still believe that a couple of wickets here will slow the momentum down. Who's going to get those wickets though for them? Maybe it's going to be Smith Patel.
Oh, not with balls like that, as that has been absolutely caned over the scaffolding. That's gone a really long way back. And I mean, that has gone a long way back. And Smith Patel, welcome to the bowling attack. There, go get that.
Well, who's in the tower? Give us a thumbs up, because I reckon your hands are shaking. Hands are shaking and the knees are weak up there, because this was coming your way. Oh, well, this was, there we go. There's the thumbs up.
Good stuff.
We're okay. Oh, there. That was a scary one. What a lovely shot from Shaquille.
Wow. On the next one, he misses that one a little bit easier, takes the hand off the bat. He thought it was a wide ball. The umpire didn't think it was a wide ball, and he's the one who's most important. Shaquille on 30 from 9 deliveries. Muniruddin, he's taken a bit longer, but he's on 29 from 13, but he was looking pretty good in the previous over, getting things going as well. PCC looking to just rein these boundaries in. Well, that's a Baximo for the ages, that one. Even the wicketkeeper gives a little round of applause for that one. I don't know if you caught that one, but yeah, Kadawala, he recognises talent when he sees it, because he himself is talent. Watch this again. Into position, and it just is a pure Baximo, and 6.
6 runs.
What a good shot.
Yeah, he jumps across, doesn't he, play this? Not quite where he wanted it.
Not exactly.
He didn't want it to go over the keeper, probably wanted it more to go the 45, but good shot to play. There's nobody there, and it wouldn't surprise me if he goes to play it again, you know.
Well, look at the gap. Well, backwards square is trying to move a bit finer, but I think he needs to go more fine than that. Smith in again, and this time the wide ball is left. Yeah, that gap, Rico, that was actually quite a gap, quite pronounced, and they still haven't plugged it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a wide, by the way. I think that goes over the line. Look at the bowler, turns back and says, umps. But, yeah, I think they've been very good, the umpires, and those getting most of those right, but that one I don't think was. And that one, well, forget signaling wide, now put them up in the air. You just don't care, because that is 6 runs, as umpire Waheed will stretch his arms to signal another boundary. What a good shot this is. And Fahad Shakil, he's starting to show the world what he can do, starting to show the world what I feel he can do. He's a good bat. Just doesn't want to find a way to get out. And that's the thing, find a way to get out. Because I don't think teams have got him out. I think he's got himself out.
I think so too, yep. He hasn't had a not out in his innings, so he's averaging about 34, but he's got 170 runs, 171 before this innings. He's played that beautifully. How about the placement?
Look at that.
Honestly, that is needlepoint embroidery perfect. He threads the field with this ball. Watch this one more time. How good. Oh, just brilliant.
This is the shot of the day so far. It doesn't have to be brutal. Sometimes it just has to be timed and caressed to the boundary. That is top draw. They don't come better than that.
That accuracy was absolutely fantastic. And you're right, just the temperament of the batter, not to overhit it, not to try to crash it for a Maximo, but just the way he's just come down on a full delivery as easy as you like a hot knife through butter, just boom, done, boundary, thank you, next delivery, please. Yeah. And the last ball of the 5th coming up then. So 89 for 1. Last ball of Patel's over. He's already gone for 23. It's already gone magical. Shaquille on a heater here. Oh, and he's put that one into outer space and then some, Rico. That's on the other field. Look at it. There it is. There it is. It's on the Hugo Banks field as the score races to 95 for 1, and it brings up Shaquille's 52 off 13. That is astonishing hitting from that man. He's having a tournament and a half.
बहुत बधाइयाँ Vahid Shakir और ये half century पूरी कर ली, and he does it with a monster shot. What a shot that is. Well, we'll talk more about it in the ComScam as we invite you into the commentary position. Yeah, well, there it is. I keep saying that this Fahad Shakir is something special.
Yeah.
We saw it the first time we saw him when we were looking up to see where he's played before. Hadn't played on network before.
That's
He
right.
batted beautifully, he bowled beautiful. He's a classy player. And dare I say it, he's got time to go all the way, you know. I'm calling it early. Could go all the way here.
Okay, so we had a little... when I made a commentator's curse, it was put on social media. Thank you very much, ECN, for that as well. So
that was a
maybe it's your-
classic, though. That was a classic.
Hey, credit where it's due, right? Let's see what happens here with the one from my colleague here, Rico. Let's see how you going with that one. But Shaquille, I agree with you. Oh, my God, what a talent. That shot there especially typified that.
He's a talented player. He can play all around the park. And the field here, Prague CC, well, they're in a spot of bother. They've got to find a wicket pretty quickly. Who's going to get that breakthrough? I think they've got to take the pace off. They've got to take the pace off the ball. Try something different. Take the pace off and see if that brings them the wicket. But at the moment, they are under the cosh. 95 at the halfway point.
Well, they're turning to their opening bowler, Salim. They've thrown the ball at him and said, look, we probably would have saved you till a bit later, but, you know, 6th over, we need a breakthrough. We need something to change here. And we've got Muniruddin on strike. He's 29 from 13. Let's see how we go here. Oh, swing and a miss. Good start. Dot ball. Need the dot balls to rack up here just to try to get some scoreboard pressure, because right now, Tigers are having it all their own way. It just seems a little bit easy for them to do this. The two Prague Tiger guys want to come together and have a bit of a chat, and I think the umpire's saying, look, you know, you had a chat just during the break of the over.
Yeah.
Not much more to talk about, so let's get on with it, please. Literally, the square umpire said, no, let's continue.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on the clock. Actually, that's a really good point. Keep your eye on the clock, folks. Short ball, seen early and dispatched as a short ball should. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and just under the European cricket banner there. That was not a great delivery. It was too short, and Salim should know better than that. He's bowled better than that in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the one for the over as well, as the Shobit signals this. But yeah, as Muruddin plays that away quite comfortably, he's not going to be bothered with that sort of delivery coming from Salim. So Salim back to the drawing board, and Muniruddin is making a good start here.
Salim in again. Needs to come back well with this delivery. Oh, it's hit down the ground. It's not quite got it out of the screws. It's going to be a bit of work there for two fielders. They can't do enough to stop that. They featured together a couple of overs ago to stop a boundary. They can't bring it together there on that occasion. So Muniruddin, he's hit that one actually pretty well in the end. Couple of bounces. It went pretty quick. It didn't sound like it was perfectly hit, but it still gets 4 runs.
I don't think, having a look at a lot of the boundaries that are going out there on the, especially those are going along the deck, I don't think they've got the lines right here. What doesn't help them is they don't have it. They don't have a mid-wicket in the 30-yard circle as the bowler comes in again.
Yeah, good point. Oh, crunch. And, in and out of the hands. That was a tough one for Arun there to take that catch. He's already taken 1 catch in that position. This one came low and fast, and he had to get down in a hurry to take this one. Have a look again. He gets a fair chunk of it. And then just as he's going down, he can't hang on to it.
Yeah, it was hit pretty hard, but down goes the chance. Thing is, that's why they've kept those 3. In fact, they've got 4 in the circle on the offside. They've got a backward point in the boundary. And that's why they haven't got the mid-wicket. So if you've got that field, when you get a chance, you've got to take it. It's a bit of luck. Now Shaquille, slower delivery. He paddles this one away. He's comfortable. It's going to go to the boundary. But it doesn't, He's just walking to the other end. I think this is where I think some teams let themselves down. If Bruno were batting out there, that's 2 runs.
Yeah, I agree. And we also saw, funny enough, Babu do that as well. If he'd hit the ball and it didn't go to the boundary, he'd almost do it. I felt that it was almost like I'm disgusted with myself. I'm not going to run because what's the point? It's only 1. Yeah. What's the point? And it's a little bit defeatist to do that. You're right. Burno would have taken 2. Imagine if Dylan Stain was out there. He would have run 2. Bowler in again. Just a bit quicker, that one too. You can see the blade coming down on the bat after the ball had passed. A bit too hot for the keeper as well.
Being called a wide, though. It's a late call. I don't think, again, it's hard from us to see that one from up here, but the umpire, Shubit, has had a look, and in the end, he's called it. The bowler's none too impressed. At the moment, Prague CC not getting too much going their way. There was the drop catch in there from Orun as well.
True. Last ball of the 6 coming up from Salim. Last ball of his bowling spell as well. Hits this one very nicely. There's no boundary rider on the offside. It bounces inside the rope and it goes for 4, but it went really, really fast. If there had been a boundary rider, well, they would have had to be standing right on the spot where this ball bounces to save this one. That went quick, and that's 4 to finish the over.
Yeah, good shot. It just goes back to this field. I don't know, Phil. It doesn't feel right. There's something not right about it. So they've got the guy backward point. Now, I'm just trying to think to myself how many times either one of these right-handers has hit the ball in that area. I don't think none. I don't think there's been any that's gone to backward point. I think you go backward point has to be a sweeper out on the offside, a genuine sweeper. But I think you do need a short mid-wicket in because a lot of balls have gone along the deck through that area.
Yeah.
A short mid-wicket stops it because by the time that ball then gets to the boundary riders, it's picked up pace and it goes through the gap. So they just haven't got this right. You can see why they got the man on the 45 to Shaquille, because Shaquille likes to play the sweep shots. So that makes sense, but I think you also got to be thinking about having at least a sweeper. I think the sweeper on backward point has to come round and be in between the 2 men in cover.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. When you said there's something not right about the field placing, I couldn't put my finger on it. I think you've nailed it there, Rico. I really agree with that.
So you got 2 there. We just saw that shot there. 2 men in the covers pretty close to each other. One of them goes across to the mid-wicket on the circle, and then the gap that's left there is where the sweeper is.
Yeah, Samir into bowl now. Now he bowls middle stump, and it's short. What else is going to happen apart from that shot? So you can stack the off-field side as much as you like, but if your bowler's going to bowl it short like that, and, well, we've got a guest boundary rider there chasing after the ball. Thank you very much, young lady, for doing that for us. It seems that we're running short on boundary riders, but thank you for that. That is not a good ball for your first one, and he knows it too. He turns around straight away, does Samira, goes back to his mark. He knows he's just bowled a gimme.
Yeah, that's Wathage who comes on. I think the first time that I'm seeing him play, so he's obviously in for one of the 2 players missing from yesterday. So in he comes again.
And Samira, again, it's too short, but it's mishit. Luckily for him, it's mishit. And Smit Patel comes in, and he would have been hoping for that one to go a little bit harder to him. But, well, Shaquille probably just gets away with that as he goes to 60 from his 16 deliveries face. Muniruddin, well, he's now on half-century watch, 44 from 18. He's playing a very good innings as well. 119 for 1. We're still not even halfway through the 7th. Big score coming.
It's been a day of partnership. This partnership has already gone past 100, 109 it stands at the moment. That played.
Clipped up, actually, that one, wasn't it? It was a funny old shot, that one. Sort of almost like a back foot drive, but it was quite tall on the player, the bowler there. Have a look again. Just, plays it from almost above the hip. So it was a bit of a funny one. Doesn't try to go square.
I think that's the one where you stay in your crease and you play the pull or the hook shot. Now, that's certainly what I think Shaquille will be looking to do here. Shaquille, I'll talk about him after this delivery. There you go. You know where he's going to put it. Now, this is definitely in danger of getting one of those cars. That has gone a long way. Where has this landed? Oh, what a hit. Your shades are behind you, buddy. What a hit this is. Fahad Shaquille, what I'm noticing about Fahad Shaquille here now, he is not interested in running singles at all.
No.
You could probably argue if he keeps hitting the ball like that, that's fine. But there's just something about him at the moment says, all I'm doing now is hitting boundaries. And when it's a single, he barely runs. So he's just here to hit every ball he can to the boundary.
Oh, it's better delivery from Samir. It's full. It's at in the block hole. Gets punched out for just the 1, so he has to run that one.
Yeah, well, that's good. I like that from Prague CC.
Me too.
And I think that's the way someone like Fahad Shaquille has to learn.
Yep.
You can't play that sort of game. If you're playing proper cricket here, you're playing top-class cricket against a good side, you can't hit a ball and just walk at a snail's pace.
I totally agree.
They're going to attack him and make him run.
Yeah, if I was PCC captain, I'd be saying to all my teams, if he's going to walk this single, you throw that ball as hard as you can. Oh, how about that one? Just off the toes, and that is huge. That's going to bring up Muniruddin he's caned it for another 6. So he goes to 51 from 20 deliveries. Congratulations, Mars, for picking up a half-century. So it's half-centuries happening here between these two. 67 for Shaquille, but now he's been joined in the half-century club. Muniruddin, 51 from 20. Good innings.
Yeah, well done, well batted. Good knock. First time we're seeing him. He came in, he looked little bit cagey with the first couple of shots he played, but once he hit that first boundary, he has a look back. What a great partnership this has been from these two. And they're approaching. It's 123 now they put on. It's been absolutely brilliant. What's been great and what will be great is our calendar. Of course, Finland starts tomorrow. Vinny Sandhu and Andrew Ryan will be talking you through the action. And, well, me and you will have a little break, but only a little one, because we'll be back to bring you the action there in Bulgaria. It's played away, and, well, I'll be there in Bulgaria. Of course, me and you will be back in Belgium together.
That's
you
right.
You can come to Bulgaria if you want. I'll have you.
I'll go to Belgium via Bulgaria out of Prague. Yeah, I wonder how Bizaway will handle that one for us. And they do a cracking good job. They'll find a good solution. I know they will, because they do a great job for us, our friends in the travel sphere there. Bizaway, give them a good proper shout out. They do so much work for us.
They do a lot of work for us. Well, I'll tell you what, maybe we'll see a Bizaway 6.
Here we go.
And not this time.
It's a Romani dot is what it is. Bit of extra spicy hot sauce on that one. And Uniruddin cannot get bat on ball. That's a good delivery. Not too many dots. I just had a quick count of the dots. Before that, there was only 8 dot balls. Sorry, 9 including the wicket that fell. So 9 dot balls so far. Up to 7 overs. That's pretty good from the Tigers. I mean, a lot of boundaries too. There's so many boundaries on the screen in front of me here.
Good delivery. Nicely pitched up Yorker length. Will be fielded there on the boundary. So good from Romani. I know his first over doesn't quite go to plan. It's because the way it ended with a couple of big boundaries from it. But this is going to be interesting now, because Fahad Shakil is kind of batting like, I don't know, best. Maybe he's just boasting a little. Is that a right way to put it? He looks like he's like, yeah, you know, I'm a little bit too good for this. And, well, it could be gone here. Romani has a chance. And,
no.
Never.
No.
Oh, my word.
Rico,
oh, my
he's
word.
dropped a sitter.
Yeah.
Probably one of the easiest caught and bowls he'll ever get to do. He ran hard to get there to take the catch. In the end, he was there with time to spare. And he's grasped it. I thought he had that for all money, Rico. You were calling this and watching this very closely from the doorway.
Yeah.
How has he put that one down? I'll never know.
I just think it's that, you know, when it's a big wicket and you just get all right, got it now. You get overzealous, you get excited. I think he got a bit overexcited and forgot the simple thing you had to do, which was to catch it. What a big let off there for Shakil.
Yeah, massive, that one. Here we go again. It's full. It's clubbed down the ground. Probably just didn't quite see it early enough to really hit that one to a vacant space. Smith Patel has a little bit of the jitters on the boundary line, but he still gets the ball back in time. Just the one. Shakil back on strike. He's 69 from 20. Last ball of the 8th coming up, 137 for 1. Prague Tigers expected score. Supercomputer still likes a one score in the 180s. They've still got a bit of work to do to attain that, but you never know. These two keep going. Oh boy, a lot of pressure off these last 2 overs for PCC.
Yeah, I mean, to get that 187, they've got to go big in the last 2.
Yep.
Oh, big appeal here. He tries to play that cheeky shot and he gets nothing from Mars. Mars says, no, I'm not coming. I don't think there is a signal on there. So, this for Hart saying we should have gone. End of the over, 137 for 1. So, yeah, basically saying they're going to get 50. Oh, it changes a little bit there now.
I just saw that too.
Was expecting them to get 50 of the last 2. I'm not saying it's impossible. These two are in. They're seeing the ball well. And Prague CC, they're being made to work hard and sweat a lot in the field. Let's have a look at the way things are looking. It's been pretty good. Just that one wicket that would fall, and that was Sagar Hussain, who went for 8. Was well caught by Arun, but that's the only joy they've had. Slower delivery to start. Hit down the ground, watch the bounce, and Ritik Toma fires in the throw. There's Muruddin hands the strike back over to Shakil.
Yeah, it's good work there from Riddick. Watch the fielding when they're going to throw to the end for Fahad Shakil. I'm noticing they're very keen to run him out. There's been a few throws to the end he's been going to. So they're very aware of his lax attitude. But there's nothing lax about that, because he leans into this one that's wide and it's right in the slot. That was there to be caned, and it was smoked out of the ground. Shakil happily marches into the 70s now. 75 from 22 for him.
Yeah, Naveen Paramaju comes back on, started the first ball with a real slower delivery. That one's been worked away, and maybe struggling a little bit here with the heat is Fahad Shakil. He's down on the ground, Mind you, having said that, he hasn't run much, so
true.
if he's tired, it's because of all the energy he's exerted in trying to smash the ball hard to the boundary, but he does hit the ball hard. He's a good striker of the ball. He's got to 75 here now.
Yeah, but the opposition now have sussed him out. He's all about boundaries. That's it.
Can't bowl that. That's a Gandhi ball. It's a full toss. That's on the legs. It gets whipped away. So, Paramaju, he's just hasn't been able to be consistent enough. That's been the problem. It's probably been the problem for all the bowlers, though. Having said that, Davidson Romani, what a good comeback from him. That last over for him, over number 8, only went for the 4 runs. That was quite cracking.
That was incredible, wasn't it? Really, really good from him. If only his fellow bowlers could back him up with a tight over here. But already we've had 11 off 3 deliveries. So a lot here to do for Naveen. Needs to be a lot tighter. It's been clubbed. Oh, you love that. I love that. That has been hit so well for a Maximo off the toes. I enjoyed that one too.
Watch this shot.
Oh, my goodness.
Watch this shot. Oh, that is just... He's taken that. Probably, if he misses it, there's going to be a big appeal. He's kind of taken up middle, and it's a big step out, but he plays that so well. What a hit. What a stroke. 6-4-6 from him in this over. Moves now to 85.
It was a standing sweep shot, and wow, he connected well with that one. He moves around again, and this time he clubs it even further. That's again heading out towards the car park and the long grass. Well, it's gone well into the long grass now. I'm not sure who's going to get that. There's a few people looking at each other now. Oh, no, there we go.
Where's the lady?
There we go.
Where's the lady?
Oh, there she is. No, there she is. Our young lady helper is going to go and get it. That is massive. Absolutely huge, that shot. And now Farhad Shakil moves into the nervous 90s. There she is. Thank you very much, young lady.
She's out of here. She's
moving her car.
She thinks, I think I better move the car because they're getting closer and closer. What a hit that was. Shakil moves into the 90s. This over has gone for 23, but it ain't over yet. 160 on the board. The expected score goes back up to the 180s. Misses out on this one. It's going to be a dot ball. He's on his knees. And one thing he's doing is stepping right across outside the off and trying to play it away.
He's almost got nothing behind the line there. I hope he's done that after they called over, because he almost could have been. Oh, there we go. Well done. Then he brings the foot back. So fair enough. Okay. Just out of the corner, I thought, hang on a minute, be careful there. 9 overs gone, 160 for 1 on the board. What a day so far of big scores here. We thought at the top, Rico, we thought the batters were going to have a bit of a field day today. They are indeed.
They are indeed. What's going to be interesting for me is just how much of a team player is Shakil and Munir. I wonder what the message is from him. The two batters have just spoken here.
Yeah.
They must know that he's in the 90s, 91.
Yep.
But is Mars really going to just, whatever comes this way, take it single and give him the strike? Let's wait and see.
I bet the conversation was, get me on strike. And Muniruddin said, but if the ball's to be hit, I'll hit it. No, get me on strike. Let's see what happens here. Look, I'm not going to say that Farhad isn't a team player, not at all. He's a devastating batter. We know that for sure. And cars are being moved in the car park as we speak, by the way. That is exactly what's happening.
Look at them get out of here.
They are. There's about 3.
Look at them go.
They're scampering. Incredible scenes in the car park. Anyway, back to the centre. Ravi Solanki comes on to bowl. And that's hit hard and high. And that is the first Maximo for the over from Muniruddin. So he has indeed said back to Shakil, if it's had to be hit, I'm going to hit it.
I reckon they've come to... Look, the batter still goes up to him, does Shakil. I think he's probably said, I'll hit 2 big ones, then I'll take a single, and I'll give you 3 balls. Well, that's
there
the
we go.
single.
There it is.
That's the single. That's deliberate single.
That is indeed. Good call there, Rico.
It wasn't 2, it was just the 1. But only because Shakil went up to him and said, Oi, ki karda? Asi galbaat kiti hai, main century banani hai. All right.
Oh, boy. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they just pushed that single. Really nice and easy there from Muniruddin. Okay, Shakil, it's on you then. You need to get your ton here in the next 4 deliveries to do it. Ravi Solanki, he's going to have something to say about that. It's short. It's up in the air. There's a catching opportunity. Caught and bowled. Ravi Solanki cannot get there. He's just about a step too short. Oh, boy. How would that have gone down in the record of the final if he'd been caught and bowled there? Oh, Ravi, you almost got there.
He almost gets there, but he can't get there. The batters take 2. Shaquille gets back on strike.
Indeed.
The quickest we've seen him run in the day.
Never seen him run that quick. He absolutely got on his skates, didn't he? He had to get back. He had to get back for the second.
He's looking to play in that leg, isn't he? I think he's going to hop across and go for that slog sweep.
Yeah, watch this.
There
There
he
he
goes.
goes.
Clever
Oh, and he
bowling,
does
but he still
exactly that.
goes for it, and he still gets it. Well, it's just the class and the power of the man, the power in those arms. So that is going to be 6. That now takes him to 99. 99 for Hard Shaquille. Is he going to be a member of the 99 club, or will he indeed go into our Hall of Fame? And Rico Fool proved to everybody there is no such thing as the commentator's curse.
Rico, I want you to call this. How does he get the ton? How does he get it?
Any batter now would be pushing a single. This guy, he's going to push a single because I think the ton is going to be, unless he's on, he's going to be happy just to push the single.
Deep mid-wicket. No, he hits it inside out. 1 bounce, 4 runs. There's the 100 for Shaquille. He gets 100 off the second last ball of the innings. The crowd are up off their feet. The dugout, the Prague Tigers are off their feet. Give him a deserved round of applause. 103 from 29 deliveries. He's still got 1 more ball to face.
Big players come good when they have to. This guy's looked good all the way through, but he's never really got a 50 until now, but he's converted that 50 into a century. It's been a great knock on a hot, sunny day here in Prague. There's another centurion here in Prague on finals day in the big match, in the qualifier for Hard Shaquille. 103 of the 29 balls he's faced.
Last ball of the innings, and he goes crunch downtown. However, it's gone through the fielder. So, well, that means that for the first time, Farhad is going to get a not out. So, for the innings, he gets a ton. He gets a not out. 104 off 30. He's going to get a bit of a pat on the back from the PCC fielders, and they have seen him come in and absolutely school them here. That is a cracking innings from him. So many boundaries. Let's have a bit of a recap of him just before we go to the highlight reel, because I got to tell you, 104 off 30, 4 fours, 13 sixes, striking at 346.66. What an innings.
What an innings. I mean, look at him there. He's absolutely exhausted. I suppose we can forgive him for not running too fast. But look, quality is quality. We saw that he's got class. We know he's a quality player. He's looked the part all the time. But sometimes he gets just a little bit cocky for me, and that's when he gets himself out. But today, he didn't do that in the 20s or the 30s. He stayed good. And he gets all the congrats from his teammates. He looks like he's sad. He looks like he scored nothing, but maybe he's just totally exhausted. He's going to have to take on some fluids on here and get himself ready to take the field, because I think they'll be relying on him to do a little bit of bowling. But we've seen another centurion here on the European Cricket Network. And I often say that we make players' dreams come true, and Fahad Shakil's dream has come true with that century. And the dreams maybe of the team, the Prague Tigers, could come true as well. They could find themselves in the final because they've got plenty of runs on the board.
They do indeed. That's a massive total. For the Prague Cricket Club to try to overhaul that, wow, they really need to turn up the heat here. Really step on the gas. You can use all the euphemisms and superlatives you like. All it is this. You got to score at 18 runs per over. There we go. Knocking on the door of Alex and the production. Comes out and says, you young kids with your ball and your game, what are you doing here? We're trying to work here. What's that about? And the runs just kept coming. In total, Rico, 17 sixes. And what's that? That's 13 fours. That is amazing conversion from the Prague Tigers.
Well, everybody was in danger. We were in danger. Alex was in danger in the engine room. The cameraman was in danger in the tower. But one man who was in no danger of getting his century was Fahad Shakil. It has to be said there were some chances there. Remember, Shakil, there was that caught and bowled opportunity, wasn't there? Romani probably should have taken him. It was a bit of a sitter. Talking about catches, that wasn't a sitter though. That was when Mars was put down by Urun. That was cracked pretty hard. But then the only other chance came when he already had the 100 to his name. The cars were moved pretty quickly when they saw the hitting of Shakil, especially when he was jumping across to the offside and sweeping the ball. This was the opportunity. This was the moment, but it went down. It went begging. He was dropped in 68, and then after that came some more big hits, and that's when he was just jumping across the off stump, playing that sweep shot for 6. There we go. throw the ball back and say, right, I'm out of here. This is the danger zone.
Yep, I've seen enough. And she jumps in the car and turns to the driver and says, let's get out of here, because we are in proper hitting arc of that man, the Centurion. That is, of course, the man Farhad Shakil, who belted a terrific innings there. Gets the fist bump for his efforts there to bring up the century on the second last ball of the innings. Bit of a clap and congratulations from the PCC fielders. They've just seen quite an incredible innings and an incredible batting display, of course, from Prague Tigers, who then turn over to PCC and say, hey, Prague Cricket Club, it's your turn now. Wow. Let's see what you can do with that.
Prague Tigers unbeaten in 5. They've just looked the business in every match they played. Were they going to crumble in the qualifier against the big boys? Prague CC, not on you nearly. And they put 180 on the board for one. That partnership, 170, I believe. Did the first wicket fall on 10? I think it's something like that.
Yep, it did.
170 run partnership. What a good introduction also for Mars and Munuruddin, who scores 61 off that 26 deliveries. But it's all talk about Farhad Shakil. Sometimes he's not pretty to watch, but when it comes to some of the shots that he played, it was absolutely sensational.
It was, and the only bowler to escape his wrath pretty much was Davison Romani, getting none for 22 off his 2. The best bowling figures there. Okay, so you can say, well, Osama Salim, he gets 1 for 31 from his 2. So economy-wise, Davison Romani bowled well, bowled with fire, a little bit of inaccuracy there, and he was unlucky to not get the caught and bowled opportunity that was presented to him. Anyway, it's in the books as a couple of runs scored from that, and it's also in the books as 180 for 1. Just 1 wicket. PCC could only take 1 wicket, and that was Sagar Hussain, who went after only 4 deliveries. Hit a couple of boundaries, and then he holed out to the cover fielder who took a good catch. That was Arun Ashokan, who took a good catch. Qualify 1. That's how it looks.
Yeah, that's how it looks. And just want to remind everybody that the Prague Tigers, when I first saw them, I actually thought they were a better bowling side than batting. So if Prague CC think this is going to be easy, if they think, well, okay, well, we can do the same, they're going to have to get by some good bowlers. And 2 of them are, of course, the 2 alarms, Ajar Alam and Mahadi Alam. They have been great. They've got a couple of new additions in there as well. Let's see what they do. But if they do this, it will be one of the highest run chases that we've seen. And when we come back, we'll show you those high run chases. But Prague CC, if they're going to put their place in the final, they've got to produce an incredible run chase, needing 181 for victory.
They do indeed, and it's going to be a tall order for them. So tell you what, we're going to take a short break here, going to get ourselves some liquid refreshments. It is getting very warm out there. The batters for PCC are in their huddle. They're also getting their pads on. They're talking about the plan of attack. Prague Tigers are talking about their plan of attack with the bowling. Oh, qualify 1 hangs in the balance, but you got to say, this is the absolute north face of Mount Everest climbs for the Prague Cricket Club. This is going to test their resolve. They are a quality outfit here. They've got a reputation that precedes them here in this country and also around Europe. Everyone knows how good they are. They had the winning streak of, was it 24 T10 matches, ECS matches in a row under their belt. They've got a bit to prove here against the Tigers. The Tigers looking red hot. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what happens. I'm sure you can't as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network with Rico 4. We're going to be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time for the run chase. Don't go too far. Get yourself comfortable on this beautiful Sunday morning and we'll lead you through the run chase shortly. We'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Yes, a big thank you to some of our partners. You see that Rado, our official time partner, 1xBet, and also HCL Software, as well, of course, the Grizzly Bear Sports, who, of course, not only sponsor the balls, but also the umpires are looking dashing in their Grizzly Bear tops. Bizaway travel, and later on today, we'll see those fantastic trophies thanks to our trophy partner, Locker Lifestyles. Welcome back to everybody. It's been a cracking start to finals day. The eliminator was won by Brno, who held on after scoring 162. Bohemians, the reigning champions, went out, but they went out with a fight and losing by 11 runs, getting to 151. And now in this one, well, the Prague Tigers, who are the real outsiders and the underdogs, have put 180 on the board, or should I say 180. And have lost just the one wicket, and Farhad Shakil becomes another player that enters our Hall of Fame with a superb century. So Prague CC would have started as the favourites. A lot of people expected them, after losing the final last year, to come back stronger and better. Well, I think most people feeling that if they do this will be quite incredible. To do it, it's going to have to be huge. It's going to be right up there, one of the highest run chases. I know we saw an incredible run chase in, in Jersey, I think it was, where we saw that 200 chase. And here it is. And yeah, in Jersey. We'll go back to that in a moment after this delivery. In the air, could be a wicket first ball. And I don't know if the fielder sees this early enough. It certainly was up there long enough for perhaps the fielder to ever play. They were screaming, and look at the bowler. The bowler believes this is a chance, but I think he just back paddles. I think in this, when you've got so many runs on the board, you go for those. Even if it means you concede a boundary, go for the catch. An early wicket could be key. So Aditya Katiwala gets a break. So there you go. It will be the 5th highest on the network. So I was right. We saw the Central Commanders pull off that chase, the 200 chase in Jersey. Played out on the offside. They will take the single. Oh, and even that, he's not happy about this. He's the non-striker. And this is going to go all the way, actually. There's going to be 5 runs. This will be 5. He's not backed up. But first of all, I think if this hits, I think it's out. I think you go for it. We'll have a good look at this side on, actually. So here's the shot played. Good pickup. Has a go. And it's Farhad Shakil who does throw it. That would have been something. I wonder if we got side of this. And then it gets through the fielder who's backing up. Here it is again. Look, this to show you. I'm pretty sure if this hitting it would have been, yeah. Look, the bat plugs. It would have been out. There's where the bat is. The bat marks the spot. Going to get 5 runs, though. It's flipped away, and oh. Well, now the bowler has a little bit of a chin wag to another fielder who gets beaten here. It's clipped away nicely. And the fielder does go with the foot. It's not good, really. He's got to be well. But if you're walking in there and on the move, then you're able to react to that. So it's another boundary. But look, you're going to have to be going at 18s and over Prague CC to get the win. Katiwala got lucky, didn't he? With the 5 runs. Oh, that Toma, the captain, is out there with him. Here comes Mahadi Alam again. Been a little bit unlucky, it has to be said. That's a good delivery. Hit nicely down the ground. There is a fielder there. We'll do the stop. That's Ajar Alam, who's probably the next to have a bowl. It was a good Yorker delivery on that occasion, which you've got to respect the good balls no matter what. And there's no way that you're going to be banging that one to the boundary. So single gets taken. And just a little bit of, not sure what was going on there. Just helping him stretch his fingers or something. There's a little bit of finger stretching going on there. In the air, over the top of the infield. 4 more. So that's 15 off the over. The required rate will be 18 all the way through. And yeah, that's nicely played. A little bit wider. That opens the face of the bat and pushes that over. That one's going to go into the long grass. Might need some help finding that. This is where, well, I suppose you can't have those sort of ball retrievers everywhere. There's a lot of areas on this ground where we've needed assistance to find the ball. So looks like they have found it though. So well done, good work there. Right, can they finish well? Or will Prague CC get what they're after? Mahadi Alarm. Left armour. Want to get this ball right on the money. And it's up in the air and... oh, missed it. It's been an over with chances. An over of could have been. This one, I feel, should have been taken. I think the fielder, I think this goes through his hands. Well, it's another chance, isn't there? And I think it's a big opportunity. Doesn't get taken. It's the end of the over. Richard Thomas gets a life for 9. And a good time to welcome back with 90 matches since the golden ball to Phil G.
Thank you very much, Rico. Hello, everybody. Yes, welcome to qualifier 1 here. And the run chase on in earnest. Yeah, I just watching that that missed opportunity. Staring into the sun does make it difficult, but, you know, it's there for everybody to have to handle. And that looked like it did go through the fingertips, and that's a bit of a blow there. That could mean, well, that could mean many different things. But Toma here, he needs to stand up. I saw a message here in the chat from Kushi Mendan. Hello there, Kushal. Good to see you there. He's saying time for Toma to show up. I agree completely. This is a great chance for the skipper to stand tall and belt something pretty remarkable for his side here. He's got Katawala as well there. He's currently going to face the start of this new over. It's going to be Ajar Alarm to continue the attack here. First ball, the second over coming up. Crunched down towards the mid on there. Just hits mid on the body. Fields it nicely. Dot ball. Every dot ball is just... it feels like every dot ball is almost like a nail. It really does, because it just... that run rate jumps up by so much every single dot ball. When you're chasing a massive score, that's just what happens. Hits that one. Goes past the fielder. No, it doesn't. It goes into the fielder's hands. I thought it was going to go past him. He manages to get down to stop that one. The bowler just watched it go past about sort of eye level, but way, way, way to the side. There's no regulation mid-off there. Mid-off is back in a long-off position, and so you have to go right around to get into the covers before you get to a fielder from where the bowler is. As he comes in again, it's Fuller, and just confuses that one there. It's a bit slower and full, and it's a miss-hit. Well, fielder's gone down as well. I hope he's all right. That looked like he almost rolled his ankle there. Just, I think it's Mars there who's almost come undone. Watch this again. Almost could have been caught and bowled. Should have been probably caught and bowled. Alarm gives the hand a bit of a ring. As it is, it goes to ground.
Yeah, Ritik dropped on high and 11. Yeah, it's interesting as this one gets played out in the gap. 4 runs. Beautifully placed by Katiwala. Katiwala is a player to watch. We saw a little bit of him yesterday when they had to be good. He scored well. 50 he scored, or 15 deliveries when they got that win against the Barbarians. Didn't lose a wicket. Him and Sabawun Davitsi did the work. But yeah, but Ricky Thomas, yeah, a lot of people saying, and I agree, time for him to stand up. Where was he with the ball? Never bowled himself. And I've noticed that with Ritik. Sometimes when the bowlers are being attacked, he chooses not to bring himself on.
Yeah, obviously he feels that there's a bit of a weakness there in his play, or his bowling may have gone off the boil a little bit. And you're right, if there's a batters getting after the bowlers, he's obviously feeling the bit of pressure on him to try to captain, not from bowling the ball, but actually from the field, and trying to marshal his probably his main bowlers rather than himself. Who, you know, I wouldn't call him part-time. He's better than a part-time bowler, so it is a bit unusual. Hit high, up in the air. It's over the top of everybody. And that is going to bounce one time and go across the rope for a good boundary there. So Toma going pretty hard here on the offside. In recent years, he's worked on his offside batting. He's predominantly been a straight and leg side player. Anything offside, it's been his Achilles heel. He's been working on that quite a fair bit because it's kind of exposed him a little bit. So it's good to see him getting runs on the offside, because he had to do a lot of work to try to change that situation. 28 for no loss after 2. They go along at 14 and over, but you need to be going at 18 and over to hold this target in. But still, it's still a solid start after 2.
It's a solid start, but just look at the difference it makes. So you're going with 2, an over of 17, 1 of 11, 28 is on the board, but the rate is moved to over 19, and that's just in 2 overs. So it just goes to show that every time that they just fall short of getting what they need, every 2 overs it goes up a run. So pretty soon it'll be 20 required. So it's a massive task here for Prague CC. If they pull this off, this will be quite sensational.
It'll be incredible. It'll be a record-chasing chase, be the highest run chase here in Czechia for a European Cricket Series Czechia finals day chase. It's never been done, not in the main final or any other final, has been a score of this total chased ever. So they would be breaking records if they could do this.
Yeah, they'll go back to Mahadi Alam, who doesn't bowl a good delivery here. It's down the leg side for... interesting. One thing that the Prague Tigers, I've seen them do a number of times, they'll bowl these 2 bowlers out. So Mahadi Alam and Ajar Alam. I just think in a match like this, like once you bowl those first 2 overs, go to some of the other bowlers, because it's 19 required. You're at a point now with 19 required, you can do that. And if it doesn't go well, you've still got these 2 to bowl. To bowl them all out straight away, all right, it might take the rate up to 2021, but Prague CC can do that. But then if they get under a bit of pressure, they haven't got these 2 to bring back. So it's a bit of a risk. I just think it's a gamble worth taking when you've got so many runs required. Use some of your other bowlers, maybe you're not your top bowler, maybe even a slower bowler, maybe even a spinner. Yeah. Use them early. Take that gamble because you've got the runs on the board to do it.
I agree. That's a really good point you raised, Rico. I would want to keep at least one of them for exactly that reason, in case you get it over that goes, say, supersonic. There's a wide ball there, chase there, Cuttawala can't get bat on ball there, but a wide has to be rebowled. Yeah, if I'd almost be in 2 minds about that, because I think your point is really good, and I would want to hold at least one of those back. If not the 2 of them, I think that makes sense as well. If you held one back, then an over goes for 30 plus, you then bring that strike bowler on, and at least then you can try to just change that situation and try to just stop it from happening again. Oh, another swing and a miss there. This time it's not a wide ball. That's a good delivery.
How crucial in a run chase like this is a dot ball. You get 2 dot balls in an over, you win the over.
Exactly right.
It's so crucial, you know, and you're just going to see that the rate required just going up and down quite dramatically every time there's a dot, every time there's a boundary. So it comes back with the dots and makes up for the wide, I suppose, here.
Yeah.
Mahadi Alam.
In again. Just 2 balls in this over so far. It's short and it's seen quickly. Now, Cuttawala, we talked about him earlier, didn't we, Rico? He is on fire in the domestic T20 competition. He's the highest run scorer. He is in great form at the moment. And if he can turn it on for PCC, you know what? They are in with a red-hot chance here, and that is a cracking strike.
Yeah, look, it's very simple. We just saw an outstanding knot from Adita, not from Adita, beg your pardon, from Fahad Shakil, and Muridin did very well. He played his part as well in that 170-run partnership. Quite extraordinary. But all it takes is somebody from Prague CC, a batter to get in the 80s or the 90s, and the run chase is on. There's no doubt about it. And the same way that I was saying about Fahad Shakil, he's too good a player not to get one big knock in a series like this. Adita Gariwala, same with him. I know he did get a 50 yesterday, but he can go on and score an even bigger score. It was 50 not out as well, so he's in form, and he's certainly a player that can do it.
Yep, I agree. So shout out to Dev Naveen Arora in the chat. Hello there, Dev. Shot down the ground, carries the boundary line. Cuttawala on fire here. That's a lovely strike. 6s are what's required. And Dev, you literally just said that. Need 6s, not 4s. You did also say that Cuttawala is, well, you said absolutely useless. I'll tell you this right now. You are 100% incorrect, my friend.
Oh, that's strong words.
100% wrong. He is not useless. He's the top run scorer for the Prague Cricket Club and for the domestic league here. And plus, he's the top run scorer for PCC in this competition. And he is hitting the ball sweetly. He's not useless. He's very, very good. Comes in again. Just really pushes to that one. Sort of holds the shot back a little bit. Maybe thought, it wasn't quite there to be elevated. Didn't want to hit it down the throat of the fielder down there at long on. And just almost gives a bit of a bunt off the middle of the bat, though. One run.
I think he's pacing himself. I think he wants a single. He wants a strike.
Yeah.
He knows the last ball of the over. And you're right. He kind of stops the shot just to push it to take the single. And I wonder if he and Richard Thomas probably already said, right, look, you're on. We're needing 19. You're hitting the ball well.
Have a look at that for comparison, Rico.
Now we're talking.
There we go.
Now we're talking.
Case in point. 46 for no loss. At the same time, Prague Tigers, 46 for 1. So we talk about comparisons all the time. You know, cricket's a bit of a numbers game when we look at it. And I got to say right now, things are pretty even right now. After all, they're both on the same score. And if Tigers can kick on and make a score of 180 after being 46 for 1, there's no reason PCC can't do it. It's just that there's more pressure on them because they know what they have to do. And it's about maintaining a very, very big and strong run rate there. Wow. So, you know, it's a bit of work to do still.
Yeah. Hey, have you got a spare cap? Just having a look. That man there, that's Russ. Russ needs a cap. It's hot out there, you know. I'm feeling for him.
I got some sunscreen.
Or maybe a bit. Well, there is Russ. Obviously, just some conversation about something happening here at the moment. Not sure what that is. Got the umpires involved. They're talking to the captain about something. Yeah, there's Russ. I think Russ. Well, I know that the sheriff has got a few outstanding numbers and caps, and I think Russ could do with one. And
I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe someone got an injury. Maybe they're inquiring about that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could be. Russ.
Try and find out.
Well, Russ is coming back. Get back into the shade, Russ. Get back into the shade. A bit more sun cream and get a cap. You've got to get a cap.
Get that man a hat.
If I bought the one you gave me,
I
could have offered that to Russ.
He would have been
the
very
Pilsner
happy with
cap.
The Pilsner Urquell direct from the brewery, exactly. The biggest brewery here in Czech Republic, and for me, brews are probably the best beer in Czech Republic. Russ, he's got his cap on. Well done, Russ. Thank you very much for that. He's heard us, Rico. He's heard us, and he's adhered to our advice.
We've got to look after each other. Hey, look at that. Beautiful.
Oh,
the National Geographic Channel has nothing on us.
Look at that. How would you commentate that?
I'll just sit back and go, that's beautiful.
It's a flock of birds going left and right. This is going up in the air. It's going to fall into the hands of the fielder. Catches it just inside the line. Big wicket that. Kadawala, the massive wicket of Kadawala goes 29 from 14. This is huge for Prague Tigers to get the breakthrough.
Katiwala will be filthy with himself because it's a full toss. Watch this here. It's a full toss and it just, again, we've seen this a few times today. No issue with the height. It's come off sort of the bottom part of the bat, not the middle, and offers a chance. The chance is taken. Katiwala is out. And that is a big, big moment. He'll go for 29 or 14.
Yeah, you do kind of feel that wicket is the big one for me. I talked him up. I had a bit of a chat with you guys in the chat. Dev Naveen, you had your attitude to what you thought it was towards which is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. That's your viewpoint. My viewpoint was a little bit different, but that's why it's big because he is such an important player.
Yeah.
And now he's departed. It's now going to be up to Arun Ashokan, who's previously, well, we all know about Arun, previous skipper for PCC and national team captain up until only a couple of years ago. And he starts with a club towards deep mid-wicket. Always, tell you what, he's lucky because he's hit that towards two players who could have almost raffled a catch there.
Yeah, well, and in the end, he's lucky because it should have been one bounce and fielded. And in the end, I think there's a bit of a deviation when that ball has hit the ground. But you got to, as a fielder, be prepared for that. And he wasn't, so Arun Ashokan will start with a boundary.
There you go. So he starts with a nice hit. Well, albeit though almost gave himself a catch. We didn't know a lot about that delivery. The question's been asked emphatically. And it is Shaquille, the man of the moment, the player who's turned this game around with the massive half century. Sorry, the century he's got. Well, he had a half century. He turned it into a century. So his conversion rate's bang on here. Good shout, a little bit too high and definitely doing too much.
Certainly his day, and then took a wicket of a full toss of his first delivery, but no wicket from this one. This is Arun Ashokan at his best. This is what I remember Arun for. This is one of his favourite shots. He plays that shot so well. And here it is, outside, and yeah, he plays it beautifully.
Yep, that's very nice. It's not a good ball. It's wide, it's short. It's there for the uppercut. And you know what? A top order batter will put that usually more square over the boundary. But Arun just plays it just nicely, just a bit of wrist work, and he gets the boundary. And that's all he says he needs. And I agree with him. That's a nice shot. However, that run rate now just slightly tipped up over 20. Oh, the slow ball almost has him undone. That's a very clever bit of bowling from Shaquille. Almost gets the scalp. Just change your pace. Yep. Oh, my. That's so close to the off stump.
Balls it well. But again, is what we said. Even though there's been 2 boundaries, there's been now 3 dot balls in this over. One of them resulted in a wicket. And that hurts you big time.
Down the ground. Just going to probably be one to go straight to the player who's very straight down the ground there at the long on position. Long off is also very straight. They're not looking to push those 2 players wide. They're expecting PCC to be hitting very straight down the ground in the Sydney. So that's pretty clever placement from the Tigers. And it's 55 for 1 after 4. Still needing 126 off the next 36 deliveries.
World Rainforest Day is observed today across the world. The day is set aside to raise awareness about rainforests and also about the biotic species that live in them. World Rainforest Day aims to encourage people to learn more about rainforests and join efforts to protect and preserve these forests for generations to come. So, World Rainforest Day today.
Have you had a chance to visit a rainforest, have you, Rico?
I haven't.
You haven't?
I haven't been to a proper rainforest. Would love to. You? Which one?
I've been to the Daintree Rainforest in Australia, in the far north Queensland. And that's just above Cairns and then keep going. Actually, above Port Douglas and keep going quite a fair way. And it's an amazing part of the world. It's exactly what they say about rainforests. It's full of life. It's humid. It's damp. It's slightly uncomfortable. You want to go back in the car and get air conditioning on, but it is an absolute spectacle. And it's right up there in far north Queensland, right towards the very tip of Queensland, and it's a beautiful part of the world.
Well, I watch a lot of these programs, these survival ones where people get dropped off in all sorts of places.
Oh yeah,
and have to fend for themselves.
Yeah,
and this delivery first, and some of them are what I would call kind of normal. Oh, how about this? This is Benny Hill. Cue the music.
Oh my goodness.
Benny Hill. Cue the music. That's a look at. Sorry, Mia go here, and I think. Well, who touches this? Who touches it? We're going to have to really look at this closely. If the 2 fielders are touching each other here on impact, it could be 4. Let's have a look. Let's see. Oh, I don't know if it is 4. I think one fielder kicks it away before the other touches it.
Yeah, they've given it as 4.
They've given it as 4.
I agree. I wasn't 100% on that either, Rico. I kind of agree with you. This shot there is just hit out towards the mid-wicket, just the 1 run there.
Yeah, they're giving it as 4. I thought I think he kicks it here, and then he gets wiped out. I don't think, he kicks it there, I suppose, and then, he gets wiped out proper. That's a proper wipeout.
I think they're saying that the fielder who went down to the ground, he touched it when his foot was on the line. Swings high. This is going to be into the hands of the fielder who does juggle it to ground. Drops a bit of a sitter there. That was such an important catch to take. Radawan Ahmed puts it down in the covers. That was not a difficult opportunity. Look at this. It's in, it's out. It's a couple of little tumbles to the ground. He gets 2-3 bites of the cherry and he's shelled it.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. That was another sitter.
Just leaves the door open a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And Richard Thomas, he's been dropped on 9-11 and now 16, the captain.
It is now, however, the point for Prague Cricket Club. You know, it's 2 balls to go until the end of the 5th. They need a couple of supersonic overs here. Not just magical, they need some supersonic overs because they need to get their noses back in front. That run rate required is up to 22.3.
Yeah. I'll carry on about the shows I was talking about. So
yeah.
So you're stuck in it. I think everybody's probably seen them. This one where you're a group of people. You've got to manage it as a team, and there's different teams that contest. There's individuals. So you're in these places, rainforests or whatever. You've got to deal with all the creepy crawlies and whatever. Now we have problems with the ants, but of course it's firmly hit and well fielded.
Oh, good work.
Excellent fielded. He palms his on. That saved 3 runs. It really has.
Yeah.
Good work there. Good, strong, solid hand. The Tigers They're prowling and they're growling.
Sojib Mia here, he saves a certain boundary, absolutely a certain
Well,
boundary.
Mia's the one who was wiped out when he picked himself up. He's dusted himself up. He makes a good stop. It's 64 for 1 after 5 overs. So as we have a look at what's starting in Finland tomorrow, I'll carry on talking while we leave that up there. But so you see all these programs, think, oh, these guys, they do brilliantly well, and ladies. But now there's one that is naked and alone.
What?
So can you imagine being in these sort of places, sleeping in these places, ants and bugs and snakes and things all over the place, and your starkers? No, thank you. No, thank you at all. So
No way.
yeah, it's a thing, and you couldn't pay me enough to do it. I'm telling you.
I totally
You
agree.
could not pay me enough to do it. These people that do it, fair play to them.
Oh,
And most of the time, they don't get anything for it either. So I'm thinking, what is the point? And I see them sometimes, and when they get there, they're all sort of looking great or whatever. By the time they finish their 20-odd days, the skin, it looks like it's gone through a grater. And then cuts and bruises and all sorts and sleepless nights. No, thank you. I can do that.
Yeah, no, I'll settle for the B&B just down the road. Thanks, that's okay. As we start the 6th over, and it needs to be pretty much heavy going here. When you need a lot of runs off 30 deliveries, you just need to hit everything to the boundary. They need, like I said before, they need probably 2. You know what? They're going to need 3 magical overs just to be in contention here. They've got 2 batters out there who are very capable, but you think that the Tiger bowlers are going to be just too good.
Yeah, there's the grunted
Yeah.
delivery that far hard. I mean, not that he has to do anything much here to take that player of the match performance, but that slower ball right on the line, clever delivery. And Fahad Shakil just showing everybody just what a class act he is.
Swing and a miss. Riddick Tomar, he's 18 from now 9 deliveries. And unfortunately for him and for the PCC team, that's not enough. They both, even Arun as well, they both need to be going a lot faster than this. That current run rate is just not enough, going around sort of 13 a bit and over. They need 25.7 and over. Another dot. And for me, that pretty much tells the story. PCC are going to struggle from here on in. Tigers looking absolutely on song here, and they will deservedly, I'm going to call it a read, they deservedly will win this, and they're going to get 1 foot in the final. PCC are going to get a chance in qualified too, but for now, it just looks like they're not going to get close.
Yeah, it's going to be tough there. The only thing that the Prague CC can do here is, look, we know that Richard Thomas hasn't been in form. A lot of people have said it's time for him to show up. Bat here, bat well. You don't win the game, but bat well, score runs. Get ready for that next match against Bruno. Also for Arun. Well, it's not going to happen. Richard Thomas, his series continues to be a bad one really for him on a personal level. He's going to go for 18. So just as I was saying, that's what he could do to help him and his team. He's not going to. He's going to make way for somebody else. Arun is still there, but the captain, Thomas. Well, Thomas, take this. Thomas, says Shakil, as he knocks the stumps over. Very good bowling. Everything about him. I mean, if you look at this over, slow ball just on the line. Next ball, a little bit quicker inside the line. The third ball angles it in, knocks the stumps over. Shakil, he's a match winner.
Yeah, the Tigers, they just seem to be 1 step ahead of the competition at the moment. They don't like to use this too much, but they are ahead of the curve in this tournament. They've done their homework. They've come together. They've got the right team on the field every time they've played, and they're just ahead of the other teams by a good step and a half, I reckon. 65 for 2, and that man Shakil has got his 2nd wicket, and he's well and surely got his hands on the shout-out for the player of the match. Still got a bit to go on this game. Still got 25 balls to come, but when you need 116 off 25, you need a lot. You need them now. Patel is missing there. There we go. So after that wicket falls, just a dot ball to finish the over with. So 6 overs gone, 65 for 2 on the board. Shakil with 2 for 10. He returns terrific bowling figures from his 2 overs to go with his ton that he made before. And this is looking like real trouble now. We'll talk before about rainforest, Rico, and you talk about the creepy crawlers and all sorts of things that dwell in rainforest. I can tell you now, we've got just a small little spider on the table here, and he is chasing ants. I can tell you, I've spied him. He's chasing ants. He was on the window in front of me.
Yeah.
He went up and down a few times. He's doing some bungee jumping. And then he's decided, oh, hang on, there's lunch. And he's dropped down. He's down the back here, and he's chasing the ants.
Good on you. We've got a friend.
Ah, there's a friend. Bang. That's been smacked so hard. The ball doesn't have a friend all by its lonesome in the middle of the Hugo Banks field, thanks pretty much to the blade of Arun Ashokan, who smacks that one out of the ground with a big 6 over deep mid-wicket.
Well, Muni Rudin comes back, and he gets a Rudin awakening with that hit from Arun. Good hit. A few more of those. Yeah, that's the only thing I think that Prague CC can do here. Just get players in form. Batters go out there. I mean, I'll tell you what, I would even contemplate saying, right, okay, Arun, you've played a couple of shots, and time for you to maybe come back, get somebody out there, get batters in ready for the next match. I know it sounds silly, but Arun scored 20-odd off 11. You know he's going to be okay. All right, Arun, thank you very much. Come back.
Yep.
Send somebody, maybe get Arvind Sirdar out there. Say, Arvind, go out there, score a few runs.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to win this match. There's no bonus system or anything in place. It doesn't matter. It's a straight win. You go to the final, lose, you're playing on qualifier number 2. Prague CC definitely playing in that qualifier number 2. They could do with some other batters going out there and having a knock.
I like the idea, Rico. I like it a lot. Salim, Sridhar, and even Ravi Solanki, who can swing the bat as well. Those 3. It'd be good to give them some time in the centre against this bowling attack as well, because, well, if PCC, if they get over Burno, they could face these guys in the final later, and that would really put them in a good position. Because, well, there's a wicket, so everyone does have to go in the end. Muni Rudin joins in the wickets here and picks one up. He gets the very vital wicket there of Ashoka, and there gets him bowled. So that's going to be that for him. He walks off knowing that his job was never going to be done. It was always going to be a tough job. When you're already staring down a run rate required of 30, you know, the changing the batting round, even retiring a batter who's only played a couple of overs, I really like the idea, Rico. I think you're onto something there. Because as you say, there's no bonus point.
No.
You know, you need to think about that.
Yeah.
So, you know, get a couple of players in who haven't swung the blade, give them a chance.
Yeah, give them a chance. Well, one player will get a chance with Arun going for 24, and it's going to be Usama Salim. This guy is better than the number 5, isn't he, Usama? He can certainly hit the ball. He's had a few highlights already. Let's see how he goes. And Smith Patel, we know he can really crunch the ball if he's in good form. So that they have batting still. The problem is here that you mentioned about 8 balls ago, they've got to go magical every over. Now they've got to go supersonic every over. Well, that is what will help as Usama Salim goes out there and hits his first ball for a big 6.
Nice one. Goes downtown for a Maximo. So, you know, where there's a little bit of a light, it's either light at the end of the tunnel or it's a freight train coming straight at you. I don't know what it is, but PCC need to sort this one out. Run rate required is 32.2. So, look, if they can hit back-to-back Maximos, fine, great. But, wow, that's a hard, tall ask, isn't it? Gets a quick one through there, well bowled from Muni Rudin. He's going to finish his over. 7 overs gone, 79 for 3 on the board. Just give a shout-out hello there to Jake Stewart, who asks me, while on the Daintree, did I go fishing for yabbies and swimming with salties in the river? I can tell you that I as a youngster, I used to go fishing for yabbies. I used to put a little bit of meat on a string, just put it down by the riverbank and pull the yabbies out of the creek, no problem. As far as swimming with salties in the river, that's a big no. A big, massive no. But I do have a funny story about saltwater crocodiles. When I was last up in Cairns around Palm Cove, there's on the beach, they have like a little area that's sort of sectioned off with floaties and nets, and it's like a safe place to swim in the ocean. I'll come to this in a second. Next over starts, hit down the ground, going to be just the one, I think. So yeah, they have this, it's like these inflatable pontoons and netting to stop anything. It's actually jellyfish proof, which the jellyfish in that part of Australia are really quite nasty. It can send you to hospital and then some. And it also keeps the saltwater crocodiles out, and it keeps any sharks out as well, so you can swim in the ocean quite safely.
Yeah.
One morning, there's a salty in that enclosure. Not kidding. And so, yeah, Mrs. G and I, well, it's gone for 4. I thought the 2 fielders were going to converge there and work between them to try to stop that. And they're having a conversation about it too now.
He's saying, no, the last time I was in this position, you kicked me over. I'm staying well away from you. No, forget it.
That's what he's done.
Forget it. Look at this.
Watch this. No.
Social distancing this time. Yeah, that's smart this time.
Good spot.
Yeah, that's Sohaib Mia saying, no, last time you had me proper.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you
One of them should have been red carded actually for that challenge.
you almost put me into the hospital not having that happen again. Alarm continues. Just push out the covers. Oh, it's gotten through the fielder. Doesn't get down to that one proper. And the boundary rider can't pick that one either, so it goes across for 4 runs. Just a little bit sloppy there, but it is getting warm out there, and they have a lot of runs to play with. And you know what? 4s will not bother them. It's the Maximos that'll bother them.
Maximos will bother them.
But I even think that horse may have bolted by now. Yep, the run rate required is up to 37.2. So just to finish that little funny story, woke up one morning, went down to the beach, and there's a saltwater crocodile, probably about 4 meters long in the enclosure, swimming happily. Not with anyone else, as that shot also goes out to backward point for another boundary. So back-to-back 4s here, but as I said, it's not going to bother Prague Tigers, but this is good for PCC to get their batters in, and just remind them, this is what needs to be done. We need to be hitting boundaries when we're batting.
That's a very good shot from Usama Salim. I did say I think he's too good a batter really for coming in at number 5. I think certainly could go with him. I mean, even ahead of Arun, and on form, even perhaps ahead of Ritit Tomar. But that's a really nice shot. Controlled it beautifully, timed, pushes it in the gap, gets his 4. 3 4s under a spin. Now the big question, he's going to be gone. Goes right across the line to straight ball. He doesn't like it, and as usual, the batter will say, I got a bit of bat on that as well, you know.
Of course he did.
Whether he did or not, we can have a look. This is one thing, of course, the umpires don't get a chance to see, but let's have a look. I mean, he stepped right across here. If there's no bat involved, which doesn't look like there is, I think that's a pretty straightforward call for umpire Shobit.
Yeah, it was a good appeal there from Alarm. He clapped. He actually clapped before the finger went up as though to say, well done me. Well done, I got the wicket. And I think umpire Shobit Butcher here, he gives a good look. He's just watching the ball thinking, was it going to miss off? How did it go there? Did it cut in enough? For him, he was satisfied that was going to go on to hit. And he was also satisfied there was no edge on that one. So it's going to be Aravind Sridhar who has to come out now. This is good that he gets out there. I'm a bit of a fan of this young man, the left-hander. Gets out there, takes his guard and says, right, give me the next 2 overs. Let me get in for a bit of form here. Let's see how we go.
Yeah, I hope he does score some runs because I'm a fan of his as well. You'll probably remember that last year I spent a bit of time because he was the in bracket security guard here at the time, and then just spending the night shift here.
Yeah.
And one evening or a couple of evenings I stayed around a little bit longer because he likes his cricket, and I bowled a few at him. We had a bit of a workout with him, and he's a lovely lad. And well, I'm going to cry now. Bye bye.
He's gone for a first baller, Rico. That's so unfortunate. We were going to big him up there, just say what a nice bloke he is and how much he loves his cricket. And it's good that he gets a chance to come out and make some runs. He's holed out immediately to a cover fielder. Soji Mia takes a great catch. He's recovered from being bowled over by his own player. Well, Aravin's looking at the bat. I'm actually a little look at the bat, mate. Probably got to go to that room full of mirrors, have a look at yourself, because that was probably not the shot to be hit there.
I got a few. I just wanted him to do well, but he's not going to do well. He's going to go for a golden duck. There's the catch taken there by the fielder. Nicely held by Mia. And remember what I was saying about Prague's EC, no mid-wicket. That's why you have a mid-wicket. Have a mid-wicket in there, 2 fielders that are on the boundary either side of him. A lot of balls go in that area, sometimes aerial, and unfortunately, it's Aravind who will go without scoring. Yeah,
it's very easy for teams to go very defensive and not leave a mid-wicket or even just a cover fielder. They try to put them all back, and I'm a big fan of 2 fielders in those positions every time, just so the batters can't get away with something simple like a miss hit or something through the off or onside. That struck nicely. Going to be kept just one bounce. This time fielded nice and cleanly down there. And good throw back there indeed.
Anyway, going back to, how did this croc get in there then?
The authorities weren't too sure about it because it actually was in the evening news with the footage and photos. And I think some of the actual footage of the newscast they actually had myself and Mrs. G standing on the side of the beach with our mouths hanging open going, well, we're not going to go for a swim there now, obviously. I mean, duh. Funny enough, we actually went back to our rented house and we had a lovely pool at our rented house, so we just jumped into that pool.
You know, you're talking about, that's a nice shot. Beautifully played by Ravi Solanki. Good hit, big 6. Well, they haven't had too much to cheer, and even though that 6 has been smashed, Prague CC, they're just nowhere to be seen. I think they're in their tent, they're in the shade, they're not even sitting out watching or supporting, which is a bit sad, really. I know you're going down here, but look, you've earned yourself a double chance and you've got to try and take it, so you've got to try and stay positive. But I went a few years back, I went on safari in Kenya, and we had a fantastic time. But I got concerned. You know when you're on holiday, you're snapping away. Click, 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 click. Well, we got back to base, and then you go through your pictures. But when we were taking the pictures of the crocodiles, what we couldn't see on the camera, which we did see on the screen when we were putting up on the TV in the hotel, well, where the water area was and the crocs were, there was one croc, and right next to the croc was a flip-flop.
Oh, no.
So see this picture. The croc is smiling, looking happy. There's a flip-flop there, and the first thing that's going into my mind is, well, that flip-flop had to belong to somebody.
There is an owner. Maybe he's got the other one.
So, yeah, that was a bit of a worry, but no worry here for Solanke, who puts another short one away. Well, this is Akhtar Ruzaman, who's normally a pretty tidy bowler, but at the moment, Ravi Solanke's taken a liking to him. That's going to be another set. Look at the last 2 overs, by the way. In that over number 8, there was 13 runs scored from it. There was 3 fours in a row and then 2 wickets. Now, in this one here, we've seen a couple of big boundaries. That's 2 big sixes. It's just a shame they couldn't have started that way. And, that, again, is just down to the way that batting order was. Kadiwala, he did start well, 29 of 14. Ritik Thomas never really went at the rate that he had to go, 18 of 11. Arun was okay. I think they've got to have a look at this.
Look at this one.
Biggie.
Rico,
that is huge.
Out of the ground again. That is a massive shot. Those other 2 shots which went squarer, and then this one, crash, bang, wallop. Well, Solanke likes dealing in Maximos, doesn't he?
Oh, that's good luck finding that. It's somewhere on the golf course. That is big. I think the umpires might just say, let's have another ball. That has gone a long way. Look. It has gone over the tents and everything. What a hit. Ravi Solanke, 3 balls, 3 sixes so far.
It's really important for PCC to see this sort of striking from the middle order and just remind themselves that all is not lost. This game's gone, but all is not lost here in finals day.
It goes
this
again.
One downtown. That's 4, isn't it?
It's 4 4 in a row. There was a wide ball in there as well. The first ball was a single taken by Smith Patel, and then, well, Ravi Solanke has gone wild. He's gone brutal. At least he's going to kind of make it look respectable with this over. Has already gone magical. There's still 2 balls to come.
How incredible is that? So 24 off 4. You don't need to be a mathematician to work out how he's come about that. As Prague Cricket Club, they're still 63 shy of where they need to be. It's just this ball plus 1 over to go in this match. He tries it again. This time it's going to be, I think, 1 bounce and 4 runs. So there's a bit of a clap on the boundary line just to sort of maybe gee up the bowler to say, hey, he didn't take you for 6. That's something to have a think about. Look at this. Almost, though. It's going to be bounce inside the line, I believe. Yeah. About a metre inside the line.
Interesting about that, there's 122 for 5, by the way, so an over to go. Interesting about that over. So it goes for 30. We see a supersonic over. Every legal delivery bar 1 went for 6. Not one single, not even a little, well done, good shot from Prague. They're nowhere. Look, they're in their tent, they're inside in the shade. That's not good team dynamics.
That's not good at all. They've introverted, haven't they? They've crawled back in their shells a little bit, sort of already licking their wounds while their batters are still out there trying hard. Yeah, no, that's not good signs.
That's not good signs, and that doesn't build morale. Look, you're losing, but if you're losing, you want good things to happen. That over was a good thing. They should have been supporting, cheering, geeing him up, and that would have given them some positive energy going into a crucial qualifier that's coming up for them now against Brunei. But sitting in a tent, moping or whatever, is not the way to do it.
I totally agree with that. It's a good spot there, Rico. I agree. Hey, shout out to Scotty, European cricket supporter, number 1 supporter there in Melbourne. He was saying before that about when I was talking about the netting for that little swimming area, also the blue bottle jellyfish, they're the ones. I couldn't think of their names. Look at that for a strike. That's a nice shot. That's going to be 1 bounce and another. Oh, no, it's over the top. Sorry. I should have gone to Specsavers. I thought that one bounced inside the line. It's bounced just over the line, I think. We'll see this one more time. Watch this. Up, and yeah,
6
clears
runs.
us by a couple of
I'm
minutes.
liking this for Shobit. Watch this. Bulle. Shobit's getting funky now with his signalling. I like it from Shobit. Nice signal.
How about
Like
that?
it.
Shobit, the showman, stepping up to the plate. This one clubbed, swatted if you like, miss hit, just goes over the umpire's head. And I guess if it's Shobit, that's pretty easy to do. So it bounces just behind him, just the one run. And the other thing Scotty actually said, talking about catching yabbies, so that he used frankfurters. I can tell you now, they go for red meat. They're very, very particular. They don't usually go for like a ground up sort of sausage meat or something like that. And also with a frankfurter, that's basically like pureed, bed mattress plus a little bit of, meat juice. I mean, they're quite nasty. But yeah, if you wanted to find some, Scotty, go for some red meat or maybe some lamb or something like that. Raw, of course. Shot around the corner. Fielder doesn't get to that one. Sort of took off a little bit late, and it just gets past him there at backward square. Goes for another boundary. So a flurry of runs towards the end here, and unfortunately it's all too little too late despite 30 off the previous over. And this over now has already gone for 11.
It's been good from Solanke though. Just have a look at his strike rate. It's 32 of 6 deliveries. So that's a good sign. And Prague CC should automatically be thinking about him batting at the top of the order. He's a left-hander as well, so
Yeah.
that's big. You can use him good at the top of the order. Shot. Good shot. 6
Awesome.
more. Shaba, manos arriba, arbitro, 6 carreras más. And that is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowler Rasmalai. 6 runs.
It's funny, this typifies something that Danny and I always talk about when we see PCC, and that is just when you think you got PCC down, there's someone in the batting order that's going to step up. Now, the game is already gone, but look at this. Look at this striking.
Yeah.
This is quite something. So Ravi Solanke helps himself to, 44 from 8 deliveries. Say that again, folks. 44 from 8 deliveries. That last 6, watch this. Wow, that's straight out of the textbook of Sub 1 Divisi.
Yeah.
What a shot.
Now watch this, just hits it. And that's a signal. That's a signal to his other teammates. He hits the 6, puts the bat straight under his arm and starts to walk off.
Yep.
And he's basically saying, right, I don't know what you guys were playing at. That's a guy who is a little bit knocked about some of the performances from other of his players. But yeah, what about that? 44 of 8 deliveries. And you know what? It's quite a shame, actually, because I think he was on for what would have been one of our fastest. He would have got 50, possibly on for 50 of 9 balls.
I agree. He was on for a 9-ball 50 there. And he's getting all the pats on the back from the Prague Tigers as well. Every Prague Tiger got across to Ravi. In the middle of your screen there, they got across to him, gave him a pat on the back, they shook his hand. Every one of them gave him a nod and said, that was a cracker of an innings. You could see them genuinely saying, well batted. And good for him to do that.
Yeah, so in the end, because of that, it is respectable. And when you have a look, take a look at the last few overs, by the way.
Yeah.
30 came off number 9. All happens in the 9th. Supersonic.
True.
23 came off over number 10. If they had that at the beginning, it was definitely on, but they weren't able to go at that rate. Good victory for the Prague Tigers. They remain unbeaten. They have booked their place in the final. Prague CC did have a flurry there towards the end. They do get to a respectable score of 145, which looked a long way off earlier in the day. But they know now that they're going to have to play a difficult qualifier number 2 against Brno. But the team that is in the final is the team of the tournament so far, the Prague Tigers.
And deservedly so as well. There was a comment in the chat there from Johnny Heath saying that Tigers, they controlled the match right from the very start, the first ball. Couldn't agree with that one more, Johnny. You're bang on correct with that assessment. And they absolutely deserve to be in the final because they've been the form team. They've now come up against the PCC team who, middle overs they struggled. There was a couple of overs there they scored less than 10.
Yeah.
And there was actually one over, there was only 1 run scored. And, that was it. When you're chasing, 16, 17 over from the very start, before you know it, after 4 overs, you're chasing 19 or 20. After 7 overs, well, it's already 30 plus and the game's gone. It was just on a hiding to nothing. But you know what? It just showed the Prague Tigers. They do have a batting attack and they've got a bowling attack as well. And they put the pressure on PCC very early on and they couldn't stand up with them.
Yeah, they couldn't. And early on here, I mean, that was a marvellous shot, that one actually, beautifully played. I think that was Patel. And, well, he knows he's got his man. He's applauding, saying, come on, that's out. Surely it's out. It was Usama Salim who played the nice shot and got himself out. And then we saw this. It was quite outstanding, the hitting there from the batter who finished it with 44 of just 8 deliveries, Ravi Solanki. 6 sixes, 2 fours, all the runs he scored, the 44 from boundaries.
That's incredible, isn't it? We talked about Shaquille, who did almost the same thing. He scored so many runs from boundaries as well.
Yeah.
Well, it just goes to show that, if one person can do it, another person can do it. So Ravi Solanki will probably be talking to his teammates about, well, if I'm going to bat way down the order, you guys above me, you need to do better.
Yeah.
Because if you expect me to come in and try to save the day, I'm sorry, but is that my role? Where's the top order? What happened to our top order? That's what happened to it. A couple of good starts. Kadawala 29 from 14, but Riddick Toma that 18 from 11. This was his game to stand up and to show that the tank still has firepower, because that's what was lacking. Yeah. And we now go and have a look at the bowling figures, and the bowling figures are going to tell a tale as well. Oh, no, there it is. It's going to go back to... Thanks very much for that, guys. Got me on the spin there. No, it's gone away. No, hang on.
They're playing games with you today. They're messing around with us today. Here's the bowling figures. Yeah, talk about these.
They're listening to me too much. 2 for 10 from Fahad Shakil. What a great 2 overs he did. Probably spun the game on its head with those 2 fantastic overs, and 2 wickets there to Arja Alam. Also really bowled well, and 1 to Muniruddin, who's into the side for the first time today, backs up his half century with 1 wicket. A couple went pretty expensive there. Well, you can see there 30 off the over of Akhtar Zaman, and of course Ridwan Ahmed bowling in there, 53 for the final wicket.
Yeah, Akhtar Zaman, quite surprised about that. He normally is pretty tidy, but he just couldn't bowl to the left-hander, Ravi Solanki, who tore him apart. But I suppose it doesn't matter. They're in the final and they're happy about that. And they now have time to relax, and maybe they'll find a nice spot somewhere on the ground and be watching the way the qualifier number 2 goes, because of course they'll be keen to see who it is. And bearing in mind that they've just thumped Prague CC and the results that they've had in the group stages against Brno, I don't think they'd be bothered who they play.
I don't think they will either. They will just approach this game the way they've approached every single game, which is, we are strong, we are rejuvenated, we've got the strength in the batting and the bowling, let's get out there and let's take care of this business. And that's exactly where they've gone about their business in this tournament already. They're red-hot favourites to hold the trophy tonight. Yeah,
I think they definitely are. They're playing some good cricket, but a lot of people will say, and I know you're out there, you're saying, well, they've had the perfect time so far, they're bound to have a wobble. Is the wobble going to come in the final? Well, we'll have to wait and see. We've got a bit of a break now, actually. We've got about, I think we're going to be off for about an hour and 15 minutes, something like that, before the next match. It, of course, gives the likes of the Prague CC a little bit of time to get a bit of a break, compose themselves, have a team talk, and, well, come back stronger. Interesting for me will be if in the next match that they do get the likes of Sudesh in, and wonder if Saba himself, whether they'll risk him playing. Because the big match, you win it and you get in the final, or you lose it, and that's the end of this campaign.
That'll be very interesting. It's a good shout there, Rico. We're going to have a look at the team sheets when they're announced, and we're going to be back here for Qualified 2. It is a bit of a break. Qualified 2 is scheduled to start at 1:45 in the afternoon. That is still an hour and 10 minutes away, so it's a bit of an extended break here as we give the Prague Cricket Club a chance to catch their breath and reassess what they have to do. The team from Brno, they've had a bit of a break because they lost the game. Sorry, they won the game earlier. They won the eliminator against Bohemians, sent the Bohemians packing. So Brno is still here. They're going to look forward to taking on Prague CC to see who is going to face the Prague Tigers in the final, being played later on this afternoon. That's at 5 o'clock local time. Keep your eyes on that one. That's still a way to go. But we still got to sort out Qualified 2. Prague Cricket Club taking on the Brno Cricket Club. That is going to be a big clash. Old enemies that they are, always vying for top spot here in the domestic competition. And they're going to be looking to battle it out to see who gets the right to take on the Prague Tigers. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, alongside Rico Full, my good friend and co-commentator. And we're going to be back here in about an hour and 5 minutes to introduce you to Qualified 2. Oh, what a cracking game that's going to be. Don't go too far, but enjoy your short break. We'll see you back here soon.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Vinoj Cricket Ground here. Phil G for you here on the European Cricket Network, introducing you to qualifier number 2, Prague Cricket Club versus Brno Cricket Club. The winner of the eliminator, Brno, against the loser, unfortunately, of qualifier 1 that we just saw before, and that is, of course, the Prague Cricket Club, with now the Prague Tigers booking their place in the final. It's now up to see whether one of these two teams, or which one of these two teams, is going to get the win and get themselves into the final. It's going to be a really good match coming your way soon. I tell you what, the Brno Cricket Club, they played a great game in the eliminator. They seem much more positive over the last couple of days. They stepped up, they got the win over Bohemians, and they've sent the Bohemians home. Unfortunately, Bohemians, the last year's champions, though, don't get a chance to defend themselves in the final. Big blow for them. But for Brno, they're going to say, you know what, we've worked hard, we've got to go the hard way around, we've won that, let's go to the next one. So this is a big match for them. For PCC, they've just come off a loss in qualifier 1 to the Tigers. I've got to say, Prague Tigers controlled that game expertly from the first ball of their innings right the way to that last ball. Maybe you could say, well, Ravi Solanki came on there at the end and hit 44 of 8 deliveries. He was on course for a 9-ball 50. Imagine if that had happened early on in the innings. You never know what could have happened. So PCC, they're a bit like the ocean. You don't turn your back on them because someone's going to step up and make runs. That's what PCC are known for here in Czechia. Let's get across to Charles Croucher. He's got the captains for that coin toss. Charles, take it away.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the toss for the qualifier 2 with Prague Cricket Club versus Brno. Brno to call. Tails is the call, and it's a head.
We would like to ball first.
Prague Cricket Club have won the toss, and they'll bowl.
So there you have it, Prague Cricket Club winning the toss and having a bowl first, similar to what they did in their qualifier 1. Let's see if they can reverse their fortune when they're chasing a target here. For the Brno Cricket Club, well, funny enough, they batted also first in their eliminator. So maybe this is going to work out better for them as well. I'm not sure how this is going to go, but this is a real good clash. I see these two teams as the old enemy. In the domestic competition here in Czech Republic, these two teams are always vying for top spot in Division 1. Constantly, always at each other. Doesn't matter where they play, they're a great contest when they come together, and this qualifying match is going to be no exception. I just feel it. I can't wait to get stuck into this. So why don't we crack on and say, Rico Fool, in the commentary box, it's over to you, and it is the news from the toss that PCC have won the toss, going to have a bowl first, and they're going to chase. Oh, I can't wait to get it. I hope you're looking forward to this one too, Rico. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Phil G, giving us this exceptional rundown to this qualifier number 2, telling us about some of the key players in these two teams who have, well, one of them has had a good day, the other not so good, and Prague CC, well, they didn't have a good one, did they? Lost their 3rd match in this series, and that's just not them. And they've had to make some changes. No Saba Davitsi in the side because of a broken finger. Sudesh, the Beast, is out because he's feeling under the weather here today. So they really are needing other players to step up. Well, maybe Ravi Solanki will be that player after a fine hit from him. Hilal Ahmed comes back into the side though for them. He'll be behind the stumps there. So that's a big shout out. Let's see how that goes for him. He's listed as the keeper. Probably take over there from Katiwala, or maybe Katiwala holds on. They've got options on the sheet that I've got in front of me. It's got Katiwala still as listed as the keeper, so maybe Hilal in the side but not keeping. And Chick there comes into the side for Brno. He bowled pretty well when we saw him the other day. So big match coming up, of course. Both teams have a look at their record, 3-3, very similar. And it's Prague CC who are the slight favourites in this one, 56%. To that 44% there of Brno. Welcome back to everybody in the chat. David there, hello to Paul Kempin. And we've had a very nice lunch, thanks to the Federation. Thank you to Prakash for organising that for us. We actually made our way to the golf course clubhouse, which we've been to a few times to just have some refreshments and things. But today, we went there and had a spot of lunch. It was very nice as well. Be able to sit down and relax and enjoy and have something nice and light to eat. I opted for the Caesar salad. That was very refreshing and gets us ready to go and get stuck into this qualifier. Two teams who are looking to book their place in the final, where, of course, the Royal Tigers do wait after the Tigers got that win against Prague CC. So we're ready to go here umpires, Venki and Farouk, are ready for this one. Here's the first coming up. It's Usama Salim with the first ball to the left-hander, and it's going to be okay. Left-hander tries to give himself a little bit of room to play that. This is Mohammed Ratul. Plays and misses it. That one. Ratul was in good form earlier. And remember that they are the team to beat, I suppose. Scored for the second time in this series, a score in the 160s. Ratul made 77 of 31. Dylan Stein was also in the runs, scored a 53. And that's this time it is a wide ball called. Dylan is the non-striker. That's that's just a little bit too wide there. Ratul played some very nice shots, and it was quite interesting, wasn't it? He went going strong from the very first ball, got into the 50s, and then it was Dylan Stein who took over, and they took it in turns to be the dominator in that partnership. A very good partnership as well. That was worth 115. It's been a day of partnerships, actually, and a day of big runs. And that's exactly what we were expecting here on finals day. So a partnership from Fahad Shakil and Maz Munirudin. What was worth 170. How about that when they basically batted Prague CC out of the match. Talking to boundaries, that's the first, and it's a good hit. A nice sound of the bat there, the ball hitting the middle of the bat. The sound of the willow, as they say in the game. Beautiful shot. Plays it standing upright, the back foot in the gap. 4 runs. So Bruno up and running. Now they've got to go big here as well. They know that. They know what Prague CC can do. They will also know that Prague CC having lost, and they're not going to like that at all. They're going to try and come back fighting, and they're going to try and hit back hard. Sama Salim looks to come back with a good one here to Ratul. Goes short, gets worked away. Nobody back there. It's not clever or deliveries, actually. They're bowling a short ball when you've got a man on the 45 and mid-wicket. You've got nobody at square leg. So the whole of that area from the mid-wicket all the way around to the man on the 45 is left vacant. And I don't think Usama Salim has got the pace, really, to trouble the batter either. So 4 more runs, 9 for 4. And while that ball is being found, the good opportunity to welcome back the man who was getting hot in the middle from the introduction earlier. It's Phil G in the house.
Thanks very much for that, Rico. It was getting a bit warm out there, but I couldn't go out there without the jacket. I'm really loving that jacket I got, working well with the dark colours. And yeah, I've been told by Mrs. G that is a good look. So she's impressed, so I'm hoping everyone else is as well. It is a bit warm out there in the centre too, by the way. Get to that in just a sec.
It is warm. There's a bit more. That's another big wide, and it's a good glove on this from the keeper. Well done.
Luckily, the keeper did get a glove on that.
Yeah, otherwise that was going to be 5, wasn't it? Here it is again. Look, yeah, gets a glove on it, sort of pars it down. It is Aditya Kariwala who is behind the stump, so he holds the keeper's position. So Hilal Ahmed, who comes into the side, I'm guessing they're using him, or going to be using him as one of the batters. We know that he can bat. I know that Danny was telling me yesterday that a national team player. And scuffs at this one. We'll take just a single. And well fielded, well thrown into the keepers.
Hey, speaking of temperature, yeah, according to my weather app, it's currently 28 degrees, but in the centre of the ground, it's feeling more like 32, 33 degrees. The breeze has really dropped too, by the way, and is bright sunshine as far as your eye can see. There is a thunderstorm alert for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, though. So sorry to put the scare on people there for a second, but yeah, tomorrow after all packed up and done here, it looks like the storms are going to ravage Vinoj for the day.
Yeah, I suppose that's good timing because I think the ground could do with a little bit of water, can't it?
Yeah, it does. It could do with it.
It's a good delivery. Good way to finish the over. Nice delivery there from Salim, and first over complete in this very crucial qualifier number 2. Place in the final up for grabs. 11 off the first, and this is how the teams got here.
Yeah, there you go. So we started the day with Eliminator as Bohemians took on the team from Brno. Bohemians who won this fixture last year, and they went down to Brno pretty convincingly. And you know what, in the end, well, actually it was about 11 runs in the end, which still pretty significant. Actually, no, I think it was a bit more than that. But either way you cut it, Bohemians don't get a chance to defend their crown in the final today. So Brno step up, go into the qualified 2. Prague Tigers defeated PCC in the previous qualifier 1. You saw that about an hour and a half ago when that concluded. So Prague CC lost that one to the Tigers. They get to play the qualified 2 here against Brno. It's the second bite of the cherry for them. But of course, Prague Tigers winning that game, coming top of the standings as well. They've booked themselves into this afternoon's final, and they must be a very happy camp, hiding somewhere away from the ground, but in the shade, talking about the battle plan and watching this game very closely.
Very closely indeed. I'm watching this closely as well. Bit of a change here. Arun Oshukan coming on to bowl, the experienced Arun. And we can keep also standing up, Katiwala. And hit. Oh, wow. You got to be in the firing line. He does well. And the batters do come back for one. And they're so quick, these two. They're rapido. And they'll get 2 out of this. It's a bit of a wild show. Mind you can understand that. He just gets clobbered on the knee. Arun is tall, but not that tall. And the batters will take a healthy 2.
Arun caught out of position there, standing well in front of the stumps. Didn't even have time to get back behind the stumps to take the ball. And, yeah, it was a bit of a wild throw.
He's still shaking his hand. There's the fielder. I can't see who that is out there, but it might be Arvind.
I think it is Aravind. Yep, wide ball there called. Hey, something to note. This is only the second time in ECS Czech history that these two teams have met in finals. Not the final, but in any finals, whether it be a qualifier, a semi-final, bronze final, whatever. The second time they've ever met.
Played away very finely. In fact, that's worked out pretty well for the batter. To get it away from the keeper who's standing up, so the keeper has no chance. And the fielder who's there in the catching position, well, he's not that fine, so forget about that. That's going to be 4 more runs. It's the one that Naveen and Parmaju is going to have to find and throw back. He's going to have to be a bit better in this match as well. In fact, all the bowlers going to have to get their line right. Here comes the run again, and that's hit down the ground. It will go all the way. Bowl, bolle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Badda Shaka Lagia. Lovely shot from Ratul, who has been one of a few batters that have found their form today on finals day.
Indeed, yeah, he's looking pretty good there. So Ratul looking to kick on here. 21 from 8. Dylan Stain just faced the one delivery yet to get off the mark. Arun trying to search for a wicket here for his team.
Hands onto that, makes the stop. That's Usama. Partially stops it, stops the ball going to the boundary. It'll just be a single. So Ratul going good. Finally hands the ball now to, you can tell who's going to be facing. It's Dylan Stain, who almost is a bit like Ali in the corner before the bell sounds. He's always doing a little bit of dancing.
He does. Keeps himself nice and warm and ready to go. Oh, look at that.
Well, he's ready. Ready, gets that, boom, and that is a lovely shot, beautifully timed shot from Dylan Stain. Of course, we saw a bit of Brno when we took a walk down to the golf clubhouse on our way to lunch.
That's right.
They were sort of huddled together in their tent, trying to stay cool, and let's just say it looked like they'd just woken up from a long sleep.
They did look a little bit. Well, it is very warm out there in the open as well. There is a nice breeze, though. We're not catching much of it here in the commentary box, but maybe it's helping the players. But you're right. Yeah, we walked past them, and they were sort of like, oh, yeah, g'day, guys, hi. And they were sort of looking a little bit sort of, oh, you know, we have to wait for a while for our next match, and just finding a nice little quiet bar somewhere and just relaxing maybe in the beer garden, so to speak. But they know they're here for a job to do, and there is a final place beckoning for them if they can get over PCC.
Arun comes back again to finish the over, and it's going to be a big shot. The over will go magical. It will go for 26. So the little change in the way they use the bowlers doesn't really work. They fancied Arun just to try and get the ball up there and get the keeper into play. But the thing is, those are half volleys, they're hit me balls, and if you're not getting that ball to move around and swing, then it's going to be easy hitting and easy picking, and that's a big hit. So and Dylan Stain He starts with 2 big sixes. There was the 406 earlier in the over as well. So 26 off the second, 37 without loss. And we were talking about this a bit earlier. Finland starts tomorrow. Bulgaria then starts on the 30th of June. That's where you'll see me next in action. And if you want to know when me and Phil G are fulfilling you all, well, that will be on the 7th of July when we'll be in Belgium.
That's right. We're going to be at the Stars Arena in Hofstade, where we were for the night series, probably about 6 weeks ago now. So I get to return back to that venue, and I'm bringing Rico with me. How about that? That's something to look forward to. Looking forward to that, Rico.
It'd be good. And, of course, we have Germany then, Krefeld. First time in a while we go back to Germany. That'll be nice to go there. Gone. Gets a breakthrough. And Ratul is a little bit slow on this. And Salim is going to get the wicket. He goes to try and play this off the back foot. He wants to go across the line. It's a bit of a loose shot from Ratul. And that's the thing when you're a batter, you make one mistake and you're back in the shed. And Ratul, it looked like he was a bit slow on this. He's a bit late. The stumps are shattered. Watch this again. He's very late on it. And it's when you're bowling, one thing you're looking to do is hit the top of the stumps. And that's exactly what happens there. So they get the breakthrough. A little bit of early success for Prague CC.
Yeah, rocks back, top of off stump. Mohamed Ratul has to go. You're right. It was really cut in nicely into the body, and he's just in 2 minds of the right shot selection. By the time he figures it out, the stump's already knocked back, and the back comes down, and he knows he was beaten neck and crop there with a cracking delivery. Really well bowled there. So PCC, they managed to get first blood on the board there with a good wicket.
Yeah, disappointment. Ratul, the end of his innings. Is it the end of his day? That's the question.
True. See what's going to happen next. The last time these two teams met in a final here in Czechia, it was 2023, and it was the final. Brno put on 121 for 4 in their 10. Staying there, picked up a 61 of 24 deliveries, but then PCC came out, belted that with 3 balls to spare, get a win by 6 wickets to lift the trophy. So that's the last time these two teams met, and the only team before today. The only time before today. So it's the only second time they've met in finals here in Czechia.
And that's a nice looking shot. There's nobody sweeping there on that offside boundary. It's a fielding position or fielding placements that the Prague CC they like. They don't like to put somebody out on the offside as a sweeper. I know that we're still in the power play, but it's an interesting one because it's almost like Ritik Toma. He wants his bowlers to bowl that good heavy length outside the off. Because he's kind of saying, look, that's the kind of the field I'm setting for you. But he doesn't give them any protection for that kind of shot. So it's if I'm the bowler here, I'm saying, yeah, I'll bowl it outside the off. But come on, just give me a fielder out there. His theory is like, well, if they're going to get a boundary and it's going to go through, it's a good shot. But I'm not going to make it easy. I'd rather have us tight in the circle. That's a good ball. And just tucked away this time onto the leg side by Pankaj. Gets Dylan back. Now Dylan now needs to, with losing Ratul, the partner that he put that 115 partnership with in the earlier match, the eliminator, now needs to know that he's got to stay focused there and look to bat deep and get a good partnership on this occasion, going with the right-hander Pankaj Bhagat, who also has looked good at times in this series. He'd want to find and rekindle that form in this very important match.
Yeah, I agree. This is all for Dylan here. The stage is set perfectly for him. Yeah, wide ball called there. Wide plus a bit extra.
Just slows up because I think the keeper does get something on that, which is good work from him actually. As Katawala, I think a glove onto that takes the pace off it. But this is the issues that teams face with the left and right combination. That's why I think I've said a few times that I would like that maybe they break up, Stein and Ratul. But then having said that, the two of them put that superb partnership on in the last match. So yeah, it works. Swings and roundabouts really.
I agree. Yep, swings and roundabouts. I was going to say that. Well, it continues.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It really is class. And the fielders of Prague CC just stand and watch and admire. What a cracking shot. They don't come any better than this. This is the perfect cut shot. There's nobody in that position. 4 runs. Thank you very much.
just hits that in front of point. You can see there from the side on replay where he's placed that. And there's Arun Ashakan in the background there, sort of just backward a point ever so slightly. In the covers, Captain Riddick Toma, neither of them moved a muscle except to look at each other and realise he's bisected them perfectly. What a great shot.
Excellent shot. So 49 for one. Still 2 balls to go in this third over. Goes for the short one, and it's going to be 4 more. There's the one solitary fielder there at square leg. So the pull shot gets carried out. He doesn't get it wrong. He doesn't hoik it up into the air. It's a very good controlled shot from high to low, they say. And that's the way to do it. Good shot, 4 runs.
Yes, it's not the right delivery, and the bowler will know that as well. Probably going to feel a bit filthy with himself, and he should be as well. Just the wrong delivery from Salim there. And Stain, after belting that perfect cut shot, he was into position so quick to hit that one into the gap for another boundary. So bowler has to finish strong here.
Going to try changing the angle around the wicket. And that's played beautifully.
Lovely.
Beautiful shot. What was interesting about that is Stain was ready for the bowler to come over the wicket.
Yep.
And he stays ready. The umpire says he's coming around. He doesn't flinch. He just stays there ready. Says, yeah, all right then. Doesn't make a change. Doesn't take a guard again. He just says, yeah, I know where it's going to be. As soon as the ball comes, beautifully played. Classy shot. There's no chance for Arun to do anything about that. And despite that over, starting with the wicket, they still get 20 from it and take the score to 57 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, if you look at that replay of Dylan's shot there, he plays it so well. It's a slight step forward. He doesn't move right into the pitch of the ball because he knows it's going to come a little bit wider, and he knows exactly where he's going to play it. It's just a really good bit of clever batting from Dylan Stain. Don't want to give him too much of rev up because we know what hangs over my head, but I'm just going to finish that sentence by saying he's looking good here. I like the way he goes about his business, and you know what? If he was the top scorer the last time these two teams met here in 2023, well, if he could replicate that, there's every chance Burno could be getting into the final, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah, there is a long way still to go. So it's Davison Romani, who's, again, we know he's got genuine pace, but can he get it in the right area? That's what he's got to try and do. Starts well. It's good delivery. Gets played out onto the off. The batters take one. And these two are more than capable of running a very quick 2. But on this occasion, they decide that we'll just see what the fielder does. The fielder who's fielding that one is Samir Mathaget. So not just yet. Look at Stainer. Look at him there. Come on. Ding, ding, ding. It is, well, we should say around 4. In fact, it's over 4. But he's dancing around there and trying to keep himself on his toes, keep himself focused. He doesn't want to fall into sort of a blip. He wants to stay on touch. He wants to stay on the ball. It's up in the air. It's going to bounce kindly for the captain, Riddick Toma, who fires in a good throw. No 2 to that arm.
What a good throw that was, Rico. We had great vision because he threw it right in front of us, and we saw exactly where it was landing, right next to the bails. What a great throw that is. If there had been 2 there, I mean, the batter would not have been in the side-on replay of that one. Would have been gone for all money. So good work there from the captain on the boundary line.
Good wheels. Good wheels. It's well bowled.
Wasn't it? A little bit of something spicy on that delivery. That was proper pace. Look at that. Swings the bat. That ball was already out of shot by the time he comes around. Yeah, he really had no idea about that one. Romani, we said it before, just a little bit a yard quicker, we think. And he's come on at a really good time after 2 magical overs. Suddenly he's come on trying to apply the brakes as he did in a few previous games. He's done that. So he's been very economical.
It's hit well, and there you go. There's that sweeper. He's in place finally.
Yep.
And they've actually, it's a better field to the right hand. They've got the backward point on the boundary and a sweeper. So they've kept it to just one man in the cover position because they've got the other boundary riders on the legs up. That's better. It's something that they took a long while to do in the last match. In fact, I don't think they did it at all.
I think you're right. I think that was absent. That was one of the problems that they had.
Played down the ground. Again, another single. So this is good from Romani at the moment. Keeping it nice and tight. So that field, again, has to move.
Yeah, Stain mishits the pull shot there because he's beaten for pace. In the previous over, he played that pull shot to perfection, and he placed it perfectly, very square away from the fielder who was a lot finer. And that just shows the difference between those two deliveries. You know, Romani is hurrying the batter on here with some really good pace.
Yeah, I want to say hi to Wade and Jacob that are also in the chat. That's a bit high. It's going to go all the way to the boundary, 6 runs. I think we'll have a look at the height on this as well.
Yeah.
So it's definitely 6. Umpire's given 6 there, but let's just have a look at the height. I mean, he does charge it, which is going to make it pretty hard to give a call. I mean, you're now now that you see the umpires are guessing, does that ball stay at that height? Does it come down? And I think they're going to say they're going to go with the bowler here and say, nah, we're not going to give it a free hit. It's hard to give when it's being charged, but still a good hit. 6 runs right at the end of that over from Romani. I think that's the Yorker goes from, but still, it's a good over. Only 10 from it, 67 for 1.
It is good over. I agree with you 100% on that one because the previous 2 went magical. This one goes for 10, and it was just that last ball that got away from there. Otherwise, that was looking like a really good tight over. Romani's economy, I think, will probably, if you have a look at the stats at the end of this tournament, you'll probably find he will be one of the top bowlers in terms of economy. And he's impressed me just with the extra yard of pace that he's got.
Oh,
sweet is the best way to describe that, Rico. Take it away.
Oh, yeah, sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of gulab jambu, that one. It's just on the spot where Dylan Stain likes it. He played some cracking shots like this in his first innings, in the first match. It's just there. He plays this so well. He has such a good pickup on this one. And the elevation to go with it. And that has gone a long way. Watch it go. Adios, Balota. Adios.
That's one of my favourite shots of the day. That looks so good and effortless as well. He's just middled it. It didn't sound anything apart from just perfect. And that's why straight away, as soon as he hit it, all I could say was sweet. It just sounded so good. Oh, boy. Padmaraju just gets taken out of the ground on the first ball of his over. And that's a real statement from Stain.
Yeah, okay, a bit of a change in the field. And that's now going to be too wide of the man who's in that long off position. He's a little bit straighter. So 6 and 4. And Dylan Stain all together now on the chat. He is hungry for more. Yeah, they just saw them bring up the third into this circle or this over because they wanted to put another fielder out on the offside, but it doesn't work a treat for them. They've also got a 45 back because they feel that Dylan will play that little nudge. But that's well played. Dylan looking good here. Now he gets a full toss, which he kind of misses out on. And they will come through for a single. That's good running.
Yeah, just slams that into his own pads there. Probably a little bit filthy himself, just doesn't get advantage of that one. And, well, lucky for Padmaraju as well, that one didn't get caned out of the ground. Yeah, probably should have done better with that one. Maybe just hurried on him just a little bit. Anyway, it's going to be Pankaj who's going to face the next ball. He's still got negotiated another half of an over from Padmaraju.
Oh, a little bit of luck here from Pankaj. He has a swing here. Gets an inside edge. Almost plays it back onto his stumps, but he'll take a dot ball. He certainly would. And if Pavin Padmaraju gets away with just the 11 off the over, he'll be more than happy. Certainly after the way it started with that big 6 and 4. And he won't, because this will also be muscled away over the mid-wicket boundary. Good pickup, good hit, solid strike. Pankaj gets 6 to his name. And there's another boundary. So he's still got another ball to bowl here. And the score off this over already at 17. And this was the kind of the hitting that they were up against from the Tigers. And now it's happening all over again here.
Yeah, PCC outfielders wishing that there was a ball retriever, because that has gone quite a long way back into the Banks field. Last ball, the 5th coming up. There will be a drinks break after this delivery.
It gets played away. It bobbles down to the fielder. He'll make the stop, and it's a very good and very productive first 5 overs to score 85 for 1. As the players will quite rightly take on some water. Very warm out there in the middle. And that gives myself, Rika Full, and Phil G an opportunity to welcome you into our commentary position. And yeah, I mean, you can certainly feel the heat. Very, very warm in here right now. We know that out there's a slight breeze, but still temperatures, as you said earlier, about 32 to 34 out there.
Oh, definitely in the centre. I mean, they say that the current temperatures are around about sort of high 20s. That temperature's taken in the shade. So for the people out there in the centre, it's a plus another 4 or 5 degrees. Slight breeze coming across the ground, but it's fair enough they're getting a drinks break now at probably the warmest part of the day right now. Maybe we should get a brink stroke as well. Maybe we can get a couple of guys to run in some fluids to us.
Yeah, nice and cold ones, please, gentlemen. That'd be nice. Hey, why don't we take a look at what's coming up in Finland tomorrow? I know we brought this up a little bit earlier, and I know that Alex will try and find that and have that up in the screen. So Finland does start tomorrow. Here it is here. So we've got the Dark Knights. Oh,
that's a good name.
That's a good name.
Like that.
Up against the Rapids. And who else? Got Gymkhana Gladiators there as well. Hadley Empire will also be playing. And we'll also get to see the Helsinki Titans are playing as well. There are some good names. You got the Dark Knights and you got the Umpires there. And the Dark Knights, liking that. The Empire, well, the Empire Strike Back. I can see that that being said a few times by the commentators. But yeah, it's going to be a good series. And in Finland, good to be in Finland as well. I know that Vinny Sandu is already there. He was meeting up with Andrew Ryan, the Rhino. And we're going to have some lunch and probably going to be talking about the first day of play. So that starts tomorrow there in Finland. Good luck with that. And I know that our crew will be getting ready and getting things set up. I'm sure Alistair is there now at the ground, making sure that everything is ship shape ready to start tomorrow.
I bet they have slightly cooler conditions than what we have here in Prague. But hey, swings and roundabouts, as we say. Swings and roundabouts. We start the 6th over with Ravi Solanki coming on and getting a wide ball past the bat. Very wide delivery, that one. And not even remotely interested is Pankaj Bhagat. He's on 20 from 9 balls faced. He and Dylan putting on a good partnership here. Okay. He was interested in that one, though.
He was interested in that one. He swings and he misses at it. Hello to Enrico. Hello also to Abhijit, who says hi to us. Hello to you as well.
Hello to you. Thanks for joining us.
And Enrico saying, did Shaquille's team win earlier? Yes, his team is, of course, the Prague Tigers. They did win, and it was a thumping win as well. Enrico, they put a massive score on the board, 180, and the Prague CC fell well short, finishing on 145. That's going to be too wide from the bowler.
Yeah, Ravi Solanki had a bit of trouble here with the radar. That's 3 wides in 4 balls. And he's usually pretty accurate. I feel he's trying to rush through this over. Just needs to slow it down and get it back on.
And, well, they've moved that fielder back in side to the circle. So that's a good shot play there. But Pankaj, this time he rocks back. He gets right underneath it and then elevates it enough. We've seen a few times that shot go wrong. And the fielders that are there in the catching position short have taken some good catches, but it gets good elevation, good, clean, solid strike from Pankaj.
Yeah, Ravi didn't have a great innings with the ball previous game. I believe he went magical on his first over. However, he got his revenge when he came out to bat, belting 44 off 8 deliveries. So if he can do that again when it's Prague CC's turn to bat, who knows what can happen. But right now, they need him to do something with the ball here.
And, well, they're taking this on. It's a good throw. But we know that Dylan Stain is very quick. And a quick early calls. He says, yep, I'm coming. It was acknowledged. And you can see there he's comfortably in.
Yeah, he is. You're right. A really quick and nice early call. And look, he's still dancing around. I think that's also just part of him just trying to G himself up to say, come on, Dylan, we've still got this to do. We've got more to do. It's how he sort of exudes the positivity that becomes infectious to the rest of the team. So the team seem like that. They respond.
To place that out, and it's a brilliant effort. It really is. I think he could have hurt himself here. I think we're going to have to just pause proceedings for a while. The batters keep running, but the fielder is in trouble out there. He is in agony.
He's in strife.
I think the umpires have to, I think the umpires here, I mean, they've let the play go on, and as soon as it comes to a stop, they do the right thing and call dead ball because, I mean, it's a superb effort. diving forward. But I'm just wondering the way when he's landed, whether he's landed badly on his fingers or his knee. Maybe we'll get a chance to have a look at it again if we've got it here. But it's a tremendous effort. It would have been a superb catch. Let's have a look at it. Comes diving in. So just have a look at the way he lands. Lands really heavily on that left arm. And I think the jolt of it could have hurt his shoulder. He's back on his feet, which is good. And he's just moving that arm around. But yeah, I think he definitely feels that. That's Arvind Sudhar. And look, there you go. There's Arun who's just making sure he's okay, just stretching him out a little bit. And now he's checking his fingers as well. That's good umpiring as well. You can see umpire Farouk is just checking that he's okay. Yep. Says, let me have a look at your eyes.
Yep.
He said, move those shades up so I can see you. But look at him. He's disappointed he hasn't taken the catch. He said, I nearly had it. He does nearly have it. Look at it here. So you can see he doesn't have it. But I get the feeling when he goes down here, Phil, even if he does have that ball is probably going to pop out of his hands because he hits the ground with a thud.
He was quite high in the air too, wasn't he? But it's good to see him moving around okay. He's having a chat. He's getting stretched by Arun.
Hey, you know, have they run 3 there? Sort of doesn't sit right with me in a way. I can understand the 1 and the 2, but I think at some point, the umpire probably should call a dead ball. You've got a man who's down in it. Could have been nasty.
Yeah, no, they ran that third with overthrows.
Yeah.
Because the wicketkeeper couldn't take it cleanly, so they went through on a buzzer.
Yeah, interesting one, that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I've seen times when something like that's happened, and the umpire's quite entitled, if he's seen it, to say, right, you've run 1, guys, all right, stop, dead ball, because the man is down there, he's hurt, but they've let the play carry on, and they have taken 3. And, well, double the 3 and make it 6, because that's what you're getting here. Dylan Steyn is just making the shot look so easy. He's just fetching anything that's in that area, and he's dispatching it over that leg side boundary. It just makes it look easy, and it's another big hit. It's another big over. It comes to an end. Solanki will go for 18 in the over, 2 boundaries there, and 103 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, just on the back of that what you said before, Rico, my understanding of the rules, which are quite extensive, is the umpire can call the ball dead if he sees a player injured, even while the batters are running. He's quite allowed to do that.
I'm just gonna stop you here. I'm just having a look at what's happening in front of me here.
Yeah.
I think that was a no ball called there.
I think it was a front foot no ball. I saw the umpire, after he did the 6, he extended the arm, and then he went to sort of put his foot on the crease to Ravi and say, this is where you stepped.
Got to call the no ball first, umpire, and that's why we got a bit confused there. So no ball, 7 up in that case. And it doesn't look like well, this is not the delivery, this is something else, isn't it? And well, let me go back to this one. So wouldn't have mattered if they called it or not because it was a free hit. So, but Prague CC, look, they're trying to wake each other up. There's a few of them shouting at each other, saying, "Come on, boys!" So that over in the end does go magical with the 7 up and a single off the free hit. 20 come off the over. So 105 it is for 1 at the end of 6.
That's right. So the score is building up nicely. Bruno doing well here. And they didn't get a full advantage of the free hit, though, but they're still going along very nicely. Just keep an eye on the chat. Hello there to Jake Stewart, who was talking, just reminding Wayne about the conversation we had in the previous innings about, the previous game about the saltwater crocodiles, the jellyfish, and all that sort of business. And he's also gone on to say the mighty Phil is so manly that he stings the jellyfish. Now, before we start getting a bit carried away about how manly I am, believe me, if I saw a jellyfish, believe me, you would hear a very high-pitched scream that could break glass, and I would run on water to get away from it. I have no intention of being stung by a jellyfish. And as Wayne quite rightly says, they are one of the most dangerous animals in Australia. Forget anything else you heard about Australia. The jellyfish, they cause a lot of carnage, and that is absolute truth. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near one. But thank you for saying that, though, that Jake. He gave me a little bit of a moment where I sort of like just jumped around the room a little bit like, that's cool. But thank you. But no. Anyway, the 7th over starts. It's going to be Smith Patel on to bowl.
And up in the air. Has he got enough of this? No, he hasn't. They get the breakthrough. And Dylan Steyn playing probably his favourite shot is going to get out, and Smith Patel gets the breakthrough. They needed that breakthrough. And the second wicket falls at the score at 105. And Dylan Steyn, who was on his way, really, you would have thought, to back-to-back half centuries. I think what he does here is he takes the step across, whereas probably, in hindsight, he's probably thinking, I should have stayed still and maybe be looking to play the cut shot. But he had a lot of work to do to get power in the shot to clear the fielder. So he gets a little bit of fist bump, but you can see that he's a bit disappointed. Just see where he ends up there, where he plays that shot from. And then he's trying to swivel it around and over the square leg. Now, maybe that's worked out well for Prague CC, having the square leg up. That Steyn has seen him up and decided to try and take him on. But he doesn't get it right. The catch gets taken. They lose the second wicket. It's an important breakthrough for Prague CC.
It looked like he just had a poor shot selection, just a bit of a brain fade there. If the ball had kept a bit lower, then he would have been in great position for a pull shot. Instead, it gets too high up and he just pops it up in the air. Oh, no. Look out. Here we come. Here comes Smith Patel.
Oh, dear. Well, have a look at this. Oh, yaar. The shot bhi ganda marya. Punje back in apni wicket with it. That's not good. And that's a huge wicket. Nurkan Dai chasing what looks like a very wide delivery. Well, he chops it onto his stumps, and look at the way he ends up. He trips himself up, and just to add salt to injury, looks even more silly as he ends up on the floor on his backside. It's going to be a golden duck there. So captain will go without scoring. And just like that, Smith Patel is on a hat-trick.
He's turned the game around. He comes on the bowl, which I thought was a good idea. Well, talk about an understatement there. It's a really good idea. He's gotten 2 in 2. We're now on hat-trick wash. Look at that. Just doesn't play the wide ball well. Gets an under edge. Cannons onto the stumps. Gets put down on his keister. And then he has to depart with 0 next to his name with only a golden duck to escort him off. Have a look at the Hall of Fame here. Abdul Muiz picked up a hat-trick only a few days ago in the Challenger division. So that was on the 17th of June. 5 days later, Smith Patel, he's ready to put himself into the Hall of Fame of hat-tricks. Can he do it?
Can he do it? And it's good batter that's come out there. Hamidullah, he does like to belt it. He'll have a go no matter what. He does hit it well, but he finds the fielder who picks it up well, fires it in.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Tell you what.
Ooh.
A closer shy might have had him cold there. Well, that was a lot closer than what I think we realised.
It's an excellent one-hand pick-up and throw, and
oh, he's got the bat down.
just got the bat down, and then has to dodge the ball, crunch it into his knees. But yeah, Patel now bowling here to Pankaj. Now, how does he go about things? Plays and misses, gets a good dot ball in here. So this over certainly making a change here. That score at one point was around that. Again, it was around that 160-ish mark. Comes down to about 150. I mean, that's still a lot of runs if they get there. Yeah. Bruno need to now just reshape and keep the partnership going. Pankaj, well, he's swinging like the golfers on the golf course at the moment, but he's missing.
Well, for a man who before those 2 deliveries was striking at 200, he's been made to look a little bit silly with these 2 deliveries. Just a swing and a miss. Can't connect. Needs to be connecting. Oh, 3 in 3 from Smith Patel, Rico.
It's been called a wide.
Oh.
It's called a wide.
Okay. Let's have a look. Fair call, I reckon. Yes, good call, Venki.
It's a good call from Venki.
Yeah,
it
agreed.
Really is a good call. So they'll have to bowl it again, Patel, but still great over. And this is going to go all the way, though. So this time he does get a little bit closer, and that will go all the way. It clears the boundary fence. The European Cricket Network fence around the ground. Big 6 to finish, but still, that's a great over. Look at Arun, who goes straight up to Smith and said, that's a good over. Gives him a little pat on the back. 2 wickets fall in it. Only the 8 runs. 7 overs complete. 113 for 3.
Yeah, that is a terrific over. Don't worry about that 6 that you get hit on the end there, Smith. You've gotten 2 wickets in 2, and the rest of the over, with the exception of that 6, was outstanding. This is the Tour of Czechia, but we can talk about this now in the past tense of where we've been. We have had T20I, T20IW, ECIW, ECS Challenger, and this is, well, the penultimate game in the Premier Division unfolding right in front of you.
Yeah, it started, of course, our tour here on that 8th of June. Well, it hit this pretty hard, but Oh, it's going to get past the fielder.
Should have stopped that.
Yeah, I can see some of the bodies look at each other there from Prague CC and saying, come on, why are we making errors like this? He should have stopped this. It's just horrible fielding, really. He should have just gone down, slid down, get something behind it and make the stop. So
he's gone for a slap back. He didn't need to slap it back. He had to just get something behind it.
Yeah.
And it could have been a clean save. Maybe roll with the ball, stand up and throw the ball in. I'm going to tell him how to field because it's been a long time since I've done that, but the slap was never going to work. Romani goes for 4 of his first ball of the over.
Well, Ula, he does like to have a good swing. When he came in the last match, he came out and made instant contact. Remember, he hit 2 balls. He had 2 balls to face, and he hit 6 and 4.
That's right.
And got those 10 runs, and those 10 runs were mightily important in that victory.
Because they piled on, was it 23 in that last over?
Yeah.
So it ended up almost being the margin. So you're absolutely right, Rico. That was a really important cameo. Literally 2 balls that he played changed the complexion of the game. Try that one again.
Pankaj swung and missed at a few. 32 of 16. He works that one away. Fielder's got a lot of work to do. Oh, no. I can't believe it. I just can't believe what I'm seeing here.
That's a bit poor.
Yeah, he gets there and then totally misses it. And, well, he better be careful as the ball retriever throws it back to him. He might miss it second time round. But, yeah, you just got to make these stops. And is that Arvind again? I think it might be. Now, Arvind's a very good fielder. So
yeah,
I'm surprised that he's making it. All right, he might have that drop catch he put down in his mind. But got to do better than that. And nobody's now going to stop this. That is a crunching blow. It's going to end up probably on the pitch of, almost ends up on the pitch of the Banksfield. What a big hit that is. Cracking shot from Pankaj as he closes on a half century.
Yeah, he's middled that one. Absolutely middled it. Smoked it out of the ground. That was a great shot. Yeah, 42 now from 18. He is closing in on that bit of a milestone there. I'll tell you something else to keep your eye on. Let's keep your eye on that little clock counting down on the side there.
Yeah.
PCC need to be aware of that.
That's well bowled, and that's a good shot. This time it will be well fielded. It's a very good arm from the fielder. Gets the throw in. Goes to the bowler's end. That's Smit Patel. It goes to the keeper's end, beg your pardon. And the keeper, well, almost makes a meal of it.
I'll tell you a little secret about Smit. Smit Patel patrols the area deep, long off or long on. He can be interchanged there. Usually likes long on. He will more often than not throw to the keeper's end. It's just what he does because he's got such a strong arm. You see it a lot, and it can really get batters running to that end a little bit in strife. Because they're obviously, if you're running to what you think is the danger end, being the non-striker's end, with a throw coming in from deep at long on or long off, you're thinking, he'll throw to the non-striker's end. The guy around to the striker's end, suddenly he needs to get his skates on because the ball's coming into him. He will more often than not throw to the keeper.
Oh, that's wild. I think that's a no-y. The 2 umpires haven't called it on the field of play yet, but I get the feeling this is definitely too high. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, they're calling for the replay.
Yeah, he's in his, he's deep in his crease. And,
Yeah, easy. That's easy. Come on, that's easy pickings, right? Or are we going to call that waist height?
Nah, he's off the ground. You've got to call that one. It's waist or above. He's inside his crease, so the ball... Oh, no, I can't believe they haven't called that. I can't believe they've not called it. That ball is waist or above. That's above the waist. If the batter is in his normal batting stance, which means both feet planted on the ground, I think that's a no ball. And they get lucky with that. That's a bit of a lucky break. 17 come off the over. 130 for 3 after 8 overs.
Yeah, 2 more overs to come. 130 on the board, as you say, Rico. And plenty firepower and plenty of time to really increase that. The current run rate at 16.25. Looking at a score somewhere in the 160s. As we now go aerial. And out of the ground, gone downtown. That is gone with a capital G-O-R-N-E. Smashes into the European cricket banner. And the lone ball retriever. At least we've got one ball retriever here today, Rico.
He's keeping himself fit and busy. This is quite an exceptional shot. How he doesn't put his shoulder out, I don't know. Look at this.
Really
Wow.
twists it, doesn't he?
He's got that from a ball on the stumps, and he's managed to put it over the point area for a big boundary. Now he goes down the ground. It just drops in front of Romani. They're taking on the second. In comes a throw. This could be pretty close.
Gone.
I think he's gone here.
Yep,
He's gone. And that's going to be the end of Hamidullah. It's not the first time that we've seen Ullah getting himself run out in this sort of situation. I think the last time I was talking about it was in a very similar sort of situation. We were in the 8th over. He was hitting the ball well. He went for a second, which I don't think he perhaps needed to go for. And it's good work here. You'll see he's not in the picture.
He knew he was gone. You can see there's no bat slide there, but the last look he put on over his shoulder to look at where the ball was coming in, the ball was already there. It had already arrived. He knew he was gone. He didn't have those extra 2 steps that he needed. So, unfortunately for Berno, Hamidullah has to go. Not bad work there from Davis Romani. At first, he didn't want to grab it cleanly, so he just pats it down with 2 hands in front of himself, gets himself in a good position to throw the return in. Well done.
It's going to be a dot ball to the new batter who's come out. This is Shailendra Solanki.
Solanki just watches that one go through. It's a bit of a leave. He thought it was going to go wider, and the umpire said, no, not on my watch. That was fine.
That bobbles away, and well fielded by Ritik Toma. Has to throw himself forward to take the ball before it bounces a third time, because it's those bounces that can do you, and he does well to attack it. So just a single taken on this occasion, but it gets the batter who's in, Pankaj, on strike. Hits that firmly. Ritik once again does the fielding. Doesn't throw this one in hard, as there's no attempt from the batters to even think about the second. Good over, good spell from Smit Patel. Remember, his first over only went for 8. 2 for 17 with a ball to go. And he's going to get no runs on this one as well. The non-striker doesn't back up here at all, which is very strange. It's probably because he's already thinking, Pankaj, that he wants to be on strike, so he doesn't want to take the single. 139 for 4. Good over again from Smit Patel. Picks up another wicket and only goes for 9. A good recovery after being smashed for a big 6 of his very first ball.
He has bowled 2 very good overs there. So well done to Smit Patel. Good return when the keeper throws him the ball and says, all right, come on, I want you to bowl the 7th, get me a couple of wickets. And he does. So there's that. And then he's backed it up again with a really nice tight over here in the 9th. The 10th, who's going to bowl the 10th? Look at that. Would it be Ravi Solanki? He went for 20. Padam Raju went for 18. Or it's not going to be Arun Ashokan because he went for 26 off his. I wonder who they're going to turn to. It looks like it's going to be Samira. So it's someone different, of course. Of course it is. They want to bowl someone they haven't bowled before. We've seen that a few times in this tournament.
Good ball to start off with. Gets that more or less in the slot. Just a little bit of movement back in as well. But good bit of bat onto it. So Pankaj, he would have wanted more than just a single. Interesting, he turns down a single at the end of an over to take one of the very first ball of the next. I'll leave you to ponder about that one. I think if I'm not taking a single at the end of the over, I'm not taking one the very first ball of the over. It's going to be taken. Arun takes the catch, and that's why I don't take it, because now another new batter will be on strike. Solanki goes. So with that little bit of, well, you could say sometimes you've got to think smart. Pankaj, I don't think he does when he takes the single. Yeah. And goes for the big hit, but gets caught. Good catch by Arun, who has to get himself and lift himself off the ground to take it. So another wicket goes with a score on 140. Still 4 balls to come in the innings.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up perfectly, Rico. That single off the first ball has undone them, because now it's a new batter. That counts as a dot ball, the previous one. And the new batter now has to get nice and steady to face this delivery. And he has to go right from the off.
That's a great shot. I can't see anybody stopping that. The only person who could have done is the umpire, but the umpire's quick on his feet as well. Quick and nimble. Here's Farouk just as well. Have a look at this. He's hit as straight as a dart. And the umpire goes down just to make sure that's a very good shot from Mutab Khan.
That's a cracking strike. So credit where it's due. He's come in, first ball, crashed down the ground four.
Oh, wow. That's an attempted slower delivery. This has come out completely wrong. It's going to be 4 runs. I don't know what's happened there, but Khan, fair play to him, has managed to play this to the boundary. I think he didn't know too much about it himself, but he gets another boundary. And that takes the score now to 148. Have a look at this. Look at the way he's played this. And I don't think any issue with the height. The ball is on the way down. The slow ball goes wrong there from Samira.
Yeah. He's manufactured a 4 there from a little bit of an awkward positioning. So Samira's gone for a couple of boundaries in this one, the 10th. He has got a vital wicket, though. Still 2 to come.
Hits that well, and Ritik does the fielding, gets the throw in. I think they're only just going to take the single, so that's good work from Khan, isn't it? Comes in, 2 boundaries, takes the single, and now says to Pankaj, okay, I've done my bit. Don't let us down here now with the ball to go, 149. Whatever happens, get ready for the running.
Yeah, they want to, obviously they'll get the 150 up, you'd expect, unless this is a crazy dot ball. We'd expect him to get something here. Let's see how we go. Last ball, the in is coming up. Bagat, he would need a big hit to bring up his 50. Can he do it?
Well, he's pushed it down. You've got to turn and go here, surely. It should be out. It will be out. And he'll get 1, and that'll be it. So he's not going to get his 50. He'll be not out on 46 with the score exactly on 150 for 6. So, well, I'm just having a look at Prague CC. They're giving each other a few high fives. They're certainly looking a lot more positive and more interested in this match and this run chase than they were in the one against the Prague Tigers when they had to get 181. And in reply, they got to 145, remember. So they'll feel that this one is definitely on. Brno, though, they've got the runs on the board in this qualifier. And 150, they'll feel that with their bowling, if they bowl well, that, yeah, it might be enough.
Yeah, this is a really tantalising little run chase coming up. It's that kind of total that you would really expect PCC to relish in. It's the kind of score that is really testing for all teams. Past score here during this part of the tour that we've had around the last 15 years. Past score here in the Premier Division is around sort of like the mid to high 130s. Today's been a great day for batters. They've loved it out there. Some big high scores for the team coming along as well. You see Dylan Stain there jumping around as Rico, you described him as Muhammad Ali, waiting to come out of the corner when the bell rings. And he pretty much was like that. That's how he approached his innings. Because when he came out of the corner, oh boy, he got into it straight away, belting 47 of 15 with 4 fours and 4 sixes. He was looking good.
He was looking good. You could say he was dancing like a butterfly and stinging like a bee, because when he hit it, the ball did stay hit. But the thing was, he would fall, wouldn't he? And just before he could get to his half century, but he scored at a good rate. But the thing was, and that's a good thing with Brno, I think every batter that did come out didn't waste any time. This was some good strike rate. So even Nur Khande, the captain, he would go first ball. That would have been a great catch from Arvind Sidar, who is not having the best of days at the moment. He did get a golden duck in the qualifier number 1. He puts that catch down. He had a big glaring misfield as well. That one, unfortunately for him, will probably be on the highlights. Well, that was the wicket that went down. It was that was the captain who went very first ball and fell over himself as he put the ball on to the stumps. And this is, I think, is that misfield. Yeah, that's not a good one, is it? From Arvind. We know he's better than that. He knows he's better than that as well. So one of those went along. That was an exceptional shot from Ullah. But once again, Ullah, I don't know if he had to do this here. I mean, Romani does really well, gets a good throw in, and that means that Ullah gets run out by some distance. But I don't think there was a need for that. If it was the last over, I understand it. That was happening inside in the 9th over. I believe it was the second ball off it. That was a good shot, though. I like that from Khan. Comes out, hits 2 boundaries, then gets a single. The only thing was that Pankaj right there at the end couldn't do the same, but they do put 150 on the board. And I know people will be saying, well, Prague CC, a score like this is if their top order click, they should do it quite comfortably. But again, I remind everybody, it's a score in an eliminator. That's the best way to describe this in this qualifier number 2. The pressure has got to be on. And you've got to say, with 150 on the board, that Bruno go into this certainly as favourites. Phil, what do you think?
I agree. I think they definitely go in as favourites. PCC have got a bit of a hard task in front of them. This is not going to be an easy run chase. I say it's going to be a tasty run chase for them because it's also going to really test them. It's going to test their top order because their top order didn't stand up in that previous game in Qualifier 1. And it was up to people like Ravi Solanki to come in to add a little bit of momentum. You take him out of what score PCC put on, they got smashed by Prague Tigers. The difference would have been much more than 35 runs. It could have been a 70-run difference. It could have been that kind of thing. Yeah. So for the top order here for PCC, they really got to stand up. They need a good opening partnership, and Arun Ashoka needs to stand up. Second, third, fourth batter who comes in, they've got a lot of work to do. 150 is not going to be a cakewalk in a final when on your mind is a place in the final. The final game against Prague Tigers. There's going to be a lot going on here.
Absolutely, and it could have been a lot worse if it weren't for some very good bowling from Smith Patel. Have a look at his 2 overs, 2 for 17. And I think that's the difference why on this occasion, Prague CC are chasing 151 and not 181.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, 100%. Smith's 2 overs came in at a time when they were caning the ball to all parts of the ground. It didn't matter who it was. They lost a few wickets there. Pankaj came in, Dylan came and went. Mohammad Ratzel's 22 at the top as well. But even that middle order of Bruno, they could have just stepped up and gone after a different bowler. Let's say it wasn't Smith Patel, as you say, Rico, and they could have taken easily 40 runs off those 2 overs. And that's why PCC are facing 151 for the win to get themselves into this 2025 Premier Division final.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting innings to come up. Well, we know that the European Cricket Network, we often say, or I often describe it as a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama. And, well, I think we're going to have all of those in this run chase on what has so far been today a very high-scoring finals day here in Czechia. Join me, Rico Full, and, of course, Phil G, when we return in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello folks and welcome back as you get ready for the reply from Prague CC, a big team here in Czechia. Will they be in the final or not? If they are, then they've got to chase 150, 151 being their target. And well, as the players come out there, let's talk about some important things on this day in history. Perhaps, how about this one? 1948, a Dutch opener is born. In Barbados, Nolan Clark hammered 159 for Barbados against Mike Dennis's England tourist in 1974 with what Wisdom, the magazine, described as a power and confidence knock that it could be a devastating, well, he could have been a devastating international attack for years. 22 years later, at the age of 47, Clark finally got to play international cricket for the Netherlands in the 95-96 World Cup. Although he only got 50 runs in 5 innings, he'd done more than most to get them there, having scored 121 and not out against Bermuda in the ICC Trophy playoff that clinched their place. And birth today of Nolan Clark, a Dutch opener. And also in 1855, birth of the first black man to play for Australia, Sam Morris, who was born in Hobart of West Indian parents, a decent all-rounder who played 1 test in Melbourne in 1884-85. Back to the action here, and we're going to start with a spicy wide delivery. This one is hit an area where we've seen the ball shoot off a few times. Glastonbury Festival has started in the UK today in Worthy Farm in Pilton, Somerset. I think that's where Danny Hudacek might be making his way to. I'm sure Daddy would be at home over there. And the man who joins me in the commentary position, Phil G, I think you wouldn't mind a little stint there in Glastonbury. That's even wider this time round from Mishra.
I wouldn't mind. I got to say this though, mud scares me. There's just something about mud. I don't trust it. I wouldn't do well in gumboots, Wellingtons, whatever you want to call them. Just traipsing through the mud to listen to some music that I could probably hear from home. But then again, I say that's showing my age, though. You know, it's like why go all that trouble when I could just play it on my stereo at home and have a nice cold drink and and watch European cricket on the TV as well.
A little bit fuller. So I think he holds this across the seam, but it's just delightfully timed as Kadiwala gets the first runs off the bat, and it will be 4 runs. Just the over-pitch delivery from Mishra, just played back down the ground. The World Rainforest Day today as well, which is all about encouraging people to learn more about the rainforest and join in efforts to protect and preserve these forests for generations to come. And
hey Rico, I've got an on this day, and I hope you don't have this on your list, 'cause I know this is your thing. So I'm going to apologise ahead of time in case I'm infringing on trademark here. That's been punched down the ground. This time that is fielded, albeit juggling, by Hamidullah there, straight down the ground. On this day, in 1981, John McEnroe was famous for saying a very famous sentence. Do you remember it?
Did you say John McEnroe?
John McEnroe, tennis player, in 1981.
It's got to have something to do with the chalk fly.
It was the "you cannot be serious."
You cannot be serious. Didn't you see the chalk fly, John McEnroe?
That was at Wimbledon, and 1981 on this day. I remember that because I was watching it. I was a little 11-year-old, little scallywag I was, in short pants with my cricket bat, thinking it's the same as tennis. In there in Australia, and I said, "Mummy, what's this? What does that actually mean?" And Mum and Dad had just laughing their heads off, saying, "Well, that's John McEnroe for you." Yeah. It was on replay because obviously the time difference in Australia. It was it was on the news the next day. Classic stuff from John McEnroe.
John McEnroe, yeah. A naughty boy of tennis. Mind you, as that's 4 runs played and carved through the covers by Aditya Kadiwala. I was going to say, mind you, these days that would be mild, wouldn't it? Some of the what some of the professionals get up to now.
Yeah, that's nothing. If someone says you can't be serious, the umpire probably just says, "Yeah, no, I'm serious. Yeah, play on. Yep, all good." Things you can get away with these days, you couldn't get away with 40-odd years ago. There you go. That's one of them. 12 for no loss at the start here, and Mishra desperately searching for wickets. Again, he was. Every time I speak to him, he looks a bit forlorn, a bit lost, sort of thinking, "Phil, I'm not bowling to my best." He knows he's not bowling to his best. He needs to find it because we know he's a good bowler.
It's going to be partially stopped. That's nicely done, and gets a hand onto that to make the stop. That's Pankaj, and that keeps it to just a single this time.
13 without loss. One more to come in this over. PCC need plenty of runs off 55 deliveries. The run rate required is 15. Just call it 15 at the moment.
In the air and one. Actually, no. I think that goes all the way. It does. 6 runs as the Sheriff comes out of his hideout to find this one that ends up going into where our scorers are. That's Samir is inside there with Bolo. What a glorious shot played. And, yeah, that has to be fetched from inside. And, yep, wake up, everybody. Stay awake. You always got to keep your eye on the ball. And the Sheriff goes and sorts that one out. And off the over, 19 without loss. It's a good start, good hitting. And Katawala, we know, look, he's a man who's batting well, but he's got to bat long. You feel that if you bat 8 overs to win the match. That's my feeling.
That's a fair call. I would agree with that. If he can stick around for that long, you know that he won't stick around and hog the strike and get chopped up balls. He'll get on with the job and he will support his team into getting the target. I agree. If he can stay for that long, that's a fair bit to do that, but we'll see what he can do as the second over starts.
That's a good seed, isn't it?
The bowler's almost looking at the umpire to appeal, but you can't appeal just a good delivery unless it does something. And that's what he's doing. Look at this. Watch it cut in. Wow. Oh, it's hit clipped. I think he's edged it into his pad and it's missed the lot. Yeah. And the bowler looked back to the umpires there to say, is there anything I can appeal for over there? Does that fulfill any criteria? Umpires play on. It's all good.
Oh, my. Well, that's the reply from Katiwala. It's a biggie as Chiquita will go downtown. And that ends up in the Banks field as a good comeback from Medita after getting a real good delivery. This time, look where he is here. Well outside of his crease because he knows that ball's going to seam around. And he holds the pose beautifully as that one gets played away. That's a big 6. Do you think I get into trouble when I turn up in Spain and I unpack my bag and I take some of these ants with me? Is there some sort of international, not allowed to take insects from one country to another? I'm not doing it on purpose.
Yeah, Australia and New Zealand are very hot on that. You're absolutely right. Just that Alex sitting in our ears just remind us of that one. Yeah, if ever you've watched Border Security, any of the episodes from Australia, to the smallest little something, you will never be allowed entry into Australia and New Zealand with that sort of thing. They're very protective of the fauna and flora. However, here in Europe, you're probably fine.
Okay, all right. Then mind you, the ants probably won't appreciate it. They'll turn up and there'll be no grass. It'll just be baked concrete and sand. And they'll be too hot and fizzle away. And the geckos, the lizards, they'll be happy. It'll be more crunch time for them. End of the over, is it? No, it's not. Just one batter going to another and giving him a little bit of advice. And that's Aditya Kadiwala going over and having a word with Usama Salim.
Maybe the ants will enjoy the plane ride so much they'll step out, stretch their legs, sort of go around, talk to other passengers, that sort of thing. Just be really friendly.
You've just given me a vision. My vision is after this ball was, that's big. Well, whatever Katawala said to Salim has worked a treat, and he goes over to him now and says, "Yeah, that's the way, son. That's what I'm talking about. Just hit it and thump it." Well, that's a Bizaway Super 6. Yeah, what I was going to say is that I'll be sat on the airline. We're just taking off, and I'll be sitting there minding my own business, and I'll see all of these ants walking along the inside of the plane, and I'll be thinking, "Whoops, I know where they've come from."
But all you got to do, you just have to deflect. So you just go, "Who's brought those in here then? What's that about? What's going on?" Be the first person to notice.
Yeah, I should be. That's the way to do it. Right, that's nobody there. That's going to be 6 as well. And this is the start they needed. And Prague CC, very unlike their match against the Prague Tigers. They're making some noise from the dugout. They're all out there. They're all sitting. And they're saying, "Come on, that's the way." 38 without loss after 2. And a big over that one. It goes for 19. And in fact, we've had 2 overs of 19.
Yeah, cracking start there to Prague Cricket Club. And they still need 113 off 48. That's a run rate, though, of 14.12. things are going quite well indeed. We'll have a look here. And just a reminder that we're on Telegram, and it is the European Cricket Network Hindi. That's who you're looking for if you're looking to follow the action in Hindi. And you've got access to Telegram, jump onto that.
हाँ जी आ देख लो होना ना अपना चैनल तुझे हिंदी दे ਵਿੱਚ भी देख सकते हैं. The only thing I'll say to this is we had the Asian 11 that were playing as well. Maybe one of the Asian 11 players on that picture probably would have worked better. Anyway,
Yeah.
not my job to tell our social people which pictures to use. That probably would have been a wide, but gets bat onto it. I'll take the single. What about eating? I mean, eating ants. I've seen a lot of this now. It's become a big thing, isn't it?
Yeah, the eating insects.
Just think, if we were into that, we would have just we would never need lunch. We'd just no lunch, no dinner. We'd just be munching away here, and we would have just put something sticky in the middle. Anyway, this is out of the middle of the bat. Nothing sticky about that, as that's going to go a long way. Prague CC, Usama Salim and Kadawala are going well. Usama smashes another big boundary. It's a little bit too short, and he gets the treatment. This is Matab Khan, who's now into the attack.
Yeah, see, this is what PCC can do. You see the lone ball there sitting alongside the Hugo Banks field pitch. That has gone a long way back, and unfortunately, with our lack of ball retrievers, it's taken quite a while for the fielders to go and retrieve it. Oh, look, that cuts a forlorn figure there to run out there, pick it up, and run an entire the entire radius of another pitch just to get back to the ground. We stopped the clock. Obviously, we have to stop the clock because that's taken too long. It's a shame we've just run out, or we've used up all of our ball retrievers.
Well, we had a few. I think there's some of the juniors are turning them up for. I think they might have a bit of a match in between the end of this match and the start of the final, which is always great to see.
Yep.
But even the juniors were keen to go and get that one. The ball's gone past them, and you can see the mums and dads who are with them saying, "No, keep walking. Don't get it.
We should have a talk to Chris Pearce and Renata, because they say, look, if you want to warm them up, that's a great way to warm up. They could be our ball retrievers for the next 7.5 overs. That would be terrific if we could do that.
Yeah, just get them lined up. And there's a bit of discussion here once again about something I don't know exactly about what. You can see that Venki is on the walkie-talkie. It looks like somebody's coming off here. So the 12 is going on. So who is that? That's Sandeep Tiwari goes on this. I'm not sure what the fielder who's coming off has done here, because he wasn't in the action, but he's hobbling off.
Yeah, he's definitely got a visible limp there, hasn't he? He's looking a little bit out of sorts. So that's bad news for him. But Sandeep Tiwari, 12th man, goes on to replace. Just so I see who that is coming off. But he's looking really, really a little bit sore there.
Going for it again. It's in the hit zone. Smashed away. And, maybe one of the passerbys here will get the ball, will they? Yeah, looks like a gentleman with the umbrella. No, one of the kids. Yeah, that's more like it. Get the kid. A good arm, actually. Very good arm. As a little bit of pass the parcel to get this ball back. Well, there's the folks walking along. Some kids. Yeah, nicely done. Yeah. It's a good arm that kid's got,
I know with the kids and the parents can't hear us walking in, but they need to keep their eye on the play, because that gentleman with the umbrella, the ball landed with a thud behind him. He just turned around as though to say, what was that? What's going on there? There's a cricket match going on, and I'm always fretting when I see the youngsters at the ground and they're not being looked after. Need to watch the game, because this grizzly can go in that direction very quickly.
High in the air. Now this one, it'd be a great catch if it's taken, I'll tell you that now. And in the end, it's not going to be. Hamidullah had his eyes on it. He was backtracking. Then in the end, not able to even get a hand onto it. It's going to be another boundary. Take a look at that score, by the way. 50 has already come up. It's 55 on the board. Still 2 balls to go in this over. And Prague CC, they know their history. They always get into the final, and they don't want to lose out in 2025. High, gone, big, 6. Watch out, everybody. That's going to land right close to the team marquee. Another big hit, 6 more. And Usama Salim is going ballistic. He's going wild. He's hitting 6s for fun at the moment. There's a little bit of carnage out there in the middle.
Yeah, it is indeed. Look at that. What a shot. Just says, I'm going to fill my boots. That is a cracking shot. Mahtab Khan has got no answer here. The over's gone magical already. There's one more to come. Where's this one going?
It's high. And once again, a hard opportunity. Can't get anything onto it. It's going to be 4 more. And the power play from Prague CC has had plenty of power. They have taken the bowlers to the sword. Chungia Chittarperia Bolanu, as they will get to a big score of 67 without loss at the end of the 3 overs. What a power play that is.
That's quite incredible striking here, and that over does go magical. The previous over went for 19. The over before that went for 19. Look at this, 19, 19 and 27. It's 65 for no loss. That one bounces just inside the rope actually and goes for just the boundary of the 4. Comparatively speaking, 57 for 1 were the team from Brno. We thought that was a cracking score, but 65 for no loss. PCC, it just shows how keen and how desperate and how much that final means to them. They want to be part of the final. They played every final in this ECS contest we've had here ever since 2020, ever since ECN first came to town. They don't want to miss out on another one.
No, they definitely don't. Right, they've got to get this right here pretty quickly. And bowling sometimes has been an issue for them. And looks like it's Naveed Ahmed that's going to come on here now to try and diffuse the fireworks that have started. Katawala started things off. Quite interesting again as we have a look at that field. So heavily packed on the offside, 4 in the circle with a sweeper outside. And that one should just be a single, which is disappointing really for me. If you got 4 men in and they're all there, those guys there for a catch or a single. Or stop a single.
Yeah.
One of them should be close enough to stop a single. I think you were touching on that before. If you're going to have a field like this, there should be no singles. And that's going to be even more disappointing because it's going to get over one of them and make its way to the boundary. So boundaries keep coming. So, yeah, that field again, you've got 4 inside, a sweeper on the offside. Straight, you got Ula straight, 2 men straight, and then you got the standard mid-wicket and square leg. So it's a standard field, 3 on the leg side and 2 on the off.
Yeah, I'd like to see cover a good 3 or 4 metres in a bit tighter here, just to save that single. Got him. Oh, I reckon he's gone.
Look how disappointed Usama Salim is. He's going to get himself out on 49. That is quick for Mohamed Ratul. We'll see this side on. They always like to look side on just to make sure the umpires, but it's a quicker delivery, and Salim has played a rash shot. No mistakes from Ratul. The umpire, there's a little nod there from umpire Venki saying, yep, that is out. He didn't have to do that. He did not have to do that, Salim.
Salim was hitting the ball so well, and he's come undone there, striking it over 400. Incredible batting from him. He's going to be really gutted with himself for getting out at such a vital part of the game too. Naveed Ahmed comes on just before he started bowling his first ball, Rick. I was about to say, he's not a stranger for taking PCC wickets. And PCC and Brno have got a wonderful competitive history between them. 2 top teams in the country, hands down. Take nothing away from Prague Tigers, but on the domestic scene and in previous ECSs, these 2 teams have put on some fantastic displays, especially domestically. You know, who's going to get to the ECL championships and things like that. So Naveed, very experienced.
And guess who's in? Remember this man? 44 of 8 deliveries. Ravi Solanki, who came in for us far too low in the batting order. Well, he's come up. He's come in at number 3, and he does what he does. Smashes the first ball for a big 6.
This is clever from PCC. Really, really clever. And he's also a spinner, so he should be able to read Naveed Ahmed pretty well.
And that's 4. Well, hits one down the ground, and now this has been cut away. And notice a nice little camper van has turned up there in the car park. I wonder if that's if that's nice and cool and they've got a bit of a mini bar in there, because we could spend a bit of time in there in between the break between this match and the final.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll go over there and see if they've locked the door properly.
There it is,
and,
look.
You know, we're like, wow, look at that. They're all bringing all the cold drinks out.
It's going to be a wide ball. Gets this one wrong. Does Naveed Ahmed. Well, he has taken a wicket, but then now he's got to deal with Ravi Solanki, who is hitting the ball better than anybody today.
Yep. In terms of the batters in PCC who can handle spin well, he's definitely one of them. See how he does here.
In the air, catching chance. And Ula has dropped it. He throws himself down, and with that, the ball goes down the tour. He's disgusted with himself. I'm not sure why he's going down here, Ulla. He's trying to take this catch on his back. Look, he falls over. He doesn't get himself into a good position. That's a big let off. Solanke getting dropped there on 11.
Yeah, that is really disappointing. Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure why he's gone to ground there. I thought he'd made plenty of time, plenty of room to get to that one. So it was a funny old bit of behaviour there. As it is, it goes to ground. PCC marching here. They are 82 for 1 after 4. The run rate is currently over 20. So the run rate required to pick up the win here is well below that. It's 11.5. 69 from 36 required. And they've lost a wicket in that over. So the breakthrough has come. But there's still so much work to be done here, though.
It's a lot of work to be done here today, and I'm just trying to look at that squad name and just say, right, who can come on here and make a difference with the ball? Who can be the guy who gets you a couple of good tight overs in? And that's in the air. Will bounce. Watch the bounce, and well, deals with it eventually pretty well. But fired in, and if this was taken by the bowler, I think there's another chance of a run out. It's a really quick, hard throw there. I think it might be Solanke who's doing the fielding. I think this is a chance. If he takes this cleanly, it could have been a chance. If it was a direct hit, it was definitely gone.
Oh, I think he would have been. It would have been so tight. But I reckon having a break from the stumps, ifs and buts could have been. I reckon it was gone though. I agree with you.
Vasudevan gets hit down the ground. Gear. Shaka Lagia. 6 more. That was right in the slot for Solanke. And Solanke deals with it with another powerful hit down the ground. A few people in the chat saying Solanke has started from where he left off. He has, but it's worth mentioning he should have been back already. Dropped by Ulla. Gets played away on the leg side. I think this is going to beat the fielder as well. It is. The outfield is so quick, and it shows no mercy as the Grizzly races across the outfield. It just keeps going. And Vasudevan, 3 balls, 12 runs, and the drop of Solanke. You just think that really is going to make a huge difference to this match, as doesn't hold back with his shots, does he? Over pitch, bang. And Ulla takes a catch. Ooh la la la. That's more like it. Yep. He's liking that one, Ulla, after putting one down. Ooh la la. Hamid, ooh la la. Takes the catch. This one was hit pretty hard, actually, but it's hard and flat. And it's a very good catch. He has to come off the ground, then spikes it into the ground. Says Ale, and that's just frustration, of course, after dropping the one earlier. And then I think he's apologising to somebody, I don't know who. But Ravi Solanke, he was dropped, but, he does cost him a few more runs, about 10, but he will go for 23.
I can tell you now, he's apologising to umpire Venkatesh Magasharam, who, as soon as he did that act, Venki, the standing umpire, said, don't throw the ball into the ground. We don't want people damaging the ball unnecessarily. You know you're not supposed to do that. And straight away, Hamid realises what he's done. And, he apologised very quickly indeed. And that's the right thing to do. And also the right thing by the umpire to hold players to account, because this seems to be a new celebration that I'm seeing creeping into our game. Yeah. It's players who throw the ball into the ground in a moment of emotion. And you know what? You shouldn't do that, because it puts extra wear on the ball. Yeah. It's just one of those things.
I think the umpires have to say something, because the same way you often see now, not so much with our umpires, but in T20s, when players have framed the ball in from the outfield and they're making it bounce a couple of times, the umpires say, hang on a minute.
Yeah, come on.
I must admit, though, I do like it when they spike it into the ground. What's Russ got?
Russ got there?
He's got his own air conditioning unit here. Oh. I reckon he's got some ice in there,
Oh, that's clever. Well done, Russ.
Russ is, mind you, you say well done, Russ. I suppose he's got himself to blame after walking around with no cap on. Now he's burnt himself. He's got an ice pack in there.
We should go get ice packs as well. Last ball, the 5th coming up.
It's high in the air, should be gone, and it's been dropped. And that's not, is that Dylan who's put that down?
Dylan,
of all people?
Rico, he's completely misread that one, completely and utterly. I'm stunned that he's put that down. Watch this. He just doesn't get in position. At the last minute, he realizes he's a half a step short, and it just goes straight through fingertips or already almost touching the ground. That's a bit disappointing for him. He is an accomplished fielder. He's probably got the most run-outs on the European Cricket Network for Czechia, and that is quite amazing here. Let's have a look at the Challenger Division in ECC. Remember, ECC coming up starting the 25th of September, and that's going to be massive. 3.5 big weeks there at Cartama in Malaga. And we've got Group 1 and Group 2 in the Challenger Division. The Challenger Division, which starts after the Premier Division group game starts. So this is the meat and the sandwich of the Premier Division, being basically the bread either side of it. So Group 1 and Group 2. So we start on Tuesday the 7th of October with Malta, Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia and Slovenia. Then 4 days later, it's Group 2 action in Jersey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey go head-to-head. Finals starts 4 days after that. Group 1 winner, Group 2 winner, the Group 1 playoff winner, and the Group 2 playoff winner. And that is going to be massive. That's the Challenger Division. A very, very tough competition that coming up for those teams. Obviously, you've got the Premier Division still to go. The Premier Group stage starts before that, and then the Premier Final starts after that. Hence, the Challenger Division, that's the filling in that very yummy sandwich. Speaking of the bread that makes that sandwich, thank you guys for that one. Premier Division Group A, B and C starting on the 25th September. 3 groups there, 4 days apart, and that is going to be huge. The Championship Group, though, starts after the Challenger Division is done and dusted. And England and Netherlands 11 are awaiting the winners, the sole winner. No runners-up, no prize for coming second in the group. You've got to win your group to go into Championship Group. ECC action at Malaga. Cartamania going wild. Rico, I can't wait for that.
Can't wait. Cartamania rocking the world again. And that's going to be huge. And, of course, just before that, what will also be magical will be the Meltel and the Western Shield. So plenty of action coming from the Field of Dreams in Cartama. Plenty of action coming from this one as well. Scott Page, and there's a wicket straight off the drinks. And how often do we see that happen? Naveed with the ball. And it's Smit Patel, who hasn't been able to get going this time. He's going to go just for one of the second ball that he faces. And Naveed Ahmed gets a wicket that it desperately needed. And at the 5-over mark, they're 97 for 2. Their opponents were 85 for 1. So very close. But that wicket there makes it, I think, even again. And look who's going in. It's the big man himself, Owen Oshokan, who's probably seen this before. He's been there before. And he's been their hero so many times before as well. And I think him and Kachiwala will be hoping just to see them home here. The rate required here, they've taken it down to under 11.5. And you can't see them messing up from here. Surely not.
Not a team like PCC. You shouldn't see that. Still, cricket's a funny game. And that is a nice shot for 4 from Arrow. And he gets off the mark straight away, Rico. And 2 fielders converge. The sweeper can't get to it either. You got to wonder what people are doing there. I thought this should be covered for all money.
It should have been. They sort of look at each other.
They're so close.
They don't go down. They're just this outfield, if you let it get past you, forget it. And you've got to go down, and they just don't go down. So nice start from Arun. And that's even better.
Wow.
That is large. That is big. That is awesome. That is Arun Oshokan.
Smoked. Absolutely smoked to the other side of the ground. He's already raced to 10. He's hit a 4 and a 6, reaching deep into that bag of tricks. Look at this one. Crunch. Straight across to the other field. There's going to very shortly be a game of the juniors over there. They're not going to start until this game finishes. That's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And I hope those juniors are going to take on plenty of water, because it's a hot time of the day to be starting. I can tell you that. And speaking of hot, it's pretty spicy out there in the middle. Naveed starts with a boundary, starts with a wicket. Shouldn't have been a boundary, but there was. And now he's going to get another one. Can you believe it?
Wow.
And he gets the wicket of Arun, who just tries to go back on this one. You look at the non-striker, Aditya Kadiwala, saying, what do you do there? And Ashokan had to really compose himself and, in his disgust, stop himself from knocking the stumps over. Have a look at this. He just tries to give himself some room. And, I'm glad he doesn't hit those stumps. Because he would have been in a lot of trouble. But it's another wicket, and just when you think Prague CC have given themselves no chance of perhaps losing the match. They lose another wicket in what has been a very strange over. 2 wickets and 2 boundaries, and Prague CC are 107 for 4.
Yeah, watch this one again. Look at this, just a little bit quicker. It cuts in on him, top of off. Aditya Kadawala thinks there's a run on. He doesn't realise. He cannot see past the run to notice the stumps have been hit. Doesn't see where the stumps have landed. And as Kadawala's walking back to the other end, he's looking around going, really? Is that what happened?
And Ritik Toma, the captain. Is there going to be a captain's knock from him? He's a good player, but he just hasn't been able to find his touch. He just plays this away and takes the single. So Naveed is doing his job pretty well here. End of the over. That over's a good over. I think only the 11 runs come from it. Yep. And he picks up 2 wickets.
3 for 28 from Naveed Ahmed. Well done to him. I mentioned at the start of the over that it's a good idea bringing him on again straight away because he does like picking up PCC wickets. It's just something that he does. He's very familiar with the PCC team, and these two teams know each other quite well. Have a look at the batting card there. 108 for 4. So we've seen Salim with a 49 from 12, Ravi Solanki with 23 from 7, and then we just saw Arun Ashokan 10 from 3. Players who've come in and gotten on with it straight away, but they've also departed as well. So Kadawala, there's a lot on his shoulders, but we said if he's there for 8 overs, I think someone in the chat said that as well, it should be a good win for PCC, but still got to get there.
Yeah, stick by that. Let's see if you can stay there. And good fielding, good stop. The palms this one down. There'll only be just a single. And that's a nice stop. Gets down early, makes the stop, not getting past me. And Kadawala will have to settle for a single.
Now, the thing about Toma is he's out there now, he's at the non-strikers end, but the good thing about Toma, he comes in when it's 10.95 runs needed per over. He doesnn't have to hit 4 sixes every over.
No.
So he doesn't need to be that kind of batter for this game. It's a wide ball there. Solanki just sort of stretches the arms there to say, yeah, I was just limmering up, guys. It's just one of those deliveries, Don't worry about that.
So I'm thinking, going back to if you were an ant lover and an ant eater, something sweet in the middle, get on the ants on it, like a little chupa chup, a lollipop. You could have a field day in here. You really could. So if you like ants, then you got to be in here. If you like sixes, you got to be out there and watching because that's another biggie from Aditya Gariwala. He's probably seen partners, he's seen 4 of them come and go, hasn't he? And he's probably wondering what's going on. He's probably had a word with a few of them saying, what are you doing, guys? We've got this game in the bag. Why are we giving our wickets away? Big 6, smashed away. And needing just over 10 and over. So they've got 7, 8 of this one already with the wide. So it should be easy from here on in. If it's on, you play the shot. If it's not, you take the single.
That's it, because they can afford to do so. Like I said, that run rate required is under 10. They don't have to go gangbusters every ball. They could play this one nicely to the 9th and still get the win comfortably. Wides are going to help, though, aren't they?
Yeah. Actually, today, most of the teams, as you'd expect, because it's big teams come together, it's only the 5th wide. But having said that, it's only the 5th, but it's the 2nd in this over. So it's just got to tidy up a little bit here, Shalindra Solanki. And that's well played. It's a really good shot. We've seen this played by numerous batters today. But Aditya Gariwala plays it as good as anyone. It's a very good delivery. And this has become a modern-day shot in the game, hasn't it? Where you know that bowlers are being told to bowl Yorker-length deliveries, and batters have found a way to deal with it.
Yep, it's a really good shot, Rico. I agree with that shout-out. It's just get down to it and just angle the bat. There's almost a zero risk because if the ball pitches up suddenly, it will probably be a bump ball anyway. So it's just a really good value shot to deal with those bump balls wide. Sorry, with the full delivery wide off the off stump. Clever, very clever.
Oh, no. Oh, dear.
That's not good.
Yeah, and now from a Prague CC side who in the last match, when it was sixes from Ravi Solanki being smashed all over the place, weren't even applauding. Now they're applauding the wides. It's a better delivery, Yorker. They'll take the single. Now they're applauding everything because they know they're on their way to victory. It's a big change, and they're outside in the sun supporting. It's but you got to be a team when things aren't going well. Likewise, because that's sometimes when the players out there or your team needs you the most.
Yep, you win together, you lose together, and that's what team sports are all about. There's no way a team should turn their back on individuals just because they're losing. It's all about staying together. I mean, these are things that everyone in the chat and everyone around the world knows about. What about team sports? It just needs to be demonstrated. Ooh, just a bit of a think there from umpire.
Fourth wide in the over, Phil.
Yeah, this is not
Fourth
good at all.
wide in the over. So, yeah, Solanke's got a plan, but he's not been able to nail it.
Previous over, 2 wickets, 11 runs. So far, 16 off this over, just not good enough.
And nobody at that part of the ground. I think the umpire just wants to check on the boundary here. In the end, 4 is given. We'll have a look at it again. So, well, that 16 becomes 20. It becomes a magical over. And the wides, 4 wides, have resulted in the end in an extra. Well, I suppose if you work it out properly, because all the wides, the last 4 legal deliveries, there were 2 boundaries in there and a single. So, yeah, that's expensive. That cost you 128 for 4, needing just 23 in 18 deliveries, you would imagine. Now, Prague CC will knock this off quite comprehensively. Well, we said that Kariwala, if he bats 8 overs, they get the win. We know what we're talking about, Phil.
I think we do, Rico. I think we've finally found our little mojo here, and we know exactly what's going on at the centre. We have a look here at today's schedule. This is qualified to Prague Cricket Club taking on Brno here right before your eyes, and as Rico's describing, it's looking like PCC should take the chocolates here and get themselves into the final. So to the play, no run there, just a dot. Obviously still going to get the runs, don't get us wrong. Neeraj Mishra trying everything he could do to stop the right. 23 from 17, still get a few runs, but yeah, definitely massive advantage towards PCC here to pick up the win.
Neeraj Mishra, can he find something here towards the end? Not really, too short, blasted away. Ajita Kariwala, who's having an amazing domestic season. I've heard a lot about him, that he's been in good form. I know that Danny Hudacek, who was in here with me yesterday, was singing his praises. And Phil, you two have said that he's been extraordinary so far this year. And he's starting to show just how classy and how talented he is, helping his team to book that place. You would feel here with 19 required of 16 in the final.
Yeah, we prophesised that if Aditya Kadiwala was there by the end of the 8th, PCC will win the game. And, well, he's still got 4 deliveries to last until the end of the 8th. Attempted slower ball there, wasn't it? Just gets away from everybody. Yeah, let's watch the signal.
See what the call is. It would say it's got to be a wide, actually. It was down the leg side. I don't think it catches anything. Let's see what the umpire gives here. I think the scorers are checking with the umpire as well, because we haven't seen a signal.
I think umpire's checking and wants to check the replay.
Well, I don't think he can. He can't check a replay here. I mean, not for a wide signal.
Yep, okay. And I think umpire's suggesting there was a bat on that, is he?
Yeah, he's saying there was a little touch on it.
Okay.
So it will be runs, which will go down to the batter, to Katiwala. Ritik Toma, the captain, back on strike. And, gets into a position. Yeah, look, that's all Ritik have to do here, doesn't he?
Yep.
I mean, you're getting to a point where it's almost down, not quite yet, but it's almost down to run a ball. So you don't want to lose a wicket here. You don't want to give Brno any more hope. You just want to finish this match, get it done, get it dusted, and get yourself ready for the final. And that is going to go probably all the way. It is. Manos arriba, kinna sona. Shaka lagya, balle. 6 more to Kariwala. And now gets himself into the 40s. 43 of 17. And Prague CC are almost home. 140 now on the board. Just 11 runs away from victory.
Yeah, they're on the march here now, and they're going to complete this in the end. It looks like pretty successfully. Finally, their Maximo goes up on the board. I think they were just double-checking the replay on that one. Looked at it from our viewpoint, and there was a fielder who also said, well, look, you know what? As much as they hate to say it, they did cover 6. Kadiwala, 43 from 17. Is he eyeing himself off another half century just before proceedings finish? He's got a few. Well, he's got one delivery left here. Let's see what he does.
Plays that well. We'll take the single. Keep hold of the strike. 141 for 4. And knowing what good teams are like in Prague CC, they are a good team. And they will be looking to finish this match off in the next over. Good teams like to do it with an over to spare. And to do that, they need 10 of the next over.
They do indeed. It's not a lot, but they got 2 overs to pick it up, really. So it's pretty straightforward. 141 for 4 after 8. Kadawala there leading the way with 44 from 18. Riddick Tomer, the captain, out there. He's looking to guide the team. He would love to be there when the runs are struck for the PCC team to qualify for the final, because that's what this game's all about, to try to get themselves into the final for the rematch against the Prague Tigers to see who gets to take home the trophy.
Oh, shot. That is a massive hit, and that brings up 50 to Aditya Kadiwala. What a way to bring it up. A lovely shot. 6 runs. Aditya, hold up your bat and take the applause of your teammates and everybody around this ground. 50 of 19 deliveries. What a lovely innings that is. And a super player, Arun, hears me talking about it, and he's the first to congratulate him and his team and then join in. He's a talented player. He's a classy player. And, well, the danger for the Prague Tigers is that he's coming good at the right time for Prague CC.
Yep, high score for Prague CC in this tournament. He had 156 before he marched into this game. So add another 50 odd to that. He's already over 200 runs. Well done.
Well, goes for the big shot. There is a polite inquiry from the wicketkeeper. The umpire, Venki, shakes his head. There's the top ball. So any boundary wins it now for Prague CC. And Aditya Kadiwala is looking to do it with that boundary. And Bruno, they're a team who, oh, well, that'll be it. The no ball and the Maximo 7 up to do it. They do it in style. And Prague CC, they are in 7 heaven as they will get the win. They book their place once again in a final. And as we suspected, Kadiwala, he had to bat more or less all the way through. And by doing so and getting a score of 56, he has booked Prague CC spot in the final. And it will be, once again, a repeat of the qualifier. How many times have we seen this with the two teams? Very much like the Challenger division. It's the same two teams that played in the qualifier number 1 that will meet again in the final. But will it be a different result? We know that the Prague Tigers were victorious in that qualifier number 1. They were victorious in the group stages as well. Will they be able to make it another victory? Will they go through this whole series undefeated and be crowned the surprise champions of 2025? Or will Prague CC put away the pain of last year and be crowned the champions themselves?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly how it's going to work out. And it's a tasty proposition coming your way in a very short time. We'll get to that in just a minute. But as the teams congratulate each other for a cracking good game here, we'll take a moment just to sort of reflect on the team from Brno, who put together a pretty good tournament. It didn't go all their way. They had a few shock losses on the first day, but they bounced back and they fought hard this morning in that eliminator. They smashed the Bohemians and put them out of the competition. They looked really, really good as well. They had to wait for this next game to start, made a great account for themselves, fighting the old enemy, Prague Cricket Club. But on this occasion, their score of 150 for 6 after 10 was overhauled with, well, a full 10 deliveries to spare by PCC.
Yeah, and look, they'll know all about this, Bruno, because when they put 166 on the board against Bohemians knocked that off with 10 balls to go. And what I see from that is they're a team that can bat well. We know that.
Yep.
But they're missing a couple of bowlers. The bowling is light. And that's why teams are able to get the big run chases up against them. And the other thing is, when they're presented with chances, don't forget that Katiwala was dropped on 19 by Dylan Stain, of all people. And Solanki was also put down earlier on in the innings by Ula, though that one didn't cross them too much. But yeah, when you know that your bowling isn't your strength, If you do get opportunities, you've got to take them. If you don't, well, that hurts you. I think that was when we saw that catch going down. But well done to Prague CC. They haven't had everything go their own way. They are a championship side and past winners of this tournament. They hold a very proud record in this competition, but they haven't had it their own way. Other teams are getting a grip of them. Other teams are finding a way to beat them. But when it matters, Prague CC do come back and do come good. They've done it here in this qualifier number 2. Will they be doing it again in the final against the Prague Tigers, or will the Tigers keep their unbeaten record intact and cause a real upset in this 2025 European Cricket Series, the Premier Division?
Yeah, it's a very, very, you know what, this is a great proposition for a final. It's a fitting final as well because, you know, PCC, they're just that team. They're a team which are always Mr. Consistency across the board in that team. They find a way. If one player falls to the wayside, another player will stand up. And very rarely do they fall over completely in a huddle. It's a very rare thing when that happens. And during finals especially, they just find another gear. They find another player. They find another way of overcoming something that's almost insurmountable. And this was a great example. They've chased down that score, as I said, with 10 whole deliveries to spare. And you know what? It's a shame for Burno. A few of them walking past the hut here now as we're just waving goodbye to a few of them. We'll give them a proper shout out. We'll go and have a chat to them in a few minutes' time. We can see here how it unfolded. So you got Prague Cricket Club. They have amassed 154 for 4 in 8.2 overs, overhauling the score of 150. 151 was what was required. But have a look at the top order there. The 56 not out from 21 from Aditya Kadawala. Asama Salim's 49 from 12 deliveries, only 12, and Ravi Solanki's cameo 23 from 7. That is just really, really good. And that shows top 3 batters knew what they had to do. Get in there, make runs.
Yeah, absolutely. And the strike rate on this occasion was good. And I think you said it at the time, Ridget Thomas, I think he learnt his lesson from the way he had his lineup in that earlier qualifier. He made some changes, and Ravi Solanki coming up higher up the order. Look, he doesn't go the same way he did in the qualifier, but he still scored 23 of 7. Now, you need that. You need that to bring that rate down. And that's what they were able to do. With that massive power play, 65 that came from it, they were able to take the rate down to around about 13, then soon became around about 11 and 10. And once it was there, they were able to maintain, stay in front, and win the match. I think Brunel, they'll be a little bit disappointed with the extras they gave away as well. There were a couple of wides that came in there at the wrong time, eight extras. And the problem was that a lot of those extra deliveries were then put away to the boundary. But they've had a really good series. I like what I've seen from them. Dylan Steyn starts to show me for the first time, really. I've never really seen Dylan at his best, but I've seen here today what he can do. And also yesterday, Pankaj, he's a good player to come on this side. And also, someone like Ratul, what a great knock it was from him in the earlier victory that they had over the Bohemians to book themselves at this spot in this qualifier number 2. But it's not going to be their day today, though they should be very proud of the way that they played. And it will be Prague CC booking their place in the final. But they're going to have to do it the hard way. Prague CC, they're going to have to win 3 matches today on a very hot finals day.
That's the key for me. Is that this is going to be okay? They get an hour break. We'll call it an hour and 20 minutes until we have to get out there. But you know, on a warm day like today, it's strength sapping, it's heat out there in the centre, and they've got to go in and bat again. They've got to have to bowl again as well. Obviously, the toss is still to come. We don't know which order that's going to go. But you're right, to do it the hard way, do it 3 games to then hold up the trophy, having played 1 more game than the Prague Tigers. That's the thing. And when you look at Prague Tigers, how well they've done, they're going to come out a little bit fresher. They're looking strong. We cannot deny that. They're looking really strong. Whether bat or ball, they're a complete side. This is a real test for both teams. Prague Tigers, who have come good at a right time, but don't have a history of coming good or for playing on the big stage. That's the catch. They don't have a history of that, don't have the background of that. This is their first real proper test. You could say they've been tested throughout this series, but for me, this is the final. Finals pressure is something a little bit different. This is Premier Division final. This is going to be a test for them. For PCC, it's a test of stamina for them. How well can they do?
Yeah, I'd agree with you. One thing I will say with the Prague Tigers is that up until this point, I don't think they've ever shown any bit of stage fright.
Yeah.
Some teams, if they've never played on the network before, the first time they play or whatever, they're a little bit nervous because the cameras are around, whatever. I don't think we saw that from the Prague Tigers at all. But maybe now, because it's the final.
Yeah.
Maybe now, all of a sudden, for whatever reason, they become aware of that. Maybe now, all of a sudden, they think, we haven't lost so far. We go into the final with a 100% record, so maybe we're expected to win. Maybe now they're not the underdogs, which is another thing. So in the past, being the underdogs, there's no fear. Go out there, what happens, happens, and they've been winning comfortably. So there's a lot of things there. Now they've got to try and put that behind them, and this is where, of course, the captain and the management come into play to try and prepare them for this final coming up. Whereas, of course, Prague CC, they've been there before. They have lost.
So true.
They've lost 3 matches in this series, which is unheard of. To lose 3 matches and still get in the final, they've done very well, actually.
True.
So they lost 3 matches, but they come out of it well. They've had a few issues with injuries, which they've managed to deal with. And, they go into that match with a good, confident run chase behind them. I think it's going to be a really good match. Prague CC, and I think a lot of people around here will still feel that Prague CC are the favourites. But you try telling the Prague Tigers that.
It's exactly right. I totally agree with you on that one. I think it's going to be classic. I think it's going to be an absolute final for the ages, this one, under very steamy, warm conditions. It looks like it's going to be the kids are going to set up on the field here as well, by the way. So while Rico and I go find somewhere to cool off and get something nice and frosty and cool, it looks like the kids are going to take over the Scott Page Field. I thought they're going to play in the Banks Field. They're going to take over on the Scott Page Field here in front of you. And I think we're going to probably look to try to find ourselves a special guest commentator who may be Renata Pierce from the Cricket Academy may do a bit of commentary. I'm not sure. I think you and I are going to probably try and find some respite from the heat.
Yeah.
So we're going to turn it over to the kids. But we're going to be back here in about an hour and, call it an hour and 15 minutes.
About an hour 15 we'll be
Something
back.
like that.
But we always like that. We know that on Finals Day we do have a couple of breaks, long breaks, particularly between the last match, Qualifier 2, and the final. It's a good opportunity, I think, for the country that we're in to showcase some of the young juniors here. And I know a lot of work does go on for the juniors. And everybody will know that here in the European Cricket Network, we take the junior program very seriously. You'll all know about our Cricket's Cool program that we quite often see there at the Cardimer Oval. So it's going to be great to see the youngsters out there. So always keep an eye on your screens. You'll see the kids going out there and playing. And there might be some commentating happening from some of their coaches as well. You mentioned Renato might be in here, who I think I did meet last time and did have a little bit of a chat with her last time. So that's going to be absolutely amazing. But the final is coming up in about an hour 20. Join myself, Rico Full, and a good friend and fellow colleague Phil G, when we return to talk you through the biggest match here in Czechia this year so far, the final of the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
इस साइड से कराना था ना, ये लोग इस साइड से क्यों करा रहे हैं? क्योंकि वीडियो तो इधर से ही आएगा ना, फेस। बुद्धि नहीं है लोगों को।
वो नहीं दिखा देगा। तो दिखाएगा नहीं दिखाएगा?
ये क्यों नहीं आ रहा यार? अपलोड की बात नहीं है, ये आना चाहिए, लाइव आना चाहिए।
इधर ये भी है, स्पीकर भी है, हम लोग कमेंट्री भी देते हैं।
हाँ वो ठीक है बट कुछ नहीं आ रहा।
बिकॉज देयर इज नो पॉइंट राइट। आई मीन इन लोगों को फायदा भी नहीं होगा कुछ।
एग्जैक्टली, उसको बोलना रोहित को।
वो कमेंट्री कर
वो ही कर रहा है कमेंट्री बेसिकली।
बट वो
इधर
नहीं
तो
आ
कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा है, वो कमेंट्री क्या करेगा?
जाओ जाके बोल के आओ, आप पीसीसी के मेंबर हो।
नहीं, मैं पीसीसी का नहीं हूँ। मैं पीसीसी का हूँ, फोन बच्चों से छीन के ले लिया। ओए जो अभी तो
क्या कर रहे हो?
अभी तो पीसीसी का अभी जाओ ना।
जोर का आवाज चलेगा तो गिर जाएगा। नहीं
Hello everyone, this is Renata Pierce from Cricketova Academy,
And this is Rohit Deshmani from Prague Cricket Club.
so we will be commenting this game, the short game. It's basically pairs, it's 8 overs, and there is a catcher team and the PCC team. That's why we are both here to comment on our players.
Absolutely. Thank you, Renata, and very delighted to be today live. So nice to see some youngsters on the field today. It's a pretty hot day in Prague, and the kids are having a pairs game, as just mentioned. 8 overs, 2 overs per pair, and we will be playing this game just before the finals of the ECS 2025 finals. We have the PCC who has won the toss and has elected to bowl first. Bowling here, the second over is Abhi, and it's just finished the over. And
Yeah, that was the first over, right?
we have finished 1 over, and this was the second over.
No, this is already 2 new batsmen. So it
Ah,
should be
okay,
after 2 overs
oh,
because
yeah,
each pair has
okay.
2 overs. These are
Yeah, my bad,
new
my bad.
batters which are coming.
So we have Mukund Akbari.
Yeah, and the second pair is Vercha Konyasova and Scarlett Lobrinson. So let's see how they do.
That's a very nice ball outside the off stump by Mukund Akbari from PCC. The kids have been training with the academy for over 2 years now, and some of them are quite new, so this is like the first season they're playing outdoors. How about the Kutcher team? This team, how long have they been training?
I
in the
mean,
academy?
it's different for each kid, but some of the kids are with us like for more than 5 years, I would say. Because
Amazing.
the Cricket Academy this year will have an anniversary 10 years. So some kids are with us for 10 years
Wow,
now.
that's
And also, as you can see,
amazing.
there is a wicket keeper who is in red, which is Kutcher's color. But she's now playing for the PCC because there were some kids who couldn't play because they were ill.
Absolutely, that's Anna behind the stumps, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
she's doing a great job there.
She
behind
is
the
a
stumps.
great fielder. She can catch everything. So yeah, we gave you a good fielder.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's a really pretty good ball on the money, and yeah,
Oh no! And now I said she's a good fielder and she didn't catch this ball, but that wasn't so easy.
that's fine. I think it kept low, and then
Oh my
yeah,
God, there is-
PCC is throwing the ball all over. Needs some discipline on the field. So there are 3 runs stolen
I think
with the overthrows now.
I think this is really hard for kids to do the backup because we have the same problem with our kids. They know it, they should do it, but you know, like there is like always like only like 3-4 kids who are doing backup, and then
Yeah, yeah.
there is so many overthrows.
With kids these days, they're training mostly on the nets, and they need more exposure in terms of playing cricket outdoors. So that should bring more awareness on backing up each other, fielding, catching. There's very limited scope when you're in the nets. It's mostly focused on batting and bowling.
Yeah.
And fielding wise, everybody has to come down to the winners.
Yes, exactly.
And that's a big commitment.
We have the
with
same
the
same
parents.
thing because the kids do understand, but it's different when they play it actually on the field and when they are practicing. So yeah, they need the game experience.
Amazing. We have the new bowler from the Chateau, and that's Shaurya Shankar Gupta. Nice ball outside off stump. Good line there from Shaurya Shankar. Most of the kids today, half of them are around the age group of 9 and 11. So quite young, except from Abi and Bimson, who are the oldest in the team.
Oh,
that's
miscommunication.
miscommunication. And
But it
there
managed
we
anyway.
have no one backing behind the stumps, so the bowler is running everywhere.
Oh my God, they are trying again. Good running, good
So
running.
we have extra runs, extra throws. Some checkpoint from the umpire, Chris, on the crease. That's very good ball. On the pads, appeal from behind, but not given for a leg before.
We should also say that the kids start the score already at 200. So if you can see the score, then you know, like they are starting from 200. So you shouldn't be surprised if the score is over 200.
Shaurya Shankar. It's a good shot.
Oh, nice.
On the onside. One run and
Oh
then
my
there's
God,
no backing.
overthrows again.
The kids are getting used to playing the hard ball these days, and that's end of the first pair.
Second.
Is it the second pair?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
already second pair. This is a third pair, and it's Misha Kominek and Harel Stanley.
Two new batsmen on the crease.
Yeah.
And we have a new bowler bowling from the Shet and Shaurya Tyagi. Batsman taking the guard. Coming right arm over is Shaurya Tyagi. That's a white ball. That's a no ball for hitting the edge of the pitch.
So no balls and whites are 2 points.
And they don't have to be reballed.
Yes.
Except for the final over, I guess.
No. We don't do that also because of the time.
Right. Yeah, we are pretty much constrained on the time. So no reballs, and that's just...
It's a pity we can't see the edge, right, of the field.
Yeah, hard to say where the ball went, or was it close to the boundary, but yeah.
But let's hope those two can do some force, actually. So let's see. I hope so.
Let's hope for some biggies. Down the leg side, wide given, 2 points to the batting side.
Wide again.
On the offside, a little bit outside of the blue marker. We'll need some more consistency there from Shaurya Tyagi, and he's coming around the wicket now, so let's hope he gets his line back.
It's kind of pity because we can't see the score too. And on your screens, I believe you can see the score too.
Yeah, can't see the score, unfortunately, so I believe the batting side is accumulated a good number of runs there. Oh, that's been
Nice.
hammered onto the onside backward
And that's a
square
4.
leg, and
That's
that's
a 4.
4. That's the first boundary, I guess,
Yes.
in this
yes. It
innings
is.
so far. So great shot there, positioning himself nicely and punching it down to the backward square leg.
I don't know if we said it, but the kids are really tired already because it's so hot now in Prague, in Vinor.
Yeah, absolutely. This is today is one of those hottest days to start with, and we are really at the peak, peak time when the sun is really hottest. 4 p.m. here in Prague. So yeah, really getting hot in there. So the kids are quite tired, as you say, but they're so excited to play the game. And even though it's a one-off game, they're really keen.
That's a
and excited.
Garvita, right?
That's
Bowling.
Garvita, yeah. Super bowling there. Good line and length from Garvita. Garvita plays also for Kachar. She's filling in for two of the kids who have been sick from PCC side. So thanks to Gavita for and also Chris for letting them.
Yeah, but we should say
Right,
she's
for
kind of
PCC.
PCC a little bit because her mom is PCC.
Yeah, and she's doing a great job playing as well as seeing after the development.
Oh my
So
God,
that's,
those overthrows.
yeah, this is
Yeah,
this
that's
is some
so
area of
picky.
learnings. I
Yes.
believe post match. Myself as the coach as well, I need to speak to the guys and make them aware that they need to be pretty sharp when the ball is fielded and thrown back. There's always someone backing up.
Nice.
Good shot there.
Beautiful, and it will be 4.
And that's a good shot for a 4 from number 24.
Yeah, I told you we will see some 4.
And
Let's see if Misha will join too.
And that was Misha who scored
Yeah.
the 4. Yeah, this pair is also quite good. Would be interesting to see what the score is. Unfortunately, can't see the score on the screen here. Oh, just missing the stumps, just over the bales
Oh,
there.
close. That was lucky.
So pretty close there. Good bowling from Garvita, even though she is conceded a boundary. The previous ball, she's really focusing on her line and length. Good ball, and that's a catch.
Oh,
That's
I
a
told you,
wicket.
Anichka, yeah.
Anichka
can
has
field,
been
yeah.
an excellent keeper behind the stumps, and that's brilliantly bowled.
And that means that the batters
Delivery.
have -5 points for this out.
Yeah. It's great execution there from the bowler, and as well as good collection from behind the stumps, and that's a good ball come in at the covers, waiting for the ball to come back, and there we are, and there
again,
we go
and
again with the extras there. Luckily only one extra, and that I believe brings this pair to end, and we are with the last pair for this innings, I believe.
Yes, yes, it will be number 4, and that's Domča Králova and Henry Robinson.
Who is going to face here?
Yeah, that's Henry on the strike.
Henry on the strike, and we have Ayansh Kumar, who's going to bowl from the Chateau end.
It's very hard to get Henry out. So let's see. I hope
So
I
you
will not, you know, jinx
So
it
Catcher
now.
has kept the best at the end, probably. Very nice.
Clever batting, yeah. From Henry, he doesn't need to hit it so hard, but he knows where he is batting, so he always finds the space between the fielders.
Very nice. Nudged on the onside or squarer to the wicket. Oh, that's a good ball,
Oh,
and that's
no.
been given. That's leg before.
That's -5.
It's great bowling.
Domča is kinda mad at herself now, I guess, because it was the first ball which he was facing, but it's okay.
Yeah, pretty unlucky there, but I guess it was plumb. The finger went up straight. It's a good bowling execution there, keeping it on the stumps. Nothing special there, and there's a run out
good
chance,
running.
and
Come on, come
oh
on, come
my
on.
God,
Oh.
there is
And
there is
you-
a risk.
Oh my God, communicate. Oh,
I
lucky.
hope the
lucky.
fielder is safe there. The throw was a bit dangerous, but definitely a risky run.
Yeah, they need to communicate better when they run.
Absolutely. That's a
Nice.
bouncer
Nice.
smacked onto the
Go, 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 go.
covers.
I think before the ball before they were saying like one of them was saying no and one of them was saying
Yeah, they
yes,
were a bit
run,
hesitant.
run, and
yeah,
they
one
didn't know what
wanted
to do.
run, one was hesitant. So, oh, what a shot!
Nice.
That's
Beautiful.
been hammered onto the mid-wicket area. Not sure if the ball has crossed the boundary
No.
there, but
No, it didn't. I don't know if they made the boundary smaller actually.
well, I think we're playing the 50-meter boundary, so pretty hard to
Yes, to reach, yeah, for the
reach
gates.
the ropes there, but still, I mean, there have been a couple of them scored. Oh, this is way off, and this is going to be a no ball. It's pitching outside of the green pitch, conceding 2 runs in the final ball. Has bowled pretty well so far in this over.
Oh, free hit.
So this is going to be the final over. Beamson bowling who started the first over, and he's going to bowl the 8th over. And for this pair and for this innings, this is the last over. Coming around, and that's a good bowling. Beamson is one of the let's say more experienced player in the squad, and he's been pretty keen and practicing. He comes from Pardubice to come practice every weekend, so great commitment there from him.
Oh. So we are now trying to figure out the scoring.
Which one is that? League matches, Kachar Juniors, right?
So it started to work, so I can tell you the score now is 264 and 2 outs, 2 wickets. Very nice shot.
It's almost close to the boundary there. Oh, still hesitant. Yes, no.
Yeah.
That's really miscommunication there with both batsmen, but that was the last ball of the
Yeah,
innings.
I don't actually think that's miscommunication. It's more like one of them is more hesitant. You know, Henry is mostly the one who is, you know, needs to be sure to run. And Domcha wants to run all the time. So I think it's like 2 approaches, different approaches there.
So the final score is 266.
66.
Wow. The loss of 2 wickets, so that's minus. There's been only 2 wickets. Yeah. So great score.
So I'm glad the scoring works now, so we can be following and we can tell you how is it going on.
Yeah, we have a very short break and then we'll resume the second innings with PCC going to chase this big total. We'll be with you shortly.
and get all the PTC guys together. Musíme podat ruce, jo, všichni. Tleska, podáme ruce, GG.
Dominika Králová. Ano, my jsme dohromady.
Můžete vyndat tady ty masky.
Takže si to vlastně všechno zvládla. Víš, rozčelku ale není brzo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Vinoj, the centre of Czech cricket here. It is time for the final of this ECS Czechia Premier Division. It's the last game of ECN's tour here at Prague as well. It's a massive game. We've got the Prague Tigers taking on Prague Cricket Club in the final. This is going to be huge. Hey, hang on, what are they playing for? Hey, kids, what are they playing for? Oh no. Rico's got his work cut out for him. We will get that trophy back. Don't you go away.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to the final. This is it. It's ECS Czechia Premier Division final. It is the Prague Tigers against the Prague Cricket Club, the behemoths of the Czech cricket scene against the newbies, Prague Tigers. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. It is a clash of the titans. This is a massive game coming your way. And you found the trophy.
I found the trophy. Hey, look, it's great to have the kids here, part of the Kids Academy here, part of our Cricket School program as well. Look, I know these kids are very excited to be involved in the final, and they're going to get ready for the coin toss. So why don't we go and join Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, and the kids to see who is going to be playing and getting their hands on this trophy. But first is the coin toss.
Good afternoon and welcome to the toss for the final with Prague Tigers versus PCC. Be PCC to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a head.
We're gonna bat first.
Tigers have won the toss. They're going to bat. Now, kids, are you ready to play?
So there you have it. The Prague Tigers win the toss, going to have a bat first, happy to put down a score and turn to PCC and say, you know what, it's over to you now. I got to say, PCC, they have gone about this the hard way. They've had to play one extra game than the Prague Tigers. Oh, can they do it again?
Well, you know what? The Prague Tigers for me have been sensational. They haven't lost a match so far. Today I thought they might stumble in that qualifier, but they blasted 180. We saw a centurion. Shaquille gets a century. A new player comes into the side, Mars. He was great. And don't forget, there's the two fast bowlers, the Muddy Alarm and Ajar Alarm. Alarm bells could be ringing here for Prague CC. That's what I'm thinking.
I think you might be onto something there indeed. Why don't we get into the commentary box and start this game off? We've got so much to talk about. The final's about to start right here, right now. I'm Phil G. This is Rico Full. Here comes the final. Well, I was going to say thank you very much, Phil G, for that lovely introduction. Rico and Phil G there for you to give you a wonderful introduction to this final. This is what it all comes down to. We started with 6 teams at the start on Thursday. It's been whittled down to 4 teams today. That got knocked back to 3, then back to 2. And guess what? At the end of this match, there'll just be 1 team standing with that wonderful local lifestyle trophy. That's going to, well, we're going to know that in about 2 hours' time as we get set now for the final of the ECS Czechia Premier Division. That's right, the last match of the ECN Tour of Prague. It's all come down to this. We've had T20Is, T20I Women's, ECI Women's. We've had the Challenger Division as well, and now the Premier Division is coming to a crescendo, and this is what it's all about. It's about getting your hands on the trophy. 2 big teams going head-to-head, the best 2 teams in this Premier Division. Have a look at the ins and outs there for the Prague Tigers. Samuel Aon, he comes into the side, and so does the general manager, GM Hassanat, comes into the side. No change for Prague Tigers. It's an unchanged side from the previous match where they beat the Brno Cricket Club. So they must feel that they're fighting fit they must feel very confident because they haven't got to change side. It's very warm conditions out there today. We've been talking about the weather the last 2 days quite a fair bit. But I tell you what, if they feel that they can have the same team bring it to this competition to try to take on Tigers in the final, it just shows their confidence. And you know what? Sometimes confidence is sometimes all you need to get over the final. Well, I tell you what about confidence. How about that? Supercomputer loves Prague Tigers. 71% chance to win over PCC, 29%. Before we start, I want to bring in Rico forward because we're going to call this final together. Rico, this is a cracking and fitting final.
It is, and it all comes down to this on a glorious day here in Prague, in Czechia. The sun is shining and the stage is set for the final. Will it be Prague Tigers or Prague CC? Prague CC, they've been here before, they've done it before. Prague Tigers, well, there could be a new champion here in Czechia, a team doing it for the very first time. And everybody's ready to go. The umpires, Shobit Wahid, are the men out there in the middle with Farouk as the third umpire. Rado say, let's play. Here comes the first ball.
Here we go. It starts right now. Lovely strike down the ground. Straight to the player, though. That is the skipper. Riddick Tomac gets his hands on the ball nice and early with that first delivery. And it's going to be Mani Rudin opening the batting. He's going to face these first few deliveries. And Shakil is going to be his counterpart at the other end. Fahad Shakil, who's having a terrific tournament. It's good to see Mani Rudin, too, open the batting. Usually you find it's going to be Sagar Hussain up there, who's one of the #1 batters for the Prague Tigers. But he's going to come in next. So elevating Mani Rudin. Wow. They just both stare at each other. Riddick Tomar, the current captain, and Arun Ashokan, the previous captain of PCC, they stand there together and they watch that ball split them right down the middle. 4 runs off the bat, second ball. Lovely strike.
It's a great shot, isn't it? It's one of those ones that we saw the juniors out there, actually. Wasn't it good to see them part of the Cricket Academy here, part of the Cricket Cool program? And normally, that's the shot you get the kids to practice. Put 2 cones there, and you say, get it between the cones. Now it's a short one, whereas he's going to get a little bit of luck here. He gets beaten by the pace here, I think, by Salim and the bounce. But he's going to get a little bit of luck. Is Mani Rudin. It's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, I'll tell you what, when luck runs your way, you just take it. Mani Rudin, he's actually looking to the backward point, saying, I should have hit it there. But surely Shakil will just get down there and say, mate, you got 4. You got the ball to somewhere there was no protection. We'll take that. We will take that and say thank you very much. So carry on. It's all good. Hey, Johnny here in the chat saying, Phil, there wasn't any commentary in the second half of the kids match. Who won? We'll get back to you on that one, Johnny. As Salim in again. Edges, catches is the call. And there's no one catching that as it again finds the gap. A little bit probably more luck there than the previous shot. Have a look at this. He goes to guide it. But that's more of a leading edge. Oh, you see backward point just on his haunches saying, that should have come to me.
Just gets, I think, a little bit wrong-footed there. So a backward point.
Yeah.
He's walking in and then takes a step and then gets stranded as he sees that one go by. So 3 4s on the spin. And Mani Rudin is on his way. Remember, he did score 61 in that 170. That's right. 170-run partnership between him and Fahad Shakil, who did score a century. John Hisham, very easy answer to that. Cricket was the winner.
Nice answer there, Rico. I didn't want to say it, but you are exactly correct. Cricket was the winner. So it's going to be Osama steaming in again. What can he do here? Just played with soft hands nicely. Oh, a bit of a misfield. They're going to get through on that as well, as the boundary rider has to get across there from... probably from that third position to a backward point to try to cover that one off. And you know what, Rico? It wouldn't be an ECS final if we didn't give a shout out to our absolute sensational fans and friends in the chat. Dave B, Paul Kempen, hello to you. Johnny here as well. I can see Columns in there as well in one of his different disguises. And everybody else, thank you for joining us here for the final. Whether you got a blue spanner or not, it's wonderful to have your company.
Yeah, it has. And it's been, I'm sure you all agree, a wonderful tour of Czechia. So much cricket being played since the 8th of June. Different formats, the men, the women. Short, played it away. Doesn't quite get it out the middle, but you know what? The chase is still on. And that's good fielding.
Clever.
Well chased, well done. They're going to have to really give it everything in this one. That's what both captains would have said to their players. Look, it's the final. Give it 100%. And Romani does really well. Flicks that back. Good bit of work done. This is how the teams have got here. The Prague CC, they had to play that difficult qualifier number 1 where they got blown away by the Tigers. And that's why they had to then overcome Brno in a very good, tasty run chase, chasing down the 151 to book their place in the final. So this is the repeat of qualifier number 1. Remember, on that occasion, the Prague Tigers batted Prague CC out of the contest.
And the Eliminator too, that was a great one too. We saw the Bohemians take on Brno Cricket Club at the start of the day. That was a cracking game as well. Brno getting the win, sending Bohemians, the defending champions, home early here on finals day. Second over starts. Oh, we've gone in and out. That was so close. I reckon there's a little bit of discomfort there. I think it's Aravind who's put it down. It is indeed. He's saying, it's all right, guys, I'm okay. It would be the first time he's done himself a little mischief in the outfield trying to take a catch.
Aravind, I spoke to him in the break. He's a lovely guy, and we had a good chat. And I said, hey, I can't remember you dropping catches. He showed me his hand. It is swollen up big time. That's why I think he's in that position, being moved away from the leg side boundary. But, you know, cricket is a cruel game. And hesitation, if you can get a good throw in, it could be close. But he just couldn't pick it up clean. Both batters, one committed, one didn't. They end up stranded in the middle. But he just couldn't get the ball in his hands straight away. So they survived there. A little bit of miscommunication between these two. Fahad Shakil now goes on strike. Yeah, so Aravind, he has got a very sore hand. And where in this game, the game is cruel. If you've got a weakness, if you've got an injury, the ball follows you.
It's funny how it does that. It's I'm not superstitious, Rico, but I've come across that as well. You do an injury to a part of your body, suddenly you find yourself in the fire line no matter where you go. In the air, who wants this one? It's not going to go into hands. It's going to go over, a long way over for a big 6. That is a lovely strike there from Shakil. He is the one that the PCC got their eyes on. They need his wicket, and how bad would they love to see his back?
They've got to have thought about Fahad Shakil and his batting. Now, he likes to jump outside the off, and that's the shot he likes to play. So they have got somebody who's on the boundary there. They haven't got a square leg bat, which surprises me. I think you've got to bring up your point, put your square leg back, because he wants to play that shot. But the bowlers, that's where you've got to keep the ball. He's unlucky there, really unlucky. That happens, but don't change. Keep it full and straight outside the off. Keep it at a length where you can't play that shot. So have a look at this. He has to try and do something different. Gets an inside edge. All right, on this occasion, is mal suerte for the bowler, Naveen, and a little bit of luck there for Fahad Shakil. But next time round, you might play it onto the stumps.
I agree, because if they're going to bowl it short, we see when he does the short balls, he loves a short ball, and he'll do anything to move it into the line so he can hoik it over to the leg side to pull that across the line. So full is the answer.
And that's full. Again. And a little bit of a misfield there. Again, the communication not quite there from the two batters. I mean, Mars starts to go, get sent back. Then Fahad starts to go, and Mars isn't looking, so they get nothing there. Now, remember, the hitting from these two was exceptional. The running was not so good. And Prague CC they know that, and I bet they've already decided whenever they're running, throw to the end that Shakil is running to.
In the air, it's mishit. It draws the mishit. The full delivery again. See, it seems that, Rico, you and I are onto something here, because, again, the full delivery does draw a mishit, and that could have gone anywhere. Have a look at this. Oh, wow, yeah, that's a good delivery, because it just gets the single. But I agree with you as well. Yeah, we saw his running between the wickets has been not great, is probably the way I would describe it, for a man who probably doesn't have to run too much between the wickets. But when he does, just a little bit lax, a little bit easygoing. And PCC started to get onto that in the game this morning, and I reckon they're going to be all over that now.
Yeah, I think they've got to be. Not a bad over there from Padumarju. Just the 12 coming from it. So far they're okay. And Prague CC, after chasing 150, I mean, they'll love it not to be, but love it to be about that 140 mark and no more. If they go really well, pick up some big wickets early on, they could keep it less than that. But the Prague Tigers know that they, again, want to get to that 160 kind of score. It's expected about 160 at the moment. They'll love that, and they'll feel that they'll be able to defend it. They've got some good bowlers, have the Prague Tigers. I mentioned them when we were doing our intro. Alarm, both the alarms, Jar Alarm and Mahadi Alarm will be good. And got to keep an eye on them. And Fahad Shakil, of course, will also play a part in it. That is out of the middle. There's nobody there for hard. Smashes this over extra cover. A little bit too short from Davidson Romani. He's got to get that line right. If it's short, then it doesn't matter where you put it. For hard, we'll pick his spot and find the boundary.
Yeah, you know what? We say cricket is a game of numbers, and I tell you right now, if you count the amount of short balls he's put away versus the number of full balls he's put away, I reckon the ratio will be very, very high for short balls, but nowhere near as high for the full delivery. They can't bowl like that. They simply can't. They're not going to buy his wicket by dangling it short outside the off stump or even on the middle stump. He's going to put it away absolutely ball after ball, and that's not the way to bowl to that person. That's not the plan. It can't be the plan.
Yeah. Romani just gets that one wrong and left to get the line right. He's got Ritit Toma right next to him, who's giving him a little bit of advice. And the advice Ritit will be saying is, you know what, get it full outside the off. But if he's going to play a shot for 4, I want it to be going through or towards extra cover.
And again, it's a wide ball. Very good pace ball, that one. Probably a much better length than the previous one, but let go. Doesn't try to swing at that one and lets it go through the wide. Happy to take the extra. Try to bowl that one again, please. And just something to note too. This is only the third final Prague Tigers have played. The previous to this was, well, their first final was last year in the Eliminator when they got beaten by United. So count that game. That's massive. Well, he struck that perfectly. That's in the slot.
Oh, my.
And that has gone a long way.
Well, we're trying to find it. I reckon it's cleared those trees. I reckon it's gone over that the golf buggy little road. That has gone a long way. That is an exceptional hit. Let's see the shot again. I mean, the power in this. Oh, that is awesome. Wow. What a hit.
That little flick at the end there as he brings the bat down. He gives it an extra little flick. And there's so much power in those wrists. Watch this again. Watch the wrists.
It's gone a long way, but we're waiting to see if we can find that ball. And, well, while we're trying to find it, I'll give you some memorabilia. It does come back. I'll start it off. 1972, the beginning of a Marcy match when the Lord's Test between England and Australia began. Bob Marcy was just another nervous debutant and one who had been rejected by Northants after a trial 2 years previously. Now the batter needs some adjustment here. 4 days later, he achieved cricketing immortality. Swinging the ball with a fiery spell in helpful conditions, Marcy took 8 for 84 and 8 for 53. The best figures by a debutant until Narendra Hirwani destroyed the West Indies in 87-88. So on this day in 1972, yeah, Bob Marcy.
Remember hearing the name Bob Marcy. I got to admit, I didn't know he had that sort of impact on his debut. That's incredible.
Ooh,
better.
Wow. Yeah, it is better. You see, he likes that shot, but he can't play it to that ball. It's just a little bit fuller.
Yep.
And that's that little bit fuller, but not wide enough for him to thump it over the extra cover. Note once again, though, how Prague sees here up. We're in the power play. They haven't got a sweeper on the offside.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Not sure about that. Well, there's an appeal. I'm not sure. They're appealing for a caught behind there or something. And yeah, Romani's even suggesting to the batter that's why I'm appealing. Because believe me, that's bounced in front of the keeper. And well, there's 2 or 3 appeals going on there, but you can't appeal for close. Well, you can, but there's no point doing that.
You still got to catch it as well. That's the other thing.
You got to catch the thing.
It doesn't quite carry to the keeper, but it's another dot ball. You'll take that.
2 to come in the over. Oh, he strayed that one a bit too far this time. Yeah, did you feel that from the keeper as he took it in one hand?
It's got to hurt.
Thumped.
It's got to hurt. That's Aditya Kachiwala.
Absolutely thumped into the glove. We could hear it from here. That went smack. Oh, I felt that.
Ouch, ouch, ouch is what you say to that.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. All right, still 2 to come with that wide. Let's see how we go. It's a slower ball, just over the fingertips of the fielder there in mid-wicket. Made every effort to leap for that one. Even went one-handed, and that has gone a long way onto the neighbouring Banks field. Have a look again. Let's see how close this one got. He just didn't get the elevation he wanted, but he had the power that he needed.
Small margins. What he does there that gets him out of trouble is he takes that extra step.
Yeah.
If you watch when he comes out to it, because it's slow delivery, he just has the time to get another step in, and that allows him to get the elevation in the swing to just get it over the fielder who's in that short mid-wicket area. So another boundary for Fahad.
Once again, Fahad Shakil having his way here against the bowlers, 29 off 10. And this is the last ball of the power play coming up. Rahmani just losing his run up there. He knows this one's a very important delivery. 45 is a good power play score, and anything 50 or above is an exceptionally good power play score if you can bring the team 50 up inside the 3 overs. So this is massive, this delivery here, just to try to keep a little bit of a psychological win maybe for PCC. It's been 18 off the over already. Wow, forget about it. Crunched, crashed, smoked, smacked, anything you want to call that. That has been lifted away for a big Maximo. Absolutely swatted that one, and I'm not surprised if the cover started to come off that ball with that hit. Middled it, Rico, middled it.
It brings
Maximo.
the 50 up, 51. The score in 3 overs. So it's a decent power play. It's a good power play. And Fahad Shakil is once again looking deadly. 35 off 11, and it's a combination of power, strong wrist, and epic timing. That's what it is.
It really is. And of course, Mani Rudin at the other end, only 14 from 7. He got off to a good start, but since then, he can just sort of just sit back and say, well, I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. Just you keep doing this. 24, the over goes magical. So it's a 15 to 12 and a 24, 51 in total off the over. As you say, Rico, run rate's at 17 already. And I got to say, if you're PCC, you're already thinking, yeah, we need to stem the flow. It's a proper laceration of runs here at the ground. We need to find a way to stem this flow. They're going to hope that Naveen Padmaraju can come on and take care of it. Let's see how he goes. He needs to find some form here.
Yeah, first over wasn't the worst. 12 came from it. That's hit nicely. It will be fielded there. That's where Rahmani does go. So the Munirudin gets the single. And Fahad Shakil, after a very short breather at the other end, gets back on strike. And watch out for him jumping across and trying to whip over into the leg side now, making a change here. It's interesting change in the field. So extra cover goes back. They have got 45 on the boundary, and then they got mid, kind of a wide square leg mid wicket and long off back. Right, miscue, fielder can't get there, and this could be risky, but they've made a mess of it, and it needs not one, but two, but three backer-uppers to stop it. Just needed to get that throw in quickly, just couldn't do it, Rahmani. And once again, not the best of calling between the batters. It's half a chance there for a run-out, maybe.
That was pretty close in the end. Yeah, Rahmani's throw it bounces just in front of the keeper. Has a really awkward time about that. And it definitely took a couple of players, maybe 3 players, to try to stop that one from getting past. We continue. Lofted, away, 6, look out. Look out if there's anyone, any of the kids left at the ground, maybe that's going to land nearby. There you go, Russ has got it. One of our crew fields that one that's landed, I think, almost on his tent. What a great shot. Not on his scone.
What has this hit? Because it hit something and come back.
I think it's landed something just behind Russ, possibly. Oh, a metre away from production's window. This is in the air, but this is probably going to clear as well. And it does, not by an awful long way. So that was just a top edge. But again, when he swings hard, and that's why he gets the runs on the board. 66 for no loss. And we're still a couple of deliveries to come from the end of the 4th. Shakil, 49 from 14. He is looking like such a threat to PCC.
Yeah, I don't think I could quite ever remember a batter that has played that shot so well and so consistently. It's a ball which is outside the off.
Yeah.
But because of the length, I mean, this is, all right, misses out on this, he would get the single. He won't mind that. It probably will be saying to Munirudin, there you go, you have a hit, and try and get a boundary in the meanwhile. And I'll just take a rest at the other end because he has brought his 50 up, 50 off 15 balls. So not a bad day's work for Fahad Shakil. And scored a century. Now he's got a 50 to his name in this one. It's going to be a wide ball. And remember, before today, one thing I was saying about Fahad Shakil is that he's a good player, but he hasn't gone on and scored a big score. He's promised, but hasn't done it. Yesterday, he scored 35 of 11 and found a way to get out, hoiked out on the offside.
Yep.
But today, he's been different. Today he's been powerful. Today he's been brutal.
Bowler in again. It's a slow delivery. It's mishit, but it's mishit enough. How about that? So Munirudin, he says, you know what, I will have a bit of fun down here for the last ball of the fourth. And Shaquille comes down, gives him a pat on the back and says, nice, I would have done that as well. Might have hit it a bit further, but nicely done. 4 overs and 74 on the board. The current run rate is 18.5. And I know it's a bit early to call it, but alarm bells are indeed ringing for PCC.
Yeah, they know the situation from here is quite simple. They need to see a spell of bowling or a spell of sort of 18 deliveries at 3 overs where they take about 4 or 5 wickets. That's what they need here. And if they don't get that, then once again, I think you're steering down a 150-plus chase. And the way it's going at the moment, it could be, once again, as big as 180. It really could, as that acceleration keeps on going. One man they've got to see the back of is Fahad Shakil. We've seen batters get to 50 and get out, but this guy, earlier today, he found a way to keep on going. Let's see if Samira Wathage can do anything about it. In he comes.
Short, up in the air, elevated, and that is also going to fly away towards the Scott Page bench, just to the side of it, and that's a massive shot again. So another Maximo from the bat of Shaquille.
Yeah, bowling it short is not the answer. He is seeing it so well, and whether it's short down the track, whether it's short trying to tuck him up, he is so quick. It's his shot. He's played that shot so well. And what we haven't seen, we only, I think, saw it in that first over where Salim tried. Not too many have tried to just hit that wide line. That's what you've got to be aiming for. With a batter like Shaquille, forget the stumps. They don't exist. Hit the wide line.
Yep, I agree. And then he does something like that. So it's right in the slot. It's literally a half volley. Of course, he's going to hit it to the leg side. It's always going to hit it there. PCC have missed a trick here because I don't think they've studied the videotape closely enough. And this is not clever bowling, not even close.
No, it's not. They're just not getting it right. Look, I know it's not easy. You know, we were talking about I think the other day that you and I were on.
Yeah.
We were being a little bit more relaxed with the bowlers because it was pretty windy.
Yep.
And we said that the wind obviously will play a part. No wind here today. The bowlers have got to be hitting their marks. And to this guy, if it's anything in his hit zone is going to get away, got to be tempting him to hit in the offside, but not short balls because he'll hammer it.
Yep.
Full length deliveries on the offside. The only one that's been bowled, he almost carved it onto his own stumps. Short, again, punished. And this is just hitting practice. This is almost like, you know, it is Sunday. So it's like Fahid Shakil has woken up Leslie on a Sunday afternoon, walked to his local ground and gone to a friend and saying, all right, there's the bowling machine. Set it on short. Keep it coming to me at what a pace you want. And I'm just going to keep pulling and hooking to my heart's content.
And I bet he would have had breakfast in bed. He would have watched some cartoons.
He would have done.
And just like you and me, Rico, on a lazy Sunday, then he comes to the ground, does exactly as you've described it, because that's how it must feel for him.
Yeah.
Because he's 68 from 18. His strike rate is through the roof. And unfortunately for Samira, he's gone for Maximo's nothing but. Oh, and it's just connected again. This time he doesn't get a 6. Surprise, surprise, but it does go for 4. But again, it's a wide and it's a short delivery. The length is completely wrong.
Yeah, it's too short. And, you know, when somebody who's got his eye in this game, look, they're holding their head, but he's played that shot. Yeah. If you watch that again, that's no edge. The way he plays it, the way he opens up his shoulders and opens up the blade. Watch this. This shot, he's played that. There's not an edge. He's not swinging to hit this ball over the leg side and got an edge. He's played it because he knows where the field is. Nobody back there. He is swinging so hard that it's always going to clear the fielder and go to the boundary. So another ball is going to have to go out there. And the same way that the Tigers, I think in that first match, they got to about 97 or something, 95 at the end of 5 overs.
Yeah.
Here, it looks like they're going to get to the 100.
Well, it does indeed. There's still 2 balls to come. And with Samira bowling this kind of line and length, you do have to wonder, I mean, what the final score is going to be. Expected score says 186. I say more. Bowler in again. Oh, finally gets a little bit of a mistake there. But it's going to run away still for runs, and it's 4 of them. Now, did the umpire think he's got bat on that?
Giving us runs.
He's giving us runs?
How high is this as well? We'll have a look at cover. First of all, it is fuller. It's a kind of a full toss delivery, but it's gone away to the boundary. Let's have a look here. Have a look at the height here. Height's not a problem. He must have got, I mean, looking at that, that's gone inside him, hasn't it? So he's got a bit of an inside edge on it.
Well, it's funny because I saw the umpire indicate to his forearm, but that hasn't gone anywhere near his forearm. That's almost smashed into the stumps.
Yeah, he's got an edge onto it.
Must got an edge, yeah.
And it's missed the stumps. Look, it's
Wow.
hit the bat. So you can see the bowler's appealing, but it's come off the bat.
When you're lucky, you're lucky. And then a swing and a rare dot ball against that man, Shaquille. Finishes the 5th over. It's exactly 100 for no loss after 5. Shaquille, 76 from 21. And then you've also got Munirudin, 21 from 9, as we welcome you into the commentary unit here during this final. And it is a final. Welcome, Phil G here alongside Rico for watching an amazing display of power hitting the Prague Tigers in this final. They look like already, and it's only a quarter way through, they look like they're already in control.
What a finals day. What a finals day. And a few people probably was thinking, Rico's saying there's going to be a lot of high scores, but he said that the other day. It's finals day. And I had the feeling it's a glorious day. The sun is out. The weather is not going to play a part. It's beautiful batting, and the batters have gone ballistic here today. Another 100-run partnership.
Yeah, and how many of those were today? This must be the third that I can remember. There may have almost been another one. And for Shaquille, well, what is he on? He's on 76 from 21. Just checking my score.
Are you going to call it this time?
No, I'm not allowed to.
Well,
I'm not allowed to.
In the last match, in the qualifier, I think it was we were here at this time at the halfway point. I think it was about 57 or so. And I said, you know what? The way he's batting, he's going to get it.
Yep.
This time is a bit more than that. Look, to go back-to-back is something special. So I'm not quite going to call it, because I'm going to believe that Prague CC and this little drinks break are going to come up with a plan. They have to. This is a big side. This is one of the best sides, and has been one of the best sides here in Czechia for a number of years.
Yep.
They've got to come up with a plan for this. At the moment, they've just got to reflect. They just need to take a moment to think about where all these shots are going and say, right, what we're doing wrong is obvious. We're bowling the wrong line.
Totally agree. And you're right, the battle plan. Have a drink, talk in a group, the battle plan, come out the next 5 overs, turn this game around. You're the Prague Cricket Club. You've been around the longest. People fear you. Your reputation precedes you everywhere you go. It's on you now to try to not have this game get completely taken away from you. Drinks
have been taken. Wicket normally does follow drinks. We've seen that today.
We have indeed.
So let's see if that is going to happen. And they don't mind if it's Munirudin that they get out. They want to break this partnership. But they also know, Prague CC, that other batters can come out and do the same. Right, here we go.
It's Ravi Solanki.
And
first
smashed.
ball. How about that? Bang, out of the ground. First hit, crashed out of the ground. Well, Ravi Solanki, he hasn't had a great time with the ball. We've said it before, Rico. He's had not a bad day with the bat. But that's not what he's in the side for. He's in the side to try to bowl well, pick up some wickets, and try to be economic.
6 runs off his first delivery. That gets walloped away. By the way, the last over went for 26 from Samira. So the last 3 overs gone 24, 23, 26. And this one could be going big as well, as now is turn for Mars Munirudin to get in the act. That's another one that's been mullered away. 2 balls, 2 sixes. No wicket after drinks at the moment.
That was short. He tried to bang in his short too. You can see on that replay there just the way he's bending the back, trying to do a short ball. I'm not sure why, with this the way he bowls, he wants to bang in his short. It undoes all the good work. That's better. That's much better. It's fuller. You see, the full delivery seems to me to be the way to go. And I think PCC just need to try to get their bowlers to work on that.
Yeah, better comeback delivery. Solanki, once again.
Hit downtown. Has he got enough on this? It's not enough. It goes into the hands of the fielder waiting there, who just underarms it. That's Smit Patel with a very safe pair of hands. So Munirudin, he doesn't get to kick on here. 33 from 12. And you know what, Rico? You could almost say the drinks break has brought a wicket.
It has, yeah. I mean, it's the 4th ball after drinks after being hit for 2 sixes. There's going to be 2 dots, but one of those dots will be a red dot, which means there's a wicket. And that's the end of Munirudin. But look, no shame in that. 33 of 13. He's got his team to a great start. It's another 100-run partnership, 112 to be precise. Broken because of this. Now, that's just a little bit of pace off. It's better. Ravi Solanki, that's exactly what I was about to say. He's on because they want a slow bowler. So don't try and bowl fast. Slow it down. Take the pace off it. So the batter has to time it and hit it hard. He's not relying on just the ball pinging off the bat. And that's why they get that wicket. So even though Mars has hit that pretty well, He hasn't found the middle. He hasn't hit it as clean enough. There's no pace on it. They get the breakthrough. 1 wicket goes as Usman Butt comes in at number 3.
Yeah, maybe the PCC bowlers will learn something from that one and just realise that that's how it should be. And maybe the next over might even be Arun Ashokan or one of the other slow bowlers, maybe some we haven't seen before. Even a Smit Patel, who may even just sort of slow it down a little bit himself. Maybe that's the way to go forward. Ravi Solanki gets the breakthrough here. He's still got 2 balls to come this over, bowling to Butt, who has got to face 2 deliveries as he faced this first one. He tries smack down the ground. It's going to get through 2 players who converge at the same time together as the ball has already crossed the line for 4. That's a lovely straight shot.
Yeah, good shot from Butt. He comes in ahead of Sagar Hussain. He gets that pretty well, and it's another boundary. Quick hands to get hold of that. 4 more.
I want to give a big shout out to Adrian Tessarande. Good to see you in the chat. Adrian giving myself and Rico a bit of a shout out. Love to see you. And good to see everyone. Dave B still in there as well. Paul Kempin as well. John Gray's joined us. And Johnny He, as always, is there. And hello to Dave Owen, who's also joined us in the chat. Hello and welcome.
And he's saying one thing.
That's
this one could
us.
be coming in. He just dived in. I was there. I was ready.
You were ready
I was
for that.
ready for that when it was coming straight into my hands.
That was going to come straight in.
It was it. I was here. I was ready. Look, here I am. I'm ready. I've got the body behind it as well to take it, but it doesn't come in.
There you are. There you are.
Yeah, there I am. I was just here.
There
I was just here, I said, with the body behind it, but it doesn't come in. What can I say? But look, there was a comment that Dave Owen saying bowlers are not learning. You're right. They're not learning. It's another decent over 22 is another magical one. There was a wicket in there, but there's still runs galore. And there was 3 sixes, 1 4 in there. The score, 122 for 1.
Indeed, and that is only 6 overs gone. The run rate is still over 20. The punishment isn't stopping for the Prague Cricket Club. As you look at that run rate, it's 20 and then some. This is going to be massive, this score. Shaquille as well, he's on 76. He hasn't faced a few deliveries since he took Samira apart a couple of an over.
He just had a rest. He just had a rest. He didn't face a ball in that over, so that's nice of him. He's probably thinking, all right, I've had a break. Let's go again. Sometimes, I mean, I don't think you're right. Since drinks, he hasn't had one. So he's well rested. Let's see if he can keep going, though. He's going to take on Smit Patel. And it's going to be 6 runs. So this one might make it in, It's coming.
It's yours, Rico.
It just goes wide.
It took that left turn at Albuquerque. It bounced towards the door, and the last bounce, it just gave a little spin, went between the scorers, the scoreboard and the commentary hut here. It was really close. Very good.
Another one. It's another boundary there. So
128 for 1 is the score.
That's going to go all the way as well. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Badda, Shaka, Fahad Shakil. Well, he's certainly given himself a massive chance. And not just to get 100. I know that he's on course, but if he stays there, if he bats through the innings, he could score so many more. He really could. I mean, Shakil, we tried to put the commentator's curse on him in the last match when he did score 100. That didn't work. And maybe we'll put a curse. All right, let's say it. So, Shakil is on his way to 100. Will it be back-to-back hundreds for Fahad Shakil?
He's only 2 big hits away from another ton, and there are so many deliveries left in this game. It's only 6.2 overs bowled. We're not even halfway through the 7th, and Smit Patel coming in for a bit of stick here.
I think that's all right.
That is okay for me.
Let's see this ball again. This is what they've been missing. This is the line. Watch where this ball is. Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect. That's the delivery. That's what you're calling for. It's only the 2nd time they delivered a ball in that area.
Comes in again now. Tries it again and draws a miss hit. There you go. So he does get a single down the ground. And look at him just stroll through for the single. And that's kind of how Shakil operates. He hits the 6s and the 4s. He doesn't need to run. When he has to run, it's just a light jog. And I guess in his head, he's sort of going, you know what? What did I do wrong there? Why didn't I get the boundary? I didn't get the boundary, but I'm just going to go jog through the single. So he's thinking about these things while the throw's coming in. And now it's going to be Butt to face last note. 2 deliveries to go. In the air. Now, where's that gone?
Gone for 6.
That is indeed. I completely lost sight of that. That went up and away, and it is gone.
There's no rest. There's no rest. Now, Prague CC now are at a point. Think about this, okay? Let's just think about this for a moment. Prague CC. They got whacked for 180. They're bowling. Only picked up the 1 wicket first time round against the Prague Tigers in that qualifier 1. The bowlers got whacked for 150 against Brunel. They're chasing leather again. This has got to take a toll. It has got to take a toll when you're just in the field and seeing the ball just being whacked from one place to another. Now the catch goes down. It's Arun again. It's the second time in the day that he's put one down. That's been a little bit spicy. He's taken 2 and he's dropped 2. Now this could be an important one. You don't drop batters like Butt.
You really don't. Look at this. It's just in and out. Tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. And for someone like Arun Ashokhan, that's the usually catch he takes. He's kind of favouring his right knee. Might have gone down a little bit hard there, but the score is up on the board. 141 for 1 is the score after 7. We have a look at the Group A games tomorrow starting in Finland. That's tomorrow with Andrew Ryan and Vinny Sandhu in situ to take you through the action there with the Dark Knights against the Rapids to start things off. Then the BTCC Dark Knights take on the Gymkhana Gladiators. Lunchtime match of the Rapids against Headley's Empire 11. Gymkhana Gladiators return against the Helsinki Titans, who then stick around for the final match of the day against Headley's Empire 11. That's Group A games coming tomorrow as we go to Finland. ECS Finland action with Vinny and the Rhino taking care of business for you there.
Rhino is going to love those names. Rhino is very sharp when he picks up. You know, he'll have something for the Dark Knights. He'll have something for Gymkhana Gladiators, the Empire 11, and also the Helsinki Titans. It's going to be great to listen to Rhino tomorrow. Of course, we'll be listening to him while we're sort of travelling and making our way home, but I think that's going to be a really good series there in Finland. Back to the action here. It's going to be played away once again. Shakil, that's going to be another single. It's a little, not even a little trot actually to get to the other end, but he takes a single, and well, sometimes just having a rest, that's what it does. He had a long rest after the drinks break. He didn't face any ball in that 6th over, and now he's just seemed to gone off the ball just slightly, but it's okay because Usman Butt, well, he is hitting it hard. But he did give a life, but it wasn't taken.
Crunch, and that has been hit pretty hard. Although Romani on the boundary line, I think he's juggled it over for a Maximo. And he has. Oh dear, oh dear.
I wonder if it was already over the rope. What do you think? Because it looked like it was hit pretty well. Let's see if this where he's made contact initially, because it was a good strike. Here's Romani.
Oh, he started inside, but his momentum was probably taking him over the line, Rico. I'm not sure he could have reeled that one in.
I think the only thing he was trying to do, you see what he's trying to do there? He's trying to back flick the ball to save the boundary. It's a good effort. Not able to do it. 6 runs, but moves to 22. Hits this hard. And same fielder this time does well, Romani. That makes a stop, pushes it in front of him. They're only going to take a single because I don't think the big man Shakil, who's on 90, by the way, is going to be wanting to take 2 here. So on 90, Shakil, I think he'll do his favour, little skip across the off and try and whip it in that vacant square leg. I think that's what he'll do. That's his go-to shot. Yep. So here, Usama Salim has to go pretty full. Get that Yorker in.
Let's see how he goes. I think you might be right, Rico. Oh, stands and delivers and goes straight up in the air.
It's
catching opportunity. Tomar.
Oh,
no. And it's
Never.
gone for 4. Oh, dear, oh, dear. What are you supposed to do, Rico? I don't know what else you can do.
Well, Shakil is going to get 4. He's moved to 94. He could have been gone here, should have been gone here. It's the captain, Ritik Tomar, has put the catch down. He's put Shakil down on 90.
He's crouching on the boundary line here, favouring in hand. I tell you what, I don't think he's hurt his hand. I think that's a little bit of pride that he's hurt. I think he's feeling a little bit more emotional about that drop than anything.
Pride.
And I think it's just, it's not the hand. It's more the, I can't believe I've dropped that. I'm skipper. I've put it down. I should have stood tall for my team. My team should be all around me now, giving me a pat on the back. And it hasn't happened. That's going to hurt. It's going to really hurt. 153 for 1, 2 to come in the 8th. Shakil on 94. He's 1 big strike away from a ton. Back-to-back tons. Can he do it on this ball? It's a full toss, and he can do it on this ball. Smacked, spanked, crashed, walloped out of the ground. Maximo, back-to-back centuries for that man, Fahad Shakil. 100 of 28 deliveries. He is an absolute match-winning dynamo.
It's not often, folks, that we see this. This is kind of history in the making. I think only a couple of players have done it. Back-to-back 100. So he scored 100 in the qualifier, and he's done it again here for Fahad Shakil. Okay, there was chances they weren't taken, but you can't blame him for that It was the same in the first match. Remember, he was put down when pretty early on in his 20s, and he went all the way. And after that, the next chance he gave was when he passed 100 runs. Look at where he hits the ball. You've got to learn something from that. The thing is, though, there's still time for him to really muscle a massive score here. In comes Salim again.
Short, and probably lucky to get away with that,
Very
to be
lucky.
honest. Because that's the kind of delivery it ends up in the car park. And lucky to get away. Maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in there. And he's, well, have they walked through a single there? I guess they have. It's hard to tell because Shaquille takes these, he does these runs that I call, I don't want to run. That's what they are. It's just, yeah, I don't want to. Look at him going down to the ground here. Oh, he's got a bit of a sore posterior there as he falls to the ground. And that was the shot that brought up his 100 as well. So maybe the little sort of bit of ache he's feeling downstairs at the back there can be put to the side as he celebrates the 100. And look at that run rate. It's on 20. It's been there for almost the last 4 overs, Rico. This has been a destroyation of the Prague Cricket Club bowling attack.
It's got to be said, I know that by me saying this, I don't think it's giving anything away. Unless we see a massive knock from somebody from Prague's EC, we're looking at the MVP there. There's no doubt about it. We're looking, there he is. He goes again. It's his shot. He's made it look easy. He's sweeping the ball from outside off for 6. We're looking at the MVP, Fahad Shakil. And if everything goes his way here, I'm not putting a score in the 130 to 150 out of the equation. I mean, he's just going to go wild here now. It's going to be some exhibition cricket. Prague CC, one of the biggest and most proudest clubs here in Czechia, having somebody, Fahad Shakil, who is literally playing with them like they're kids. And there might as well be the juniors bowling at him. Because that's the way he's treating them at the moment. Here's another one. You can't be bowling there. They're not learning, people. They're not learning. They're just bowling runs to him, and Fahad Shakil is now really tearing into them. They got to 180 last time. This time, they're eyeing up 200.
This is unbelievable stuff here. Look at this shot. Down on one knee, turns it around the corner, cannot believe his luck. It gets put right in the spot. Smith Patel is standing there with his hand on his chin thinking, right, what do I do next? I got to tell you something, mate. You got to have a think about it because you are made to look pretty amateur at the moment. PCC, the #1 team in this country because of how much cricket they've played, how long they've been around, how competitive they are, how dangerous they are. Their reputation is massive. Their track record is incredible. They have been made to look a little bit silly. That man is absolutely taking them to school. And for Prague Tiger fans and the dugout, they are loving this.
Dugout's going wild. This is where it's a hard job for a captain, Amin Hussain, because he knows that deep down he's probably feeling so excited. Adrenaline is throwing that they've got enough runs here surely to win the match. But at the same time, he's got to try and tell himself and his teammates, hey, it's only halfway. Now he goes outside the off. Oh, just unbelievable. What more can I say? We're just seeing just amazing hitting. It's 6 after 6 after 6, literally. In this over, Smith Patel has gone for 6, 6, 6. And I tell you someone, Fahad Shakil, he's done everything else. He's probably thinking, well, why can't I hit 6 sixes in and over? That's probably what he's thinking here now. He moves to 118. There's a big, big score up here. You know, maybe we're going to see somebody go and get onto the 150s. He's definitely on. It's just outrageous hitting so far. It really is. There's another one that's gone a long way. It's there somewhere. There it is. There's the fielder. Well, he hasn't got the ball in his hand. It's another one that disappears. We've lost some balls here today. Look at the scores here today. You know, it'd be interesting to see. I know that we had some high-scoring days in Jersey. I think Hornchurch as well. It's hit well. Just going to drop, but he shouldn't do that. You can't do that. It just makes it. It makes it. There you go. You might as well play, young man. Get out there.
Get him on the field.
Show them how to do it.
Absolutely. Get him on the field.
This one, you're never going to catch it. You've got to try and save the boundary in the end. Look at the distraught there from the bowler. It's another boundary. And Fahad Shakil now moves to 122. And Prague CC, the body language for me here now says it all.
2 balls to come in this over still. We're still going, Rico. Well, that's one that finally doesn't get to the boundary. So Arun Ashokhan, take a bow. But at the moment, all I've got to say about this is that man, he hits to the left, he hits to the right. Shaquille, he is in full flight, absolutely dominating the bowling here.
Look at the two batters. They have a chat. You know exactly what they've said here. Shaquille has said, smack a boundary or stay where you are.
Yep.
He wants the last over. He knows he's got a sniff at a big score here.
Totally agree there. Now, the umpire's on his little mic, little walkie. They're having a chat with the scorers or the third umpire. I think the third umpire just checking on something. But yeah, that 123 from 34, 183 the score. We should see this get up to that magic 200.
What's happened here? Did they swap bats? Yeah, well.
Hey.
It's not something that, I mean, you can have your own views about it. It's something that we say it's probably not a done thing. It doesn't look so good. I think the batters were trying to be quite sneaky about it, change bats. Usman doesn't it? Look, his bat's going fine. Why does he need to change his bat? Nah, stay there. Look at that. He says, no, I told you. Hit the ball to the boundary or stay where you are. Yaani मेरी गल सुनी नहीं मैं तेरे कह देता सी जा चौका जो छक्का मारना सिंगल नहीं लेना मैंने last over चाहिए 183 for 1 and 9 overs completed now. That over goes for 23. Smit Patel, he goes for 42 in his spell.
You're right, Usman, but he just turns to Shaquille and say, why aren't we taking that run? And the reply from Shaquille was very simple. We talked about this. We discussed this at length. You can hit a boundary. You can even get a 2. We're not taking singles because I'm facing the start of the 10th. Have a look at this scorecard. Well, this is the bowling card. This is, well, if any kids watching here who are Prague Cricket Club fans, it's time to turn away now or leave the room because that is looking really troubling. Also, Salim can hold his head up high, best economy rated, but still 16.5, going for 33 off his 2. And it is the last over to be bowled. Here it comes. Crunch. We start with a big smack out of the ground, offside. Like I said, he hits to the left and he hits to the right. That's his plan. He's going to do that all night. You got to remember this.
Yeah, excellent shot. He's already ready for it, isn't he? He kind of knows where David Romani's going to put it. 6 to start. He's searching and eyeing up a score in the 150s. These are some of the scores that we've had. So Imran Asif, who got 150 or 40 balls. I was there for that one and a few others of those. Stefan Gooch. Now, these are guys that could be finding themselves coming out of the equation. So, big scores there. Look, you got Buyan is up there. You got the likes of Deploy, Arslan Amjad. I get the feeling, I think there's one missing from that. I don't think that's the updated list.
Oh, we had another 150, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't think that's updated. That's not correct.
Show one from Jersey.
Yeah, let's have another guy that I think Alex realises that's not the right one. We'll put the other one up when we get a chance because I think some of those names, I think the likes of even Stefan Gooch is probably not on that anymore.
Shawan Chowdhury, 150 from 40.
Yes.
That's what we're missing. Now that's always been given. Well, there you go. We bring up the high scoring, and that's probably jinxed the situation there. The finger is raised, given out leg before, and now the batters can switch their bats over. And that is the end of a mammoth, amazing innings. Have a look at this. And what do you think? Crashing into leg. It hit pretty low down. It's pretty full.
He goes right across. We know he does. It doesn't have to hit middle. There'll be a lot of people saying, I don't know about it. Well, let's see it one more time. The umpire, remember, doesn't get any of these. We'll see it one more time. I actually think, I think that's going to hit the leg stick. Look where it hits on the pad. It hits on the outside of the pad, about there. And it doesn't have that long to go. I think if the umpire feels he's going to go and hit, it hits. But look, let's just stop for a moment and applaud what has been a magnificent knock for Hard Shakil. Scores a fine 129. The next ball gets played away and it will be stopped. In comes the throw. 129, and that was after he scored another 100 earlier when he scored 104.30. He's had an incredible day. And let's see where the Tigers can finish. 190, still 3 balls to go. And Usman Butt back on strike, 23 of 7. Can he hit another 10 in the 3 balls to come to bring 200 up for the first time here in this series?
Yeah, there's a bit of work to be done here to get that 200, but if anyone can do it, Butt can do it. Crash. There you go. There is. Just bounces inside the rope for 4. Well, Rico even set himself at the doorway. You thought we had it on for another chance here. These are the best chances we've had for a ball coming into here.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah, what do you got for me?
Have we had 200s in Czechia before? As in a 200 score.
In the ECS?
Yeah,
Or
in the ECS European Cricket Series.
I don't believe we have. I'm pretty confident we haven't. Someone might correct me if they look at the record books. I'm pretty sure we haven't. I'm sure this is getting towards the highest.
Slower, hit hard. There's a fielder out there, and it's Arun who does well. Doesn't want to take this. Doesn't want to take the single. As Usman Butt says, no, I think I can hit the boundary to bring the 200 up, and well, it might be for the. It might already be the highest score perhaps here in Czechia in the European Cricket Series.
I think
it may be the first time we get 200 on the board as well. Let's see.
Well, the previous highest score in a final was last year when Bohemians got 171, so that's been eclipsed.
It hits this well, and it won't be reached, but it's going to be 4 runs off the last ball, so they won't get the 200 on the board. We'll check to see if it is the highest we've seen in the European Cricket Series, but the Prague Tigers have finished on a massive 198 for 2.
That is astonishing hitting there, amazing batting there. Thanks mainly to Fahad Shakil, but he's had some pretty good support. Mars Muniruddin, that 33 from 13, he should take a little bit of the accolade as well. And of course, that was Usman Butt with a very good cameo, 31 off 10, just towards the end there. So well done to those 3 batters who absolutely dominated there. Just a handful of extras in there as well. So you had a 112-run opening partnership, and then the next partnership was a very blistering quick fire. What's that? That's 87-run partnership. Sorry, 77-run partnership there. As you see, they're all walking off the field. PCC must feel ever so deflated to know what their job is to do when it's their turn in about 10-15 minutes time. But this has been astonishing. Yeah, the previous highest score, I believe, was the Bohemians last year scoring 171. I think that was the highest run chase ever in Czech ECS history.
Right.
That's what I believe it is. I'll double check that.
We'll double check, but it's let's have a look at this start. Look, there was the odd false shot. There were some highlights, that shot there from Romani, but then that's Arvind putting the catch down. And that was Mars Muniruddin, who gets dropped on 13. He, of course, did go on to score a quick fire 33 of 13. But once again, it was the hitting of that man there, Fahad Shakil. It's difficult to see past some of his hitting. It's difficult to find a weakness. I mean, anything that was dished up to him, apart from 1 or 2 deliveries, found its way to the boundary. It was quite awesome. It really was. He hit 16 sixes. That's right, 16 sixes and 6 fours on his way to that 129. But the bowlers just didn't get it right. There was a wicket there. That was a nice catch taken on the boundary. And Smith would get the breakthrough. But there was no break in the torment that was put on them from Fahad Shakil. And they just weren't able to get the ball in the right areas. It was either down the leg side and he was able to slog sweep, or it was too wide outside the off. And very rarely did they get one right. That one was down the ground. This one was a chance, and it was dropped, would you believe it? And not only dropped, but pushed over for 4. And that was when he was on 90. Dropped on 90, but he gets his ton and then goes down and sits down and has a break, has a breather, and then says, all right, I'm going to get going again. And we thought for one moment that in that last over, he was going to go ballistic and try to bring up the 150. But it was LBW. Finally, we did see a full delivery. And if that's a little bit shorter, you know where it's going. It's going for 6, but it's full, and he gets York. And Romani, he does finish with a pretty decent over there towards the end, only going for 15. And when you think of some of the carnage that we saw, the number of magical overs, he's actually finished pretty well. And at least he does stop the Prague CC conceding 200. And it, well, if the 200 run chases very rarely happen, we know that it happened once in Jersey. So to win this match, Prague CC are going to have to score 199 for a victory. And if they do that, I think that will be the second highest run chase that we've seen on the European Cricket Network.
So I guess every cloud has a silver lining, and they didn't get to 200. I guess that's the takeaway for PCC. If there's anything to take away from that, and believe me, the pickings are very slim, Rico, very slim indeed. I'm not laughing at their expense. I'm still getting over what happened just then. 129 off 36 for that man, Shakil. Astonishing batting.
It is. And the Prague Tigers one thing that the message that they've sent out, and I think they've sent it out to us as well as all of the viewers watching, that, it's no fluke, it's no luck. They're not a team that I've done it a couple of times and then, like we've seen sometimes on the network, they fall apart or they fold. No, they have been precise. And it's the case of, you want to put us in? Fine. Now you're going to chase a lot of leather.
That's right. There you go. Let's put the gauntlet down on the ground and say, there you go. Have a go at that one. Why don't you? And that's exactly what's going to happen in about 10 minutes' time. Prague Cricket Club get their chance to see what they can do. The score is on the board, folks. It's 198 for 2. We're halfway through the final. Prague Tigers with one very, very strong, firm grip on that lovely local lifestyle trophy, the one we showed off before during the introduction to this game. One hand on that, thanks pretty much to that man Shaquille, and also great support from Muniruddin and Usman Butt. So Prague Cricket Club, what are they made of? The final innings coming your way in about 10 minutes time. It's probably even less than 10. It's maybe 6 minutes time. It's the last innings of this European Cricket Network tour of Czechia. It all comes down to this after all the runs, all the games, all the wickets, all the maximos. We've had 5 different tournaments. We're coming to the end, the final, the crescendo. It's all about the next 45 minutes when we're back here. Please join myself, Phil G, alongside Rico Full, as we call the final innings in this ECS Czechia Premier Division final. Look forward to seeing you then. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the final here in Czechia, Prague, where the Tigers have been roaring once again, scoring big runs, massive runs, 198 for 2, with Fahad Shakil scoring his second century in the day. He was out on 129, but good partnerships there between him and Murin Rudin, and also with Usman Butt, both of those two getting into the 30s. Prague CC, it's not been a good day for them in the field. They've conceded 528 runs in the day, and in the 3 matches we're talking about, they've only managed to take 9 wickets. That's a bit of a hard hit. I've got Phil G here with me. Now, Phil, you've done a bit of research, and you've come back, and you can confirm that this is, in fact, the highest score that we've seen posted here in Czechia on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It is indeed. The previous high score was Prague Cricket Club scoring a 186 against the Barbarians in 2023. Shout out to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sander for dropping me that little hint. Thank you, Vinny, for that. And last year, the Bohemians won the final, 171 runs batting first. So that was the biggest score in a final. But in ECS Czechia, 186 now been eclipsed by this 198 put on in that innings you've all just been watching and maybe still sort of shaking your heads over it and wondering how on earth could that happen. Hey, Tigers also, they scored, their best score was 174, which they did last year here in the ECS. So today, they've come out and gone 180 and 198 against PCC, the team that has, as I keep saying, the reputation that precedes them. So they've scored big runs against the big, bad PCC team. That's who they are. Here we go with the run chase. Plays a straight shot back there. Oh, hesitation on the single. Imagine that had a turn nasty. And it's Kadawala opening the batting with Salim. And that man, Mahadi Alam, opening the bowling. And hasn't he done well in this tournament? Opening the bowling, yeah. I think almost every match, I'd say. I don't want to put my house on it, but I think almost every match he's opened the bowling.
Yeah, he has done, and he's bowled well. Usually he bowls himself out as well. That's Mahadi Alam. In fact, both the Alams, General Alam, will come on to bowl the second, and just good bowlers. And the problem with that is for something like Prague CC, when you're needing around 20 and over from the word go, is that it's very difficult to get 20 of both those. Now, a bit of discussion. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about here. I mean, he uses sweat to put on the ball. There's no problem with that if you're using his sweat. Tape. Okay, fair enough.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it's on his bowling hand, so that makes sense. One tip to the players, especially when you're playing white ball cricket, you can tape your finger up if you need to, but use black.
Yeah, exactly.
That's simple. Just don't use white. White doesn't go with the white ball.
Don't use white. Exactly right. We had a situation in the Women's Sea Cup where Teresa Kulsanova had to use blue tape. Smack down the ground, straight hit. There is protection. Too hot to handle, and it gets through the fielder.
What's he lost here, the fielder? The ball comes out of his hand. What's he lost there? Something else comes out of his pocket.
What was it?
Let's have a look.
Was it the tape?
Is it the tape? Well, let's see what comes off here.
I think it was the tape that he was given by the bowler. Is that right?
Well, the tape's gone now. It won't be coming back.
That's it for the tape. If the bowler's going to go and say, "Can I have that tape back, please?" There's going to be, no, it's finders keepers. It's gone. Dot ball. Didn't see many of those in the previous innings, but that's what a dot ball looks like, folks. Didn't see many of those at all. Hey, just one other thing, too, on the back of those numbers and stats I was giving to you, thanks pretty much to Vinny Sandu for digging them up during the break, too, is we have to go back through the books to see, but we think this is the first time in ECS history that a batter has got back-to-back centuries on finals day.
On finals day,
yeah,
okay.
So we need to go back and have a look, but I'd be pretty confident saying I reckon that's a number. I reckon that's a record.
I mean, for it to happen full stop, that's a good hit. It's blasted over the long-on boundary by Aditya Kadiwala. Now, Kadiwala is somebody who can make the difference. We spoke about him in the win against Brno, and we said he's got to bat all the way through, at least 8 overs. He'll get his team the win. And we said he had to score about 60, 70 runs. This time round, he's got to bat all the way through and probably score around, well, he's got to definitely score a ton.
he's got to score a ton at least. And he needs support around him, people who can score quickly. If 2 or 3 batters can do a quick fire 30-35 off not many deliveries, that's going to help. We don't need multiple ton scorers or 50 scorers, but he needs support from the top order here. Club down the ground, hits the stumps on the way through. Bowler to getting anything on that one, so there's no attempt for a run-out appeal. Just gets a single there. Hey, Christopher Ward has joined the chat, and I'll tell you why that's important. And I'm glad to see Christopher Ward's join us, because Christopher is my barometer when it comes to calling a game. If he says start the car and does the 3 car emojis, his strike rate is pretty good. So, Christopher, I'm looking for you. And if you call it, then I may be right there with you. He's my man. He's my man. He makes the call, and usually he's right. We continue. Last ball, the over. Shouts a catch. Oh, I tell you what, I'm not sure if he got something on this, but I think probably that's gone through fingers.
He doesn't get in the air at all. He doesn't quite want this. That's a boundary. It'll mean that they'll get 17 off the over. He doesn't get off the air. Watch the feet. He sort of does a little bit of kind of a star jump, but he doesn't go upwards. He goes sideways. And one more time, we'll see. Watch the legs here. So he doesn't get height in that ball. And also look where he's standing. He's got to be on the boundary. He's a long way from the boundary. And if he's on the boundary, I think he's putting his hands up and at least getting a chance to catch it. So 17 off the over. Don't get the 20, so the rate required just will go upwards. 92 matches since.
Oh, dare I say it? Dare I call it, Rico? We're going to go for a golden ball in this match. I'll tell you what, I'd love it if we did. That crash has gone out of the ground. Don't adjust your TV sets or what you can hear, folks. That was a huge hit from that man, Aditya Kadawala. He goes leg side and crashes that one over the line. And so it's going to be Ajay Alam. He's greeted with that. Yeah. Bang.
The thing is here, I mean, Prague CC would have they would have come together. They already had that 10 minutes. They would have been very flat. The captain would have had hard work to try and, to motivate them. There probably would have been a few finger pointing and there would have been a few moans and groans. Captain just has to say, look, the match is not done yet. Let's do it in little chunks. 3 overs. Let's try to get to 60. Get to 60 in 3. And then let's go to the 6 over mark. Let's try do it in little bite size chunks. But what they can't do is lose wickets. This could be an opportunity, and it will be taken. And you know who it is? It's the man of the moment, the star of the day. Fahad Shakil holds on to the catch. He's just a quality player. There's no other way to describe him. Cool as a cucumber as he takes this catch. Let's have a look at this. No issue there. There's definitely a gap between him and his foot. How does he land? He lands inside. And it's a great catch. And the wicket will go. I think they might be just checking this one more time, are they? And the umpire just saying to the batter, just wait there. And he will now have to go.
It's all fair enough. Yeah, we saw in the replay, but good at the umpires. Double check that with the third umpire as well. And you know what? With Kadawala going for 17 off 7, I'm pretty sure now is the time to start the car. And I know it's only the second over. It's early days. Have a look at that. I think they were just making sure that he wasn't still reclining on the rope when he took the catch. He definitely had the heel up when he took the grab. And didn't he get a good get around? I think almost every Tiger on the field got over to him to give him a pat on the back to say, well done. That is awesome. And that is a bit of a show off to PCC, who I don't believe actually did that during their innings.
And also it was interesting, wasn't it? We saw one ball go over the field in this area.
Yeah.
Who do they put there? Fahad Shakil. Now Fahad Shakil, it seems to be taking over the captaincy as he's moving the fielders around here. Hossain won't mind that.
Alarming again. It's been hit down the ground. This is Ravi Solanki. Oh, it gets past the fielder. That is probably going to beat them. It is indeed across the line. So Ravi Solanki again pushed up the order here because of his big hitting and his power hitting. And they just want runs off as least amount of deliveries as possible. Doesn't matter how they get them. Doesn't matter who scores them. Everyone's got to chip in. It doesn't matter. And that would be, if I was captain, I'd be saying, like, you know what? Go out there and make me a quick fire 20, 22 runs, but do it straight away. Do it in quick time.
Shot.
Bang.
Lovely shot.
Oh, Rico, that's a great shot. That's out of the ground. That's, again, heading towards the golf course. Got every bit of that out of the middle, too.
Yeah,
Shot.
The disappointment that for the Prague Tigers is that the ball before really shouldn't have gone to the boundary. It was a big error from, I think it was Romani who got it wrong. And that's allowed Solanki to stay on strike. And he smashed the biggie And, well, it's a good job that the golfers have been pretty quiet today. And I can tell you why, because it's too hot for them.
Yeah.
You can see there's nobody there in Teletubby. I'm going to miss that, Teletubby Hill.
Oh.
And, but we will, of course, be back here again. Wonderful memories of this ground and of the cricket that we've seen here this time. And that's played nicely. Fielder gets there, makes the stop. It's only going to be a single. The only thing with that shot there from Ravi Solanki, it's okay when you're needing the 15s and over. But I think when you're needing the 20s, you've got to maybe put a bit more push on it. But still, they're looking to get that in this over. It's been all right so far, 17 from it. This becomes a big delivery. They got 17 from the first. They need to just get that little acceleration in the last ball. If they can get the 20 here, then they stay in it. That's what they've got to say. They've got to be looking for 60 at the end. And they're not going to get it. A little bit of a... Well, they might as well run here.
Might as well.
That was crazy, actually.
Go.
There was no need to do that from the wicketkeeper. That's a bit shabby from Usman Butt. And just throws this unnecessarily. Look. All right, he only gives away the single. Maybe he thinks he's worth taking the gamble to get the wicket, but I don't think it was. They will get one more, so they'll get the 18 off the over. Not quite the 20. 35 for 1 after 2.
That's a very rare sight to see that, isn't it? The 2 centuries in a row. The 104 not out off 30. The 129 off 36. Same player at the same competition on the same day in the qualifier and the final. That is a very rare thing to see that on our Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and to see that, of course, on a finals day as well. Like I said, and yeah, forgive me for jumping ahead, but if he's not going to get the MVP, then somebody from Prague CC here is going to have to score a massive score, because he's leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. We've seen some good performances. Babu has been really good. You know, he certainly deserves a mention. And even Kariwala, who has already gone here, has been good. But being good is fine. But to be the MVP, you've got to be exceptional.
Yeah.
And at the moment, there's only one name that stands out. And Fahad Shakil has been just top draw, especially today. Remember, before today, and I was saying it, that he's a class player, he's a class act. I said this when yesterday with Danny, saying that this guy, he's going to score big runs. And he's proved me wrong. He's proved me right. And he's proved a lot of other people wrong who said maybe he's not, maybe he hasn't got it to go big. Well, the wicketkeeper's given a lot of grief here to the fielder, basically saying, well, why do you go down so early? He goes down he's actually on the floor before the ball gets to him. Look at him there, and I don't think he needed to be. He just needed to take a couple of steps, and then the Grizzly sort of bounces up a little bit of the old Tortuga and almost clocks him on the head on the way through to the boundary.
All I can think there is that the fielder thought the ball was coming to him a lot faster than what it was, and he's in defence of the fielder, he's looking straight into the sun. So maybe he's thought that's coming quicker. So a couple of bounces, that last bounce, you're right, he's almost weird one on the scone, and then that has carried on to the boundary. And that's why the wicketkeeper gave him a serve. Oh, Alarm then in again. Now, tell you what's interesting. Every single delivery from Alarm's overs right now, I keep thinking, Shakir would have hit that for 6. He would have pulled that for 6. Yeah. That would have been hit for 6 on the offside. And I'm watching this and going, they can't get bat on ball. Salim is struggling. Even the 4 that he tucked around the corner almost cut off. Yeah. It just shows the difference between these two batting sides.
It shows the difference between somebody who's in, somebody who scored a ton early in the day and seeing the ball the size of a football.
Here we go again.
Yeah, it's a classic example again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. You know for a fact that Shakir just would have said, thank you, and gone crash towards the leg side. He would have elevated knowing he's got enough power to hit it. That time, you can see there, the batter there, it was Salim, just doesn't approach it in the same way. And that's why the score is 40 for 1 with 2 to come in this power play, and it's not in the 60s. That's the difference. And the run rate required is 21.68. And this is getting away very quickly, as it probably would, as you'd expect it to, for anyone chasing after this target. Well, that's a wide ball. They're going to take another one. That's good quick running. They're looking for every opportunity to try to grab another one as well. It's just going to be a wide +1. So good running there to quickly call through there from Salim. He gets to face up again. 42 for 1 is the score. And Ravi Solanki only on 11 from 3. Osman Salim is 10 from 6. And there's, oh, wow, who from PCC is going to stand up here and make a quick fire belt 80, 90 runs off 20 or 30 deliveries? That's what they're missing. Well, that's going to help. That sounded absolutely like a gunshot. That has been smoked out of the ground. What a great shot that is. So Osama Salim goes bang downtown. He moves to 16, 48 for 1. One more to come in the power play.
Big delivery this. Remember I said bite-sized chunks, 50 is coming up on the board here. But like I said, they need 60. So how close can they get? Another big 6 would be good. And Christopher Ward's absolutely right, even though it's 97% to 3 here, by the way. And before that 6, I think it probably was 98 to 2. But he's absolutely right. While 6s are being hit, there's still a chance. So he hasn't started the card just yet, though 1 or 2 others have.
Just saw something in the chat. I'll just address that in a second. Oh, close. That could have easily been played on there. That just gets the bottom edge. Going to go for a single. So that gets it to 49 for 1 after 3. The power play doesn't touch the 50. It's almost there, but it doesn't quite get there. And when you're looking at that sort of total they're chasing after, they're going to need an awful lot more than that. The target is 199. That's right. Still 150 needed from 42 deliveries. It's still north face of Everest time. It is a really steep climb for Prague Cricket Club.
Yeah, they've been here before, and I think they needed this in the last match, didn't they, in that qualifier when it was 180, 181 they were after. They got to 145, and that was because Ravi Solanki smashed 44 of 8. Now, he is still there, and if he can hit the ball at that sort of pace, well, if he does that in 16 balls, he could go and win them the match, couldn't he? So it's still not over, though there's an awful lot to do.
True. At this stage of the competition too, at the same time during the innings for the Prague Tigers, this was the first of their 4 magical overs on the trot. So this is where they accelerated very heavily. Next 3 overs all went magical. So that's something that, well, if PCC can replicate that, they're still in with it, but they need to happen. It has to happen right now. This next over's got to go magical, and maybe they need to take it just 1 over at a time. We need 20 plus.
Shaquille starts with a wide. Now, Fahad Shaquille, everything he's done today has basically been outstanding. Now with the ball, it's pretty useful.
Yeah.
Starts with a quick one, but he will use the crease really well, and watch out for the slower deliveries. That's the tool that he has that gets wickets.
Pushes that one wider. Appeals there, but they were trying to maybe deflect from the fact that it was a wide ball. Yeah, I agree with you there. He does have a good slower ball for sure. Hey, Adion Tessarada, he's talking about a story about the Youth Winter Olympics about a speed skater who hid behind the pack and then raced ahead right on the final lap and took the win. Can I say, it sounds like Steve Bradbury, the famous Australian gold medalist who did exactly that at the Winter Olympics, back in the 90s in Tokyo, I think it was. Have a look at this. Does he get something on that? Oh, I think it's come off the
pad.
Come off the legs, has it? What do you get?
Come off the pad.
Just off the pad?
Impact is outside the line, and Shaquille is not happy that the wicketkeeper's not stopped. It's a difficult one because it does kind of bounce in front of him, but that was that slower delivery. It looks like a tired man, the Fahad Shaquille. You can understand that. And hey, how about this one? I know that we were talking about cartoons. Well, this was at 1955, the animated musical Lady and the Tramp, one of Walt Disney's most enduring movies, was released in US theatres.
Well, there you go. I remember that. Not when it came out, of course. No.
I thought you were going to say you were there. You were there watching the movie.
Rico, I remember queuing up around the corner with my popcorn and my soda, just waiting to get into that front row seat. Not quite. 55 for 1, not quite halfway through the 4th. And Shaquille trying to bowl his team towards a trophy here if he can. Oh, there's ifs and buts and should we goes. Hits the stumps. And it's not going to be out, though. Gets home in time. There was probably never a run there. Just that the wicketkeeper was juggling it. And in the end, well, the throw to the stumps is pretty good.
Yeah, Shaquille, a couple of wides, 4 leg byes. So 6 in extras in the over. But nothing off the bat. A couple of dot balls in here. Still 4 balls. No, not 4 balls. Beg your pardon. 3 balls to come in the over. And, well, they've got to really hit at least 2 of those to the boundary, if not all 3, to try and get and make this over productive. That rate hovering at the moment just above the 22 and over. That's what they've got to try and get to. They've got 6 so far.
Yeah, need to find something off this bowler. That's a wide ball. That's okay. He gets to have to bowl that one again. But this is slipping to the point now where they almost need a 4 off every ball. Once it hits there, well, you're in a world of trouble. I mean, you're in a world of trouble before you get there. But when you get to that point, you need 22 runs per over to get a win here. 143 off 39. It is slipping away with every single dot ball. Goes high in the air. Now, catching opportunity. 2 players running in. Oh, I think someone called for it, but unfortunately it was put down. It was a red-hot chance, and I get the feeling that maybe it was the pressure coming in from the fielder that caused the other player there to put it down. Who was that? That was Mahadi Alam puts it down. I think he was under a little bit of pressure from the fielder running the other direction. Yeah, and that, of course, was the other alarm. Well, one of the other alarms, Saimul Alam, who is a new alarm here today. Got 3 alarms happening today. We had 2, the 2 brothers. I haven't had a chance to find out if Saimul is the 3rd brother.
Somebody was saying that they all are brothers.
Okay.
Going by what we've been told, I think we'll stick with that.
Okay, the brothers alarm. Shaquille is going to come around the wicket now to the left-hander. Good delivery. Oh, no, that's going to really hurt. Ravi Slanky takes the glove off and goes for a walk. He's hurt.
That's not good. That looked like one where it traps the finger in between the ball and the handle. So the glove comes out straight away. And I like that from Fahad Shakil. Look, I mean, he's not only a great cricketer, but a good sportsman there as well. Look at him walking, by the way. He can hardly stand up. And Fahad Shakil, as he slowly limps back to the bowling mark. He's got another ball to bowl in this over. It's 4 have come from it. And it's been wide, 4 leg byes, a wide and 1. So 4, if you like, have come off his side of things. But he's kept it nice and tidy, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's good to see Fahad come across and just say, "You're okay, there it is there." At least he fist bumped the hand that wasn't hurt. That would have been nasty. But I'm sure that would never going to happen.
You know, you mentioned something there, which leads me on to something.
Yeah, what do you got?
Hand. When it comes to hands.
Hands, yeah.
Hand of God. The hand of God. That will have England football supporters around the world saying, oh, don't bring up 1986. Well, I'm going to, because it was on this day in 1986 that Argentine football legend player Diego Maradona scored his memorable hand of God goal. And the ball struck his hand, but the referee mistakenly thought it had hit his head to go into the net to help Argentina defeat England in the World Cup quarterfinal game. Argentina, of course, went on to win the tournament. The hand of God back on this day in 1986.
Yeah, we don't want to bring that up to hurt any of the English football fans who are listening and watching from around the world, but it is happening on this day. We might have to remind them one more time before we go off the air, Rico. That's a good one. I like that one.
You like that one?
I did like that one.
The hand of God, Diego Maradona. I think, what did Alex just said? Alex, I'm sorry, I can't really hear you now because my headphones are gone. I think the heat has killed him. Even Phil sounds like Metal Mickey in my headset.
Metal Mickey?
You do. You're like,
goodness.
It's like, I mean, oh yeah, look, we just got to get through another 6 overs so I could put up with it. But yeah, you're sounding all metallic and stringy at the moment. Well, that's not metallic or stringy. That is good. That is out the middle. Well, the bat is springy. Boom. Shakalagia. That will be the end of that over. They desperately needed a boundary from it, and they do get one. So 14 come off the over. 10 of them as runs, but there's a few extras in there as well. So they go and move to 63 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. Normally, you would say that's a pretty decent strike rate and a good score, but they need 136 of 36 deliveries, which mean they need to go at 22s, and you can just start to see there that with that over going for 14, with the over before that also going for 14, they're starting to fall behind.
Yeah, it's falling way behind out there. You can see the run rate graph there just before that white line. It's heading south, and that's not the way it needs to be going. And they're always on a hiding to nothing here, PCC, to try to overhaul this target, and it does look like it's proven to be a mountain too steep to climb. Still not over yet, still a lot to do. Required run rate at 22.66. A couple of supersonic overs here because suddenly changed the complexion of this game and throw a bit of pressure back on. But my goodness, then you still need over 100 runs and you only got 6 overs to get it. It's tough. And Muniruddin has been given the ball. They feel it's okay. They're in a good position here. So the man with the 101 on his back, which looks to me like it's a dinner plate with a couple of knives either side of it. I'm thinking of food. That's probably why. Comes into bowl. It starts with a great dot. And Salim just looks down, puts his hand and says, now, why didn't I hit that? Why couldn't I hit that? You know why? It was a bit too quick and it was a bit too tight to your body, and it was a good ball and it was a good length.
A good start. The keeper is also breathing right down his neck, so if he wants to use his feet to come forward, he's got to be certain. It's going to be dragged away to the late. Oh, wow.
Oh.
What a marvellous bit of fielding.
That's amazing.
I mean, I think he had time to take more steps, but he elected to dive, and now, well, he's scratched himself. But how about that? Well, there, we were talking about the hand of God. Well, it's not quite the hand of God, but it's a wonderful bit of fielding. Excellent work.
Yeah, just as the ball pitches, and as you know, when it lands, it gives a little bit of spin, and he's sort of been caught on the hop there, but sticks out the mitt and saves a boundary. That's quite brilliant.
It's a great save. They only take the single. So now, right, we know what needs to happen. Every ball has to find the boundary rope. And that one's not going to, it's just a single. So it's an interesting one here, because I suppose if you try and hit every ball to the boundary, the chances are you'll get out once or twice, but you just got to try pushing singles. Ravi Solanki, you know, is a big hitter of the ball. So just a single gets taken there. Here comes the ball again. That could be out. If that's hit the pad. And what's the umpire giving here? If he gives legs by here, no, he's saying there's bad on it. Well, okay, then the bowler's saying, why is that not out? Let's have a look. Goes across. And yes, there is.
Hammers it.
Very good shout. Very, very good shout and call there from the umpire, Shubit, who we have to mention, you know.
Yeah.
He's been with us all the way through, and he's been outstanding. Well done to Shubit. He's been a star as the umpire.
He's had a pretty good couple of weeks here, Shubit, so congratulations to him as well. Down the ground. It's going to be chase on here. Foot fielding can't do the job. He almost tries to kick it to his counterpart there, and only just hits the top of the shoe and skews over it for a 4.
I love the way the fielder nearest to him. First of all, I think this one probably, the batter was ducking out of the way, and the fielder, look, he's saying, why didn't you use your hands? I like that. That could be me and you there, you know. They could say, there's Phil, and Rick could say, why didn't you use your hands?
What you doing, man? What you doing? That's exactly what it was. Oh, dear. And, of course, it was that man, Shaquille. Shaquille, who was looking at it saying, you know, what are you doing, mate?
Say again, sorry, you didn't hear that. I can't hear you.
Bowler in. And Maximo smokes that one out of the ground. So that's a lovely shot there from Ravi Solanki, who hasn't given up. He then moves up to 28 from 8 deliveries, trying his hardest for his team, trying to keep them in the game. But it's so hard to keep them in the game when you need 100 plus of, well, it's now 30 deliveries. It's trouble aplenty.
Trouble plenty, you're absolutely right. And 3 lots of 14s, by the way, the last lot of overs. And thing is now, I'm just having a look, at, as we leave our viewers to have a look at our 2025 calendar. Of course, Finland starting tomorrow, and then after that on the 30th, Bulgaria. Then we go over to the other side where we kick off with Belgium. Me and you are together again there. Then I'll join Tina in Germany, Krefeld. Cricket will also be in Sweden one more time in Stockholm. Then from Stockholm we go to England, to Rains Park in Wimbledon, before Croatia, and then Germany in Kiel, Romania again, the encore, Hungary and Switzerland, all still to come before we get, of course, to the big stuff there at the Khartoum Oval. But I'm just looking at there, Usman Salim. I wonder if they're going to leave him out there, 20 or 15. You might feel you have some other options. And while the players are having drinks, Phil, how about we talk about this? 1996, almost 5 years after making his one-day debut, Sourav Ganguly stroked a masterclass 131 on his test debut for England against England at Lord's. Early in the match, Jack Russell, a less appealing left-hander maybe with his batting style, made his second test 100 and the first by an England wicketkeeper at Lord's for 44 years. 3 tests later, he was dropped. Russell also caught Rahul Dravid for 95, thus preventing the first instance of 2 debutants making a century in the same test. The match was drawn and remembered for the 66th and last of Dickie Bird's career in that test match.
Oh, wow.
As he entered the field, players formed the Guard of Honour, but Bird wiped away tears, only to trigger Mike Atherton, LBW, for 0 off the 5th ball of the match. And it was quite ironic because Dickie Bird normally a not-out giver when it comes to LBWs. Yeah, I remember that really well. Dickie Bird, and what a true gentleman and legend he was. That all happened in 1996. Back to the action here again. What are you thinking, Usama Salim? Do they give him one more ball and say you either hit a boundary or you come out? Because look, they've got to do something here, and Salim just ain't doing it at the moment.
Yeah, I would change him out. I absolutely would do that. Whoever's the freshest player there with the pads on right now, if I was the captain, I'd be looking who's the freshest. And if I was Riddick Tomar, I'd be saying, maybe I should get out there. Just to sort of show my face, lead the squad, get out there. Ravi Solanki there with a dot ball. He's doing well. Look, he's got 28 from 9. He's taken a little knock to the hand as well. But yes, I absolutely would pull him and I get someone else out there to try to change it up.
Yeah, look, it's not an easy call because the next batter who goes out there has got to be trying smashing, 5 boundaries and over. That's what they need here. That's a full toss. Gets worked away. It will go to a big vacant area of the ground. Slow ball again there from Fahad. Thing is, though, it's getting to a point here now, Phil, that even 4s almost are not enough.
Yeah, almost 4s now won't cut it. You're absolutely right. Well, the required run rate is 26 runs per over, then some. So 4s per ball will not do it. It's got to be maximos. So there's that. So if you hit a 4, great. You need to follow up with this maximo. If you can't do that, it doesn't matter. So you could almost say for the Tigers, they don't even care to be on the field. They don't even need to be because it's got to be done by 6s.
Yeah, it's getting to almost that. And also, the one thing they will know is, well, let's just not bowl extras because that helps. That's guided away. Look, 4 more runs. It's a nice shot from Ravi Solanki. But again, it's 4. So if you hit every ball for 4, you get close, but I don't think you're going to win it that way. They're still needing over 100 runs. I mean, that's quite crazy when you think that we're into the 6th over.
Yeah, the run rate just ticked up from 26.22 to 26.3 with that boundary, with that 4. So it just goes to show that this part of the game, we're in the 6th over, even a 4 will just tick it up, and that uptick will increase exponentially as we get through these overs. So you're absolutely right. 4s won't do it. They need to pair a 4 with a maximo.
Changing the field to Solanki. And he gets tested with that shorter delivery again. It's a shot that he played very well when he was muscling the ball to the boundary earlier when he scored that 44 of 8. But he's missed out on this on 2 occasions. It's another dot ball. So, and that's the other thing. If you're getting boundaries, that's fine. 2 4s. But either side of that have been 2 dots. And they cancel each other out pretty quickly.
Very quickly indeed. 27.36 now, the run rate required. That's how fast it climbs.
That's nicely paid. I'd like to look at the height on this, actually.
Smacks into the garden shed down there.
Yeah, let's see this. Umpire signal for this looked high. And I know he's bending down to play this. But let's imagine if he's standing upright. Is that going to be above the waist? What do you think? I think you call it. Umpires haven't called these close ones for me today. They're being consistent in their calls. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But there's been a lot that have been about waist. And they've not been called. It's always waste or but now they're not calling that. I actually think that that's probably the 2nd or 3rd one that we've seen here that the umpires have decided, well, you know what, we think it's okay. I actually think that is a no ball.
Yeah. Look, for me, it was borderline, but on the replay, when I had a look at it a couple more times, I'd be looking and asking the umpires, well, I'd be asking the 3rd umpire, why not? It did look close, definitely. I'm a fence sitter on that one, but it's a fair shout. It's a good argument too, Rico. I'm not saying anyone's right or wrong on that. It's a bit of for me, it's a teeth drying moment where you go, ooh,
One thing I will give them, they're being consistent about it. So all the ones that have been waste or thereabout, they've said it's fine. So I suppose the consistency is there. But by the laws that we play by, and we say waste or above, I mean, technically those are called. All right, they go back to Mars. I want to give a shout out to our very own Mars. We have a Mars, on the network. Catching opportunity, and it's going to get through. It's going to be 6 runs. It's another one. I think it might be the same fielder who's had a couple of these. And actually, no, this time it is Fahad Shakil, who's normally a good catcher. But look where he is from the boundary.
Landed inside the boundary line, so 4.
Well, I suppose that's the good thing. It's not 6, which kind of helps out. But, yeah, he was a little bit caught inside, too far inside there. If he's on the line, he gets a chance there for Hard.
Yeah, Muniruddin in again here. Swing and a miss. Well, swing and an edge. So it gets the finest of edges, and it's going to fly away for another boundary. So back-to-back 4s here. And as I said the previous over, and we'll talk about the fact that 4s aren't going to be good enough at this required run rate. And it is slipping away from PCC ever so gently here now, 27.81. They got to pair these 2 4s with 2 6s. And then come back to the party for the last 2 balls of the over with another 2 6s. They needed 2 magical overs back-to-back right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was saying to our very own Marzi, Wolfie Mars, that is, who, well as Vinny Sandu and Andrew Ryan will be getting things ready for start tomorrow in Finland. And, okay, well, you said they need a 6. Osama Salim looks like he's woken up for his little siesta and is ready to party again.
Well, that'd be good if he has woken up, because I kind of feel he has kind of fallen asleep a bit at the wheel here a little bit. But that's a lovely strike. So there's one.
It's nice to see that there are some Prague CC players out there that are cheering these boundaries, because remember in the last match, in the qualifier 1, when it was the same sort of scenario against the Tigers, they just went quiet and disappeared. So there's still some of them out there, and they still do believe. Can he get another couple out here? Goes for it, hits it well,
reckon he can.
And he can, you know.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
6 more. Bolle, brrrah. As Usama Salim, well, he has woken up, and now he's hitting 6s, and all of a sudden things can change. That takes it to 20. Is that 20 off the over?
20 off the over.
20 off the over, you know.
There you
2
go.
balls still to come.
So as I said, 20 off the over. So they paired up the 4s with a couple of 6s. They can finish with a couple of big 6s here. They would not just get the required run rates, but it would go magical and just give a little bit of something up in the air. Well, there's a couple of Prague Tigers who are putting their hands in the air and saying, what was that?
What's he bowling
They
here?
literally ask him, what are they bowling here? And it's Fahad, who's just in front of us here. He's the one who's saying, what are you doing?
Yeah, what is he bowling here? It's almost like he's saying, hey, you know what, guys? I'm going to make this interesting. I'm going to bowl 6 half volleys and allow the batter to hit me down the ground just to make it interesting. I mean, look at this. That has gone a long way. It's cleared everybody, and that stopped just by the backup generator at the back. And, wow, all right, here we go. It ain't over yet. And that one doesn't go to the batting, but just go on strike. Take the single, go and strike. 27 of the over. They needed 27. They get 27. And, well, at least thanks to, well, Muniruddin, who's, well, I mentioned another Mars Barji. Well, maybe when Mars Barji bowls, that he bowls a bit like this, but you wouldn't expect that from Muniruddin. He gets that completely wrong. And, well, Usama Salim, after he did go for a little bit of a cat nap, comes back. He smashed 27 of that one, 48 of 22. He's got Ravi Solanki out there with him, who's on 40 of 13. And maybe just for a moment, they've still given their team hope. 83 of 18 required.
Well, if they can hit 83 off next 3 overs, that would be absolutely massive, but I'm not sure they can. It's 116 for 1 is the score after 7. Only 1 wicket's gone down. So we spoke before about, you know, should maybe Usama come off. He didn't. He stayed. He woke up. Maybe you heard us, Rico.
Yeah.
And he thought, hang on a minute. If they're talking about replacing me, I better get on my bike here. But I feel that that's a bit little too late. It was 27 off the over, but they need 27 point something. So it actually turns out to be less than required.
I just feel here, let's see what happens with this ball first and go back to it. So that's hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4 runs. So I just get the feeling, that that over of 27 could have started something. Now, we know Ravi Solanki, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment. He's like, you know, he's a sleeping giant. When he gets going, nobody hits it better and sweeter. That's another boundary. So we've now had 6 boundaries in 7 deliveries. Salim has brought up his 50 with that one, and 52 of 23. So he's now confident. He's in. Yeah, maybe. Nothing is impossible.
Crashes that one again through the offside. Bit of work there. Shakil gets down to it, can't stop it. It's a 4. He indicates it's 4 all the way along the ground. The wicket keeper's putting his hands out saying, why wasn't that stopped? Have a look at this. I'll tell you why it wasn't stopped, because it went like an absolute rocket.
Yeah, he tries to get down to it, but he can't stop it. So that's another boundary. So 2 4s in the over. Now we need the 6s. Are they going to come? And dot ball. Dot ball is what you don't need. Dot ball hurts you. A couple of dot balls in the over, then you can't win it.
You know what? They're at the point, though, with this being the 8th, just one dot ball will undo what could potentially be a good over. So it's now 30 required per over. It's slipping away. It's slipped away pretty much. We need 30 runs and over. So it needs to be. This needs to go Maximo. It has to.
Yeah, well, it's not going to go Maximo, and well, it could be out actually. Now this is going to be interesting. I think you're going to go upstairs and have a look at this. Now we had one of these earlier in the series when the stumps are already, the barrels are broken.
Yeah, I remember this.
And now we need to make sure, when we look at this again, this is going to be a tough call from my angle. The stumps have to be on the ground before the batter gets in. Let's have a look. When did the stumps go down? This is going to be given not out, because I think when you look at the laws here, it's not when he hits the stumps, when the stumps are on the deck.
Yep.
So not out will be the call. But it's only a single.
Indeed. It's just a single, which, you know what, a single, a dot, 2, even a 4, it's another nail in the coffin of PCC here in this final. They need Maximos, and they need it. Literally, almost every single ball has to go over the boundary rope now. The run rate required is 31.7.
Here comes Solanke. And there it goes. It's high. Where's this going to land? It's going to land for 4. And the fielder here tries to take an incredible catch, actually. That is, I think that is Mars. Yeah, well, yep. Mars here, after giving away 27. Look at him here. It would have been a great catch, but he drops it, gets away from him, and then a couple of bounces, goes for 4.
You know, I mean, some of these little fielding mishaps you could be excused. It's a warm day. It's a long day here on the finals. It's getting towards the end of the day as well, and maybe a few players are feeling very tired after the competition.
Okay, nice, that's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. It wasn't a bad delivery, actually. So Ravi Solanke moves to, I think, 44 now. That's the end of that over, but it goes for 17, and they basically 10 below where they needed to be. So now have a look at the required rate. Now we're talking about 2 supersonic overs to win the match, and needing 66 of 12 deliveries.
Hey, Rico, this partnership has been, and this would be really good if it wasn't a team chasing 198. This has been a 110-run partnership between these two. 110 runs, which has been astonishing. But it's now 133 for 1, and you need still 66 off 2 overs. And you know what? If PCC could do this, they probably deserve 2 trophies. I'm just going to put it out there. You know what? They're going to need something pretty special here.
I think they might be getting 2 trophies. You know what I mean? As we get ready for, this is the big over. This is the one that counts. This is the one they've got to go after. Well, that will help. What's this caught? Has it caught anything? Yeah, a little bit. Well, that helps. I tell you why that helps. If that was going to be a minimo, then that would be 5 bonus runs with 6 balls to go. But he just gets a little bit of something on this. A bit of bat, says the umpire. So it's 4 runs. But like you say now, 4s kind of don't cut it.
No. Got to go over the boundary rope. Got to go over the rope. Literally need 5 6s here to make this a game. That's even if 5 6s, they'd still need 32 off the last over. You know, so they're still on a hiding to nothing here. And you know what? Ajay Alam, I wouldn't expect him to go for 5 6s. However, my commentator's curse has been very active in this last 2 weeks. You never know. This delivery is massive.
And all right, that gives them hope. That keeps them in it. That keeps it a possibility. Play it away. And Joe Alam has come on to bowl this over, you know, because they know if he bowls a good in here, if he gets a couple of dot balls in here, it seals it. So he just needs to get a dot in here. If he can dot 1 ball up, or if you can prevent going for 6s, then he wins them the match. It is that simple.
Yep, he'll close the door. He'll completely slam that door shut. But right now, it's ajar ever so slightly.
It's played away, but it's 4. You don't mind that. You can even sense that from the Tigers.
Yep.
They're like saying, it's all right, it's 4. I mean, it's well played. and it's going to be cuatro carreras, but you can see they're kind of saying, it don't matter. Hey, that's a good delivery. That's one area where Prague CC couldn't bowl it. And that would have worked pretty well against a man who was smashing the ball big on the leg side for hard Shaquille. So it's going to be a boundary. It takes it to the equation now. 52 of 9 deliveries. Really got to get a couple of big sixes in here to finish the over. Alarm is just looking for one good, decent seed. But that ain't it. That is picked up. That is 6. So this game, they just won't lie down and call it. Will Prague CC. They're saying, no, we have a history. We have a history here. We have been the champions so many times. We have been the top team so many times. We're going to keep fighting. This partnership just keeps on going. And they won't lie down and give up. This over's gone 4, 6, 4, 6, 20 off it. 2 balls to come.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't you love a couple of Maximos here?
Hit hard. 1 bounce. 4 runs. Cuatro más. Now it's gone magical. Will it go supersonic? This last ball is crucial. It is absolutely crucial to give them any chance. So they go with Ajar Alarm. The plan was here for Ajar to get at least one decent seed in that doesn't go to the boundary. He hasn't been able to do it so far. 42 of 7. And they will get the wicket, will they? They're asking the question. There was a noise. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, because it's a dot ball, which means it's 42 off the last. It just means that you can't bowl any extras. The score 157 for 1. And the Prague Tigers are so close to being crowned the new champions here in Prague. The Premier Division. Will they hold their nerve? Will they avoid bowling any extras? Or will there be a bit of a nightmare of a twist in this last over for them?
We've seen stranger finishes here on the European Cricket Network, but you'd have to say the smart money is pretty much saying that the Prague Tigers will bowl a nice over here. This over could go for 6 sixes. It doesn't matter because it's 42 needed in this last over because that dot ball in the previous over. It's Ravi Solanki he's facing. He's on 48, so for him a personal milestone if he can get a couple of runs here to pick up a 50. But for PCC, as you say, Rico, as you said very well, barring any sort of amazing no ball 7s and all that sort of business going everywhere, let's see what happens. First ball of the last. Spank high up in the air. Who wants it? It's into the hands, and that is game, set, and pretty much match now as the catch is held. Well, the Tigers are trying to hold it within themselves for us celebrating here. You can see how important it is for them, and that is a nice... It's the general manager, GM Hassanat, who holds this lofted shot from Ravi Solanki, who on a personal level for him, he doesn't get the 50. He gets a big handshake and a hug from the who's that? That's Ajar Alarm, who comes over and says, "Well batted, we loved it." And of course, the PCC bench are giving Ravi a round of applause as well. Gave them hope, gave them something.
Yeah, wonderful partnership there, over 100 runs. Really good catch actually there, as that one was going over the head of the general manager, but Hasnat holds on to it. And I think it's time to start talking about the Prague Tigers. Their tournament, unbeaten in this Premier Division. They are going to be the champions, and their first final, the final, and they're going to win it against Prague CC. And Prague CC, this is just going to be a single. It looks like their reign of being the sort of team to beat, their reign as being the team that always determines the way a tournament goes. Well, that's coming to an end. It's the start of a new reign as the Tigers have just dominated proceedings. Chipped up in the air, but it's a good chip. It will go for 6 runs. It's a nice shot from Arun. And Arun, now, he's a man who will know what I'm talking about. He's been for this club for a very long time. That's delightfully played. It's a lovely shot. Actually, that's Salim. It's not Arun, but Arun is out there. And he knows what I'm talking about. He's seen this club dominate for so long. That one, just a hand to it, no run, 2 balls to go. Things are changing. The tide is changing. And the Prague Tigers, they can feel it. They can't contain themselves. They're almost there. Look at them. They're ready to celebrate. And what a celebration it will be. And they deserve this celebration. They have just been too good for the whole of the rest of the competition.
Hits this one down the ground, shouts to catch it, and the catch is taken by that man there. And that is Farhad Shakil, who takes the catch, just underarms it back, doesn't jump in too much celebration because the game is already won and done and dusted. But he gets a little consolation catch there, he does, on top of all the runs he's amassed in this tournament. Takes a nice, easy catch there. And, hey, that is a great innings, though, from Osama Salim.
Yeah.
That is 87 from 35 deliveries. Credit where it's due. In any other game, that is a terrific, massive innings. And that could almost be a match-win innings. Not in this game.
It's a good comeback from him as well. Let's focus a little bit early on, because remember, he was at a point, I think, 20 or 15.
That's right.
Now, think about that.
Yep.
20 or 15. And that then means he finishes on 87 in the next 16 deliveries.
Wow. 67 runs off 16 deliveries.
Yeah, so...
I'm impressed.
Yeah, that. But again, it just goes back to if he was able to go at that rate a little bit earlier, the story could have been different. But, of course, that's all. You can't do much about that. And that is it. Look at the celebrations. That ball goes to the boundary. But the Prague Tigers are your champions, everybody. They have done it, and their little fairy tale, their dream has come to an end and has come to the perfect conclusion. They are your unbeaten side. They are your 2025 champions of this Premier Division. They have won the very first final that they've been in. And I tell you this, if they continue to stay together and perform like this, they will get even better. And they definitely will be a team to beat. It's been a solid performance from them. They've been absolutely joy to watch. Their passion has been incredible. Their desire has been great. They've worked well as a team. And whatever obstacle has come in their way, they have come out shining at the other end.
They have indeed, Rico. Couldn't have said it better. It's a perfect summing up for a perfect team that has delivered a perfect tournament. They've barely set a foot wrong since the first ball was bowled back on Thursday morning. They have barely put a foot wrong right through to the last ball there. Well, the last ball did get hit around the corner for 4, but you know, it doesn't matter because they have done this in explosive, astonishing style. Maybe they're bringing to the ECS, especially in Czechia, a new breed of cricket, a new mindset, because you can say that it looks like there's been a little bit of change in power, as you quite rightly say, Rico. I think you're absolutely right. We are seeing the dawn of something new here. What Tigers have done, and people will say, I'm probably getting a bit carried away here, Phil. No, I'm not. I'll tell you why. These guys played in Division 2 in the local competition here last year. Division 2.
Yeah. They
smashed the opposition in Division 2, went up to Division 1, and they're holding their own against the big boys in Division 1. They have stepped up in the last 12 months. In fact, the last 24 months, the maturity of this team has been astonishing. Now, I can tell from first-hand knowledge, that's what I've seen from them. People who are watching this ECS are saying, Tigers, well, who were they? Where were they last year? They barely got in, and they were never before then. You're absolutely right. They weren't. But things are different now. This is a different looking team, and they have accomplished this very, very well indeed. I'm really proud of them. They're very proud of themselves as well, and there's handshakes all around going on out there. This has been quite something from them.
Yeah, look, one thing that we know is going to be coming up, so if you can stay around for this, please do so. It will be the award ceremony when we will officially be crowning the champions and saying our thank yous to everybody as well. But before we go into the highlights, we welcome you one more time into, and for the last time, into the commentary bunker, which has served its purpose. What a final. And, you know, I think we can talk a little bit more here about what we've seen before we go to the highlights there. But, yeah, all of those things that you're saying, you know what it does? It actually makes you think.
Yeah.
And it makes other teams think, you know what, we can be that side.
Yeah.
We can also, no matter where you are in Europe, you know, where teams are being dominating, that change can come.
Yep.
We've seen it come here maybe the last 2 years. Last year, Bohemians were the champions, Prague CC. That 24 winning streak one came to an end. And now we're seeing it even more so again this time. You can probably hear a lot of noise in your microphones because Prague CC, I don't know if we can see them. They're probably just out of the shot. Well, no, we can. Look at them. And That's the Tigers. They're going absolutely wild. Well, the Tigers, they do go wild at times, but they deserve to go wild. They have been superb. Congratulations to them. They've been brilliant. And, yeah, remember, well, we will go through all of our thank yous a little bit later on. But it's been absolutely fantastic. I know that some of our viewers are probably, I've got to rush off now, but if you are going away, but before you go, myself and Phil want to say a massive thank you to you. You've been absolutely brilliant wherever you've been tuning in from. We want to thank you ever so much for your support during our time here in Czechia. But do remember that there is cricket starting in Finland tomorrow where Vinny Sandhu and the Rhino, that's right, Andrew Ryan, will be talking you through the action. It's been a great day. It's been a great finals day. I actually want to, I know that Vinny Sandhu may be watching. We might ask Vinny Sandhu a question and say, Vinny, how does this compare to runs being scored in a finals day?
Yeah, true.
4 matches. I reckon we're going to be right up there as probably not only the most number of runs, maybe even the most number of sixes. It has been a really high-scoring day in Czechia, just like me and you expected it to be. This is what's happening tomorrow in Finland. And there's going to be the Dark Knights are taking on the SKK Rapids. We'll also see Gymkhana Gladiators in action, playing in match number 2. Hadley Umpire will come in for match number 3. Helsinki Titans there. So you're going to see a lot of teams in action. I think it's going to be a fantastic first day. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how the ground is looking.
Okay.
So on that note, just to remind everybody that the trophy ceremony will be coming up. It's time to see the highlights.
Let's roll the tape. Let's have a look and see how it all unfolded right here on your screen. Boom. There we go. It all started with PCC on a hiding to nothing, looking to make runs in the first couple of overs. There was a few boundaries hit, a few sixes, but they needed to go hard straight away, and it was a very tall order. I think it was after about the 3rd over, maybe the power play. They were just out of sorts in the power play. And you know what? If you miss any trick chasing almost 200, you're on a hiding to nothing. You pay for it later. And it was tough from the get-go. There were a few glimmers of hope there, you've got to say. I mean, PCC, they only lost 3 wickets, put 168 on the board. But it was when Aditya Kadawala went, being caught by Shaquille off Arjalam, that 17 he scored. You just thought, oh, the man in form has just been gotten out.
Yeah.
PCC are now up against it. And from there, it was just a few issues. A few little fumbles in the field crept into the Tigers. And then, poor old Ravi Slanky cops a nasty one. And Shaquille gets over and says, are you okay? I hope you are. Good sportsmanship there from that man, Fahad Shaquille. Ravi was okay to continue as well, so he kept going. And yeah, he managed to put on a 48, just missed out on the half century. While Osama Salim, he kicked on for an 87 before he was dismissed. But honestly, Rico, at every stage, at the second half of this, you felt the game was always going to be really, really hard for PCC to make up for it. They need to go magical every over after the 5th. They couldn't do it.
Yeah, they couldn't do it. And look, you'll see some errors there in the field. Catches going down. Even Shaquille would put one down. But when you give yourself such a big advantage by putting such a huge score on the board, remember the highest score that we've ever seen here on the European Cricket Network in Czechia, that 198. They gave themselves sort of the luxury, if you like, to get away with a few errors, a few missed fields, a few drop catches, and still be in the comfort zone. And Prague CC really did need to go big in the power play. 49 was good, but it wasn't quite the 60 that they needed. And then there were a couple of quiet overs there. We saw 3 overs of 14, 1 of 13 before the big overs would come. And that was just enough, really, for them to get to a point where they had made it comfortable, get to a point where you were talking about that they took it to a point where they needed supersonic overs.
Yeah.
The celebrations here thoroughly deserved. And my message is here that if you are a team in Europe and, if results aren't going your way, and because there's other bigger teams they're winning at the moment, stick to it. Have a game plan. Stick to it. Learn the format. Learn how to play the format. Learn about your opposition. And then just go out there and do it. Because your time will come. And the Prague Tigers have certainly proved and shown that.
They have indeed. I completely agree with you. It's don't give up. Just, I know it sounds cliched and everyone's like, oh yeah, but you know, you come up against a tough opposition. It's like, of course you do.
Yeah.
There's always a tougher opposition than you. There'll always be a tougher opposition. That's what PCC are thinking now. They're thinking, right, we lost the final. We came up against a tougher opposition. There's always someone stronger. There's always competition out there. So you have to keep improving yourself at every single point in time. If you're a sporting team, that's what you're thinking about. You can't rest on your laurels.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not accusing PCC of that whatsoever, because I know that they've gone through the last 2.5 years of a rebuild.
Yeah.
They brought in, people have left the club, people have now come into the club, and they still look very, very strong. Just today, and probably for the tournament, Prague Tigers just came along and they were too strong. They barely put a foot wrong. I'm having trouble thinking, just that maybe a couple of moments in the field occasionally, things like that, but they put scores on the board. Their fielding positions was pretty good. A couple of times they might have missed it, but they corrected things depending on how it went. They did a lot that was right, and that's why they are going to be hanging on to a trophy in about 15 minutes' time.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this yesterday to Danny. The only error that they made, and it wasn't an error that affected the match situation, because they had the match completely won.
Yeah.
Was the first time that we saw them, and they should have taken 4 points from a match, and there was a few dots, etc., and they only took the 3, and it was 3-1 rather than 4-0. But they learned from that. I remember talking to them and saying, "Hey guys, you know you lost out on a point there. You could have had all 4." They said, yeah, we missed out on that, but it won't happen again. We're going to get better. Boy, did they get better. After that, they just didn't put a foot wrong. Farhad Shakil, let's talk about what he achieved. Back-to-back hundreds in first a qualifier match to book their place in the final, then to do it in the final. That is just awesome. I mean, those sort of things very rarely happen. And when they happen, they are special. So me and you, we've seen something very special here, because we could do hundreds, thousands of matches and never see that again.
Totally agree.
That is quite amazing. I mean, his whole way, his mannerism, even the way he was in the field, even the way that he bowls, he came here to win.
Yeah,
And
they
one
really
they
did.
have.
They absolutely, and you know what, he's turned it on at the right time as well. Look, the Prague Tigers have done really well with their team set up as well. They've had the right bowlers, the right batters, the right batting lineup as well. Maybe just a few times there you could say, well, you know, Ajay Lam came on and he got caned towards the end there. You know, certain sort of things happen maybe in the bowling department, but you know, they came up against PCC, who are desperate for Maximos, desperate for a magical over. So you can almost excuse the bowlers from maybe getting a little bit sort of shaking, maybe a little bit shell shocked. Ajay Lam goes for, you know, almost goes magical, almost goes actually supersonic towards the end there, and a couple of the bowlers went very sort of like for 27 runs and things like that. Marzi went for 27 runs, so you can almost excuse them for just hitting the panic button a little bit, but they settled and they got the couple of dot balls in, which is what they needed, and they delivered a pretty fantastic final, and they get the win by 30 runs over PCC, and now they are reigning champions of Czechia ECS.
They are reigning champions, and they cannot wait, I'm sure, to receive their winners' medals and, of course, that magnificent trophy thanks to Lockett Lifestyles. Remember, the trophy presentation is coming up straight after these highlights, and myself and Phil will see you at the presentation.
My body my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the trophy ceremony for this ECS Czechia Premier Division. And just remember, it's been 15 days here for the crew. We've had 5 separate tournaments playing here in Prague, and it finishes today with finals day in the Premier Division and this wonderful facility here. It's like my backyard here in Vinoř. And what a terrific 15 days it has been here. We've had literally 5 separate tournaments. We started with T20Is, we then had the ECIWs, and then we moved into the ECS proper with the Challenger Division, which took up the start of last week, and then we finished with this Premier Division. I got to say, I think the Challenger and Premier split, only for the second time we've done this in an ECS. This has been a marvellous success. It's been such a wonderful tournament, wonderful tournaments, I should say, and I think that that is a testament to what happened today with all the runs scored, all the excitement, and under pretty warm trying conditions as well, I think you'd have to admit, not just for the players but also the crew. It's been pretty tough going. So before we go further, I just want to thank a few of our sponsors, because without them we don't get things going. I want to shout out to the gang from 1xBet for looking after us, Rado, our official timekeeper as well, Bizaway for flying us all over Europe at the drop of a hat and getting us all sorted, HCL Software as well, and of course Local Lifestyle for these wonderful trophies you see behind me and the fantastic medallions we've got to be giving out as well. So thank you very much to our sponsors who've been looking after us. To the partners, we've got so many partners to thank. The first partner to thank is of course the Czech Cricket Federation, who I know very well indeed. Obviously Prakash and Mike have to take a big shout for that. Also want to give a massive shout out to a couple of 2 people individual, and that is Raj and to Venki for making sure the ground is perfect and ready for us. Give it up for those 2 guys, and especially for Prakash who's over there in the shadows, Mike who's not with us, but Venki and Raj, thank you so much for all your hard work here. Now you're going to have to talk about the umpires, the unsung heroes. They say it's a thankless task, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to thank them. Led very well by Charles Croucher behind me here. Thank you, Charles, for all the hard work, and the umpires as well. Shobit there as well, representing the umpires. And actually, Shobit, during the Central Europe Cup, your first T10 20i umpiring duty. Congratulations to you on a personal milestone. Well done, you. Very well done indeed. And of course, I've got to thank the crew. How good have the crew been? Most of the crew have been here for the whole 15 days. Can't believe it's been 15 days. So I want to shout out to Samir and Paolo. And also we had Nilkesh here as well. We had Vasu here. We've had Ravi was here earlier. Russ is here as well. And they've done a fantastic job. I know I've probably missed a few people, but thank you for everyone. For the last 15 days, the ECN crew has done outstanding. I want to give a massive thank you also to, where is he? That man behind me, Rico Full, my co-commentator, partner in crime here. Thank you so much, Rico. Done so well here on today, finals day. And also need a shout out to Danny Hudacek and of course Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu, who also led through the commentary in the early stage during the Central Europe Cup and the ECIs. Thank you to all the commentary team. So we had, what was it, 5 separate tournaments. We've had 4 commentators as well. And now we get down to just 2 teams left here in the finals after we had those wonderful Eliminator and Qualify 1 earlier this morning and Qualified 2 as well, which saw the Bohemians get sent home early. We saw the Brno team sent home early, and we were just left with 2. The 2 teams, Prague Tigers and the Prague Cricket Club over here on my left. And this time for the Prague Cricket Club, you guys came so close. You had a great tournament. It's great to watch you play. I enjoy watching you play every single time I get that chance. And there's no little wonder that you are a team whose reputation precedes you and it will continue to do so. You are formidable at the worst of times and you are a powerhouse at the best of times. I enjoy watching you play. So I want to thank you for the competition you brought today. Congratulations. Well done. I'm going to ask Skipper to come up, please, to accept the runners-up medals, please. Riddick Tomar. Congratulations, my friend. Going to receive runners-up medals there. Riddick Tomar, PCC. Well done. Now, it's also my big pleasure to talk about MVP of this Premier Division Series. We've seen a few outstanding performances here, some great scores, some brilliant fielding as well, but I think we have to sort of tip the scales in the favour of one person in particular who absolutely starred with the bat, and today he gave us back-to-back tons. The first time I think in ECS history on a finals day. We're going to check that record. I'm talking about Fahad Shakil. Where are you? There he is right there. Trophy from Charles Crouch. Congratulations, Fahad. Congratulations, Farhad. Absolutely amazing performance today. Well done indeed. Very hard for it to be dismissed today. It was just your day. Well done. It's now time to talk about Prague Tigers. Prague Tigers, I've watched them grow over the last few years. Lucky enough for me, I've been in a position to be able to see you guys grow in maturity and the way you play. It's an exciting new cricket brand you're bringing to this competition as well. Last year, Division 2 winners. The year before that, Division 2 thereabouts, did okay, did all right. But last year stepped up, got the promotion into Division 1. And this year, I hear you're doing well in Division 1 from what I've been seeing. And look at that, they come to the ground and they show a brand of cricket that maybe has shocked a few people. Undefeated in an ECS, undefeated. How about that for a team that probably only had their first taste of ECS finals action last year to come up and do that? My big congratulations to you. I'm very proud of you as someone associated with Czech cricket. You've done extremely well. Well done. And ask Skipper to come forward, please, because we've got some medallions for the winning tide. There you go. Congratulations. Let me shake your hand, my friend. Well done indeed. Have those. And he's going to hand those out in a few minutes. While we hear the jingling of the medallions, the people will need to get on here. It sounds like it could be sleigh bells. It's too early for Christmas, but it is Christmas for one team, and that, of course, is Prague Tigers. Going to ask the captain just to step forward one more time, please, and to accept the trophy for the championship from Paolo. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. Well done indeed. I'm going to ask the team to come and get around, and I think they want to make a bit of noise. Let me step away.
Just a normal photo and then cheer after. Okay, now cheer.
Fantastic stuff. I tell you what, while they're off celebrating, and they're going to celebrate long into the night as well, I want to give a thank you to everybody out there on YouTube watching us throughout the last 15 days. There are so many people to thank. I want to thank the Blue Spanner crew so much. I can't name you individually because I'm running out of time, unfortunately, but you know who you are. Thank you so much for looking after us through the entire 15 days. You guys have been wonderful. Even if you haven't got a Blue Spanner, we love your interaction on the chat. We love what you do there out there. Thank you so much. And just remember, if you're interested in seeing any of the videos from the ECN back catalogue, it goes back to 2020. Jump in, have a look. It's all there for you to see, even the highlights from this series as well, so I invite you to do that. Don't forget tomorrow, Finland. The ECS in Finland starts tomorrow. It's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Andrew Ryan, taking care of business there in Finland. After that, Bulgaria. After that, it's summertime. It's Belgium. We're going to Stockholm. We're going all over Europe. These guys are going to celebrate. I'm Phil G. I'm out of here. See you later.
we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
Thank